Well, good morning, everyone. It's day 3 of Kent against Hampshire. Bob Willis Trophy. The match is poised. 108 for 5. Hampshire, 129 of Kent in their second innings. And but a big partnership. In the context of the match, a massive partnership between Tom Scriven and Lewis McManus. I'm Matt Cole. Alongside me is Kevin James. We'll be joined by David Fulton as well. Rotating three-pronged attack. Kevin, good morning.
Morning.
What are you expecting from today, given the 2 days you've seen so far?
Well, it's difficult to predict, I think, this game, because it's moved rapidly forward. Hampshire, certainly in the last hour, last night, through Tom Scriven and Lewis McManus, wrestled a seemingly poor position for Hampshire. 23 for 5 in their second innings, and they were only leading by something like 20-odd by then. Or 40-odd or something by then. They were in disarray. Kent were taking wickets for fun, and then all of a sudden McManus and Scriven put on 85, and the ball the ball was still moving around. I don't think that he suddenly stopped and the wicket got flat. It didn't. It was some very, very good batting, and I think the Kent bowlers maybe on the whole. Oh, yeah. What on earth is that? That's a fire alarm. On the whole, just got a little bit tired, just a fraction, and sometimes that intensity just disappears, and that's the difference. That fire alarm is still going, which is a worry, because I can see a red light flashing.
Indeed.
Near David Fulton.
I'm wondering if we've set something off, or we're going to need to clear out. No?
Do we have to disappear? There's a man here. Have we got to go?
No, it's probably Martin just testing the alarm.
There we go. I think it's just a test. Dave Fulton is saying it's not him, but I have to say, nothing was happening over there until David went out to the balcony, and now suddenly all alarms are going off. I mean, circumstantially, it looks bad for the former Kent captain, but we'll allow him to claim his innocence. But 108 for 5. I've turned off our effects microphone, so what you're hearing is just the alarm coming through the commentary at the moment, so apologies for that. But we'll battle on. Lewis McManus has 50, Tom Scriven has 42. Just his second first-class match as well, Kev, as well?
Yes, fantastic. Bowled well as well in the morning, got a couple of wickets. Scriven, Curry, all done a great job for a very youthful Hampshire side for this game. Average age of 23.
Yeah.
Ian Holland 29 and Sam Northeast 30 years of age are way, way ahead of everybody else in the side.
Don't be stupid. Sam Northeast isn't 30.
He's 30.
No.
Yes, he is.
No.
I know you're used to seeing him as a baby.
No. I won't have it.
Seriously. But it's been a great effort, but from both sides actually. It's been a very watchable game throughout the 2 days, and I still think this can go either way. A lot of people will say, oh yeah, 129 if they get to about 180. I still think Hampshire need over 200.
Certainly would make it competitive from what I've seen on the commentary, the stream as well. Listen to the commentary, which has been excellent for the first 2 days. Let's see if I can spoil it now. Harry Podmore from the pavilion end then, bowling for Kent to McManus, and let's get a bit of movement from leg stump to off stump, but he defends that into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like Hamid Kadri, I think, fielding at point there. It's just tossed up to Marcus O'Riordan. Went to Danny Bell-Drummond in relay to the silver-haired Harry Podmore, though this is artificially silver. Plenty of time for that, Harry. Silver fox, he tells us that shade is.
Certainly bright.
Very striking indeed. Under the floodlights as well. Almost glinting. Here's Podmore to McManus. That got movement. No ball. Overstepping there, Nigel Long signals, but yeah, to get some movement again. Quite prodigious from leg to off.
Seen quite a bit of that, Matt, over 2 days. This is why batsmen are never truly in.
You can understand, pitch that right, and that kind of movement has been causing the problems that we've seen with Hampshire 191 all out in their first innings, Kent 170, Hampshire 108 for 5 resuming. They've just added 2 with that no ball, so 110 for 5. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly, as they do every half an hour, or I would do, but our cue has disappeared. Here is oh dear me, that's not good, is it? That's very strange. I think someone's taken us off air. I don't think that's us. do apologise for that, listeners, on the stream. We hope you're still getting us on that. 110 for 5. But we're having a little bit of problem with the radio at the moment. So Kevin James will continue.
Well, Matt does all the checking. Podmore bowls, and that's pushed out square on the offside. Fielded at backward point. So a big morning for both these sides. A phrase often said, but this really is in the context of the game. Both these sides have fought hard, and don't by any means think that Kent are out of this if this partnership continues, or one or two players come in lower down the order and keep the run flows going. As I say, I think as a Kent person, once it gets to about 220 lead, I would start to think that might be too many, but anything below that, it's anybody's game. That's driven back to Podmore. Certainly 131 isn't enough. Hampshire is certainly not feeling comfortable at the moment, but my word, from 23 for 5 last night.
We certainly were.
They are mightily pleased to even be in this position, and even now have something to bowl at. Harry Podmore then, from the pavilion end. 110 for 5 Hampshire. They've added 2 this morning as Podmore bowls, and that's on the line of off stump, and McManus in behind that. Plays that up to Daniel Bell Drummond, and there is no run. So McManus on his overnight total of 50. Played very, very well. He's a man for a crisis from time to time, and Dave Fulton and I were talking about this last night, where, isn't it funny, uncanny how keepers do seem to play those sort of innings where they get you out of a hole. It does seem to be the keepers more often than not that do it. Here's Podmore, always a bit of swing. What a beautiful delivery. That probably started middle and leg and beat the outside of the off stump, and both bowler and batsman are looking at the wicket as just to say, that's too good. Podmore saying, do you know what, that's a decent delivery, and maybe it was too good for you. And McManus probably agrees. Absolutely super delivery. And with the cloud cover here, as we've had since lunch on day one, it certainly does help the ball swing and seam a little bit. Only really in that first session on day one, when Ian Holland and Joe Weatherly batted well. Let's not take anything away from that. But batting seemed to be a lot less complicated. But we've had cloud cover ever since, and batting is different. It's going to be Grant Stewart from the Nackington Road end. Are you struggling to get through? Do you need to change ISDN points?
Well, actually, I think the problem is at Radio Kent's end rather than ours at the moment, or maybe Salford's end. So I'm doing my best.
Yeah, no problems.
It's a very long piece of string to get to Manchester, but I'll do my best in that. So apologies when I'm dialing back in, ladies and gentlemen. To use a technical term, it takes everything off. So I'm doing my best.
Perhaps you might have to dial Salford direct at some point. Cut out the station. 110 for 5. It's Tom Scriven on strike. The 21-year-old, 42 not out. I spoke to him last night. If you want to have a listen to his reaction from day 2, it's on the @SolentSport Twitter site. It's also via the Hampshire Cricket website as well. He's beaten outside the off stump, and Grant Stewart is, as he has done in this game, enjoying the ball moving away from the outside edge. So have no fear, Kent supporters. The ball is still moving around this morning. Kent still have a great chance here of polishing off these last 5 wickets, but you have to get the ball in the right areas. That ball was super delivery. Scriven facing Grant Stewart once more, and that's swung away a little bit, and Scriven just watches that go by to keeper Ollie Robinson. You can probably hear Matt ferociously dialing at the BBC Online website. Apologies for that. I'm just wondering if the fire alarm has done something to proceedings. I don't know, but anyway, I will keep things going. The floodlights are on. And, Stewart with 3 slips from that Nackington Road end comes in once more and bowls, and Scriven just pushes forward, and again the ball leaves him, and it's good bowling. But sometimes the ball just moves a little bit too much. And the batsman will always play and miss at balls that do a little bit too much. But I have to say, from what we've seen already in the few balls of play on the start of day 3, that I think this ball's moving as much as it has done, probably a bit more. The overhead cloud, I'm sure, is helping. Stewart bowls and Scriven gets one on middle and leg, turns that up to mid-on. That's a good line there from Stewart. Down Stevens, the fielder. Sometimes if you're bowling about off stump and the batsman knows that the ball's nipping or moving away, that they can quite often be looking to leave the ball. But of course, if you start the ball sort of more middle and leg, then that certainly forces them to play. But sometimes the bowler finds that the ball doesn't swing quite as much when they bowl a little bit more leg stump. Stewart bowls. Oh, that's another great delivery. On the line of off, moving away, Scriven forward, beats the outside edge once more. And that is a maiden over for the 26-year-old. 6 overs. That's his first maiden. And he has none for 19. So, already the Kent bowlers asking lots of questions. And I think the 2 Hampshire batsmen out there in the middle and the ones to come will know that things are not any easier than they have been over the last couple of days. Hopefully Matt Cole has got things sorted out.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Well, it looks like one side. In fact, I don't think it's not a BBC Radio Kent problem. It's basically one half of our numbers, or of our ISDN numbers, have gone down. Ooh. So we're routing a different way. So we hope you can all hear us on the stream. We're aware that worldwide we might have gone a bit quiet for a second, but we have been working tirelessly.
Here's Podmore then. I'll give you time just to collect your thoughts. Again, there's lovely shape on the ball, but McManus is leaving that alone outside the off stump.
And Andrew and Kester saying, Andrew saying, I think a cable has fallen out. And Kester saying, is there a problem? I can't hear anything. On kentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you both. If you can hear us now, I always say it's one of these almost pointless things to say, but if you can hear us, it'd be great if you could just drop us a line to say it's back. If you can't hear us, of course, that sentence is completely redundant. I worked myself into a corner.
Podmore again. Doesn't swing quite so much, and McManus is able to get in behind that and push that up to mid-off.
So yeah, the wonderful fail-safe about our system is that there are 2 different exchanges that our ISDN numbers go into. I think one in, I'm probably giving too much information, but one in London, one in Reading somewhere, I think, and all the Reading ones have gone off. If it's Reading, I can't remember, or Luton or somewhere like that.
Okay.
So that bank of numbers is not working. So we're hoping we're back with you. Are we?
I'm told by Adam Williams of BBC Online we're okay.
Wonderful. Okay. Apologies to everybody.
Cut away, but off a bottom edge. Ball spews out square on the offside. And
I hope the stream got the pictures got Kevin's wonderful commentary there. But yes, reconnected. Nothing like a bit of excitement in the morning. And actually just before we're about to do a radio update as well for BBC Radio Kent, so they assumed, like most of our listeners, and quite rightly, that I'd done something stupid, stepped on a wire, or thrown the mixer out the window. It's happened before, ladies and gentlemen, but on this occasion I'm going to say not guilty, Your Honour.
It's always an easy thing, isn't it? Blame the commentators. Podmore comes in again, and that's a beautiful leg cutter. Bounces as well, and McManus just pushing forward, can't do a lot about that. Goes almost over the top of the shoulder of the bat, and well, I know, Matt, this is your first day, and you haven't seen the previous 2 days, but even I think that even this morning the ball is already doing a little bit more than it has done in the previous 2 days, although it had been doing quite a bit, believe me.
Well, as you say, that cutter took off as well, didn't it? Which and Podmore is no great pace. He's reduced his pace to get more movement as well.
Comes in and bowls, and that bounces, and he's caught third slip. There's the one that bounces once more. It just left Lewis McManus a little bit, catches the top of the bat, and that is a good catch. And McManus hasn't added to his overnight total of 50, and Kent have taken the first Hampshire wicket this morning, and Hampshire are now 6 down for 110.
Yeah, Jack Linning catching at third slip, a tester for him, but you expect to take those, don't you? Just going down on one knee and taking it round about midriff height there, but McManus goes. But as you say, it's doing all sorts out there, and you'd say from a Hampshire point of view, just having a lead at this point is going to be a good thing, because who knows what happens with a new Cherry when their bowlers come out. But 110 for 6 and just 2 added to the overnight score, and that lead then at 131 now for Hampshire could be a significant lead, and certainly that partnership, which, what was it, 87 in the end, could be the partnership of the match. And we were only half joking about it this morning when I said it, that it could be the one that wins it for Hampshire. But this pitch doing all sorts this morning already, you do think wickets are going to be absolutely prized by these two sides. So 110 for 6 then, and Sam Curry comes in next. I think we saw his T20 debut. All right in saying that here?
Yes.
And this is third or fourth first class match, as you say, very young Hampshire side, this one.
Curry, no, this is his first class debut.
It's his debut, beg your pardon.
Yeah, he's played
aren't I, with the second one, yes.
Yeah, he started with the T20s this year, and
Yeah.
sort of been eased into that, but he's played a prominent role here so far in this game. Bowled nicely, batted nicely in the first innings, the 38 coming in at number 8, and also picked up 3 wickets as well. Here's Podmore then, bowling to the tall Scott Curry, and that ball's just swung away a little bit, and Curry leaves that alone. I'm sure all the chat in the Hampshire dressing room already is, yes, that ball is still moving.
Yeah.
And that partnership has been broken. 87 for the 6th wicket between Scriven and McManus, added just 2.
Yeah, it's going to be, as I said, a lively game, this one. I think if you had things to do tomorrow, I mean, obviously it's only for us, and normally it would be spectators, wouldn't it? They're coming down from Hampshire or coming up from Hampshire. They might be thinking, oh, what should we do? Go up to Canterbury, up to Whitstable tomorrow?
Yes.
Should we go home? No, weather's nice.
You wouldn't go
What
near
should we
Whitstable, that's too near Dave Fulton, isn't it?
Is that right?
He's up that way, isn't he?
Well, you're absolutely right, yeah. Sportsman's cottages, whatever they're called there. The close. Here's Stewart bowling to rising ball to Scriven outside the off stump. It does well to judge that, certainly as it bounces out well over his off stump to let it go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So 131 lead for Hampshire then. Harry Podmore has 4 for 35, and it's very much a bowler's game, this one, and tricky for the batsman out there. We've seen already. Here is Grant Stewart then, bowling to Scriven to get something on that. It's a thickish outside edge, is it? He's timed it though, I mean rather middled it enough to get it down for 4 through gully. No real shouts either, so I give him credit for that, keeping his hands nice and soft and just guiding it low, keeping it down away from the splits, and that's 4 more to the total. 114 for 6.
Valuable runs from here on in.
Yeah.
I mean, if this ball continues to move throughout the day the way it is at the moment, I might revise down my estimated total that Hampshire would need. I mean, I initially said probably over 200 they would feel reasonably okay, but I think maybe 180.
Yeah.
Maybe 190, 180 or so.
But it's quite possible that the totals for each side are actually going to decrease, aren't they, from 191 so through to this innings. So Kent may well be looking for something which is going to look mammoth on this strip. Harry Podmore having a chat with Michael Yardy down at long leg. As Stewart bowls to Scriven. That's a lovely shot. He's got that on the top of the bounce there and just guided that past forward of square on the offside. Cadbury dives but can't get there. 4 runs, and that is 50 for Tom Scriven, and his first half century, maiden half century in his second first class game for Hampshire. 96 balls and 9 fours, and he's played the balls we've seen from Stewart pretty well so far in this over, and consecutive 4s takes him to his 50 and maybe a match winning knock as well. 118 for 6.
Lovely moment for the 21-year-old, and a memorable shot as well, of which to reach your maiden first class half century. Yeah. Beautiful shot. It bounced a bit, he got on top of the bounce, and glorious, absolute glorious shot through the offside.
Yeah, all timing that, and Scriven facing Stewart now. And solidly behind that one on a forward defensive, and there's no run. The Stewart doesn't wobble the ball around as much as Podmore or certainly Stevens. Bowls a heavier ball, maybe get a bit of skid, maybe looking for a bit of that bounce that Podmore got early on as well. But Scriven at the moment has played this over very well, which with the pitch looking like a jack in a box from the pavilion end is no mean feat. 3 slips in for Kent, so Heine Kuhn, Zach Crawley and Jack Leaning, who took that catch in the previous over, and this one squirts away a little bit, but again he's kept it down well, Scriven. They're flying after it is Leaning from third slip. They'll come back for 2. Yeah, they'll just keep the 2, and Tom Scriven turns Sam Curry back, and 124-6 now, Hampshire. Important runs, 10 off this over already.
Well, I think now, it's funny, I think Robinson has just pointed out to Daniel Bell-Drummond that they might have to change the field here a fraction, because I think that third man area is becoming a bit of a problem for Bell-Drummond, because they're leaking runs there. It's not because of bad bowling, it's just because of the shape of the ball. Is catching the outside edge or the thick outside edge, and already he's changed it. He actually has put in the third man, and I think Robinson was the first person actually to point it out to him. He said, look, I think we need to plug that area because runs are very, very important here, and there's a fair percentage of balls going down there already.
Grant Stewart then to Scriven once more, and just on the front foot, defending it, and there's no run. End of the over, 120-6, and he looked very solid in a way that certainly wasn't the case from the far end with Lewis McManus in the previous over. No disrespect to McManus, maybe just that Podmore and this end is doing a heck of a lot more. 120-6, 141 the lead now for Hampshire.
Yeah, McManus got some very decent balls, didn't he, from Podmore this morning.
Yeah.
Podmore's best figures this season in the Bob Willis Trophy, 4 for 35 from his 17 overs, and has got plenty of encouragement out there to keep going. And will probably be already thinking about maybe a 6 for at least here. Certainly has the chance. Here he comes then from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Scott Curry, a tall Hampshire all-rounder. That's a low full toss, and Curry doesn't really take advantage of that and just pushes it up to mid-on, fielded by Darren Stevens. So 120 for 6. Hampshire have added 12 this morning. Their lead is 141. A really good day in prospect here today. You can't call it at the moment. Hampshire still have 4 wickets in hand. Here's Podmore. Bowls and just goes down the hill a fraction. Curry just pushes that out to point. And score remains on 120. Curry yet to get off the mark. Scriven 52. What a moment in the previous over for him. And I've mentioned it a couple of times. Both Scriven and Curry have played their part in this game and kept Hampshire in it, at least. Here's Podmore again and bowls and edged, and it's caught first slip. Yeah, good catch. Is that Kuhn? I think it is.
Yeah, first slip.
Low down. And Podmore's got his 5th, 5 for 35. Scott Curry goes for a duck. Hampshire have lost their 2nd wicket this morning with a score now on 120. They are 120 for 7.
Yeah, and doing exactly what he did in the last over, keeping it nice and accurate. And just that amount of way swing for accounting for Scott Curry. And 5 wicket bag, they say. Oh, it's all gone very colloquial, isn't it? On the scoreboard, 5 for 35 for Podmore. Great for him, but not much chance for Curry there. Again, it's a wicked delivery. Caught Kuhn, bowled Podmore, and a good catch, as Kev said as well, to get rid of the Hampshire man. And they are then 120 for 7, is that right? Yes, yeah, 120 for 7. 141 ahead. This match will finish today, he says confidently. I'd be very surprised if it didn't.
I would. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the odds were that today, rather than going into tomorrow morning, but this clap cover again is playing its part, isn't it? Really, it is causing the ball to move around still, and as I say, we've had cloud literally since lunch on day 1, and it has made a difference. I'm sure the bowlers have quite enjoyed bowling on this wicket. It's not unplayable by any stretch of the imagination. We have seen 1 or 2 decent innings throughout this game, but only the 1 half century, sorry, 2 half centuries which have come from Scriven and McManus. But even so, I think generally players will look back on this, the ones that have been out at least once and some of them twice, and will say, I think some of them will say, yeah, I'm probably playing at balls that probably I could have been leaving. When you know the ball is leaving you consistently, I think you've got to be sort of readjusting your technique a little bit. Some have to decent effect. Perhaps some have continued the way they want to play. Podmore to Mason Crane then. And he comes in and Crane leaves that one alone. Little bit wide of the bump initially when the ball left the hand, so Crane will get a bit of a sighter. It is a good leaving wicket, this one. I don't think there's a bowler that actually hasn't bowled and got the ball to consistently leave the outside edge of the bat. It's quite uncanny. Here's Podmore again, then 4 slips are in for Mason Crane. Runs in, balls that straight, that's a good delivery. Crane's pushing forward, ball just going down the hill a bit, goes through to keeper Ollie Robinson. So you see what I mean, Matt, when you turned up this morning we were saying the ball's moving around a little bit, and I think you've seen just exactly what's been happening over the last 2 days.
I'm not sure what Ben Watts was doing during that
No,
continuing thread from yesterday.
Well, he wasn't using the right words. It's the way, some words you deliver sort of help the run scoring, and some you deliver helps the wicket taking. He wasn't. Oh, now was that edge? No, not quite. Good low take by Ollie Robinson, diving in front of Kuhn at first slip, but didn't. It was quite a big gap actually in the end between the ball passing the outside edge of Mason Crane's bat and going through to the keeper. Wicket maiden for Harry Podmore, 5 for 35. He's bowled well. 18 overs he's completed, and I'm sure he's good for a few more. He can see one or two more wickets going into his column. 120 for 7. Hampshire lead by 141.
So yeah, I thought a lot of pressure on me this morning. I don't want to make it all about me, but let's talk more about my contribution. This morning, a lot of pressure I think on me to get some wickets early with a bit of a desert yesterday. Wicketless words, Ben Watts, poor man, was accused of. I think he just got a bit tired maybe.
Yeah.
And I've come in and as part of the attack taken a couple this morning, so I'm hoping fresh. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Stewart then from the Luckington Road end. They've both gone to your end, haven't they? To Podmore. It's tucked into the onside by Scriven, and there'll be a single. They come back for 2. Really well run actually that in the end. So Jordan Cox coming in from the boundary and throws it in towards the non-striker's end. They get 2 eventually, and Scriven, as I said, this end to be very confidently dealing with Grant. Different kind of bowler, Stewart. Quite as I said before, but he looks very confident, as befits a man with 54 from 100 balls. Top scorer in the match so far.
Yeah. Well, Drummond wasn't happy with something, I'm not quite sure. He's banished Jordan Cox now to fine leg.
Harry Podmore instead in a mid-wicket now. A bouncer waved at by Scriven as it went past, through the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Definitely had a little flirt with that, as far as it goes. It was over his head. Tom Scriven through to Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper, with 3 slips alongside him.
So I presume the third man is in. I can't see, of course, because the stand is in my way.
Yes, is a third man down there.
To see his feet.
I think that's Hamid Kadri. Yeah, Kadri's been moved away from point, so they've got a field on the point boundary now. And it's like Marcus O'Riordan, and Kadri has gone down to the deep third man. Stewart, third ball of his over then, bowls to Scriven, just dabs down on that, squeezes it out into the offside, and takes a single. And score moves on to 123, 144 the lead between for Hampshire in this second innings. 144 at the moment. It's looking like a decent total to defend, and they've still got 3 wickets left.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it still puts pressure on Hampshire. They can't afford to have a couple of average overs. 144 means that you only really need 1 player to get in, maybe 1.5. And you're seriously attacking that total. It still keeps pressure on Hampshire. To say they need at least another 40, I think, to start thinking we've got a real chance.
It's a bouncer from Stewart, with aggression shown there, but easy for Crane to get underneath. Mason Crane, the new batsman. His 5th ball faced, and there's no run. It's ballooned over his head as well. So showing some proper aggression there, Stewart, but not really worrying the batsman. Pitching far too short, getting up too high. Cloudy, as Kevin was saying again, warmer we're told this afternoon, but it will be humid as well. The barometric pressure is up, so if that's what's making the ball swing or helping it prodigiously, then it's not going away through the rest of the day. Stewart bowls full-length delivery to Crane, just offers the bat to that one. It's down to third man, and they've moved Cattery up at Kent for Mason Crane, thinking that he might edge one, and instead he's run that right through third man to exactly where Hamid Kadri was 2 balls before, and that's 4 runs, 127 for 7. Who'd be a captain, Kevin James?
Well, I know it's a dilemma for Bell Drummond, but you know, third man area with the ball leaving the bat is an area which I think should be plugged. They plugged it for Scriven, but they haven't for Mason Crane. I can sort of understand the thinking, but I still think, if I'm right in saying, off the memory, I think they've still got 3 slips for Scriven as they have for Crane. So they've just changed the onside field a little bit.
Stewart then to Crane again, just rising slightly, but plays that off his thigh pad into the onside. No run. End of the over. 127 for 7. Hampshire a lead of 148, and Stewart not nearly as effective from that pavilion end as Podmore's been from the Nackington Road end, rather than Podmore has been from this pavilion end.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit easier, isn't it, to get the ball go down the slope, so yes, Podmore's got that. Stewart's working against the slope there a little bit, but yeah, there's still a bit of shape there for him. I think he's banging a few more in, Grant Stewart, so he's not really giving the chance, not really giving the ball a chance to swing, but yeah, I think Bell Drummond's just sort of wrestling with himself a little bit, just trying to get the fields right, because singles here for Hampshire are quite useful, in a tight game here, and it's getting tighter. He's got to plug the singles as much as anything. As Podmore bowls, and that's off the line of the stumps by Scriven. Works that down to backward of square leg for a single. So the Hampshire total to, I think that's going to tick over to 128. Yes, it does. 128 for 7. The lead 149. Yeah, the dilemma, just going back to Grant Stewart's situation, the dilemma for Daniel Bell Drummond is that he's got a mid-wicket. And I think that's not a bad move, because it will encourage Stewart to bowl slightly straight, because that's what he needs to do with the ball leaving the bat, and he's got some insurance at mid-wicket if the ball doesn't really swing. Here's Podmore. It's just pushed out on the offside by Crane. No run there. Fielded by Kadri. But if he takes the mid-wicket out, which I guess ideally he'd want to do, and maybe plug the gap a bit more on the offside, then maybe Grant Stewart alters his line and feels that he has to bowl a little bit more off stump just in case it straightens too much. So I could kind of understand maybe if that is in Bell Drummond's thinking, but I'm not sure he really needs a mid-wicket. We shouldn't really need it. Here comes Podmore again, and Crane's in behind. That plays it out on the onside.
There's no Matt Milnes, notice, on the field this morning. That's who Kadri is on for. So Kent may be reduced by 1 bowler. A bit surprised not to see Darren Stevens from the far end to start this morning. Stewart preferred to him, but Podmore then bowling to Crane, who's on 4 right now. 4 slips ranged behind him. Swing and a miss there from Crane. Definitely down the wrong line as it moves away from him. And 128 for 7 on BBC Radio Kent, and BBC Solent, and Kev's just gone off to do an update for them. Just going to rustle around my plastic bag for a minute there. It's looking very professional. There we are. Here's Podmore now to Mason Crane. Pushed into the onside, up to mid-on to Darren Stevens, and there is no run. So Podmore goes back to his mark. With Hampshire 128 for 7. Podmore then to Crane. And again, plays and misses, and it's swinging away from him. Gets inside that one, through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 128 for 7 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Solent. Welcome wherever you're listening, maybe watching on the live stream. Cloud just goes across the sun here. It is humid though, getting warm out there. And the ball wobbling around for Harry Podmore. He's got 2 wickets so far already. Well, Kent have taken 2 wickets this morning, 128 for 7 Hampshire, both of them going to Harry Podmore, who has 5 wickets for 36 now. Firstly, Lewis McManus caught by Jack Leaning, third slip off Podmore for 50, that was 110 for 5, ending in an 87 partnership with Tom Scriven, who's still out there, has made his maiden first-class half-century. Then Sam Curry going in the following over, caught at first slip this time. Hampshire, 128 for 7, doesn't sound like a great score, but this pitch is doing all sorts for the bowlers, so Kent looking for a small total to chase in their final innings, with Hampshire 128 for 7, 129 for 7 I should say, are 150 ahead here at Canterbury. That's the cricket, and commentary continues via our website and the BBC Sport app. But right now, with the weather for radio listeners, Kate Kinsella. She's saying largely cloudy morning, Kate Kinsella is saying, and she's absolutely right as far as we're concerned here at Canterbury. Floodlights are on. We've had some pleasant sunshine as well. Stewart continuing to Crane just outside the off stump, and there is no run. I'll go through the rest of this over, shall I? And then you're coming to replace me. David Fulton is nodding very, very firmly there. I think he's probably had a call from Kent, and people on the video stream are saying, I'm not sure who this guy is. He's not been here for the last couple of days. He probably needs to go now.
No, they probably say get Dave on before the game finishes. Another half hour, he might not have got on at all.
I was just saying, David Fulton, that I know Ben Watts had a torrid time. He was tired yesterday and couldn't take a wicket in a long an hour spell, but 2 of 4 on this morning, so I've done my best. Is Stewart bowling to Crane, just pushes that into the offside to Marcus O'Riordan, if he feels the point, and there's no run. They have got the third man in. They have now. I'll hear David's thoughts on that, I'm sure, as a captain shortly. But 3 more balls to come from Stewart. Said hazy sunshine at the moment. Floodlights on as well. Sort of mixture of conditions here. But Stewart doesn't seem to be getting out as much out of the pitch, certainly, as Harry Podmore is. Kevin James, David Fulton, former foes, of course, on different sides of these two sides. It's this rising delivery played into the ground by Crate. There's no run. Listening to a bit of the commentary yesterday, you seem to get on pretty well though, despite the former enmity that you built up during your playing careers. I know.
Just carrying on the battle, really.
Have you really? Is that what
just resumed it after 20 years.
Yeah. Just verbally. Fortunately, there's a divider between the two of us, between the two boxes here. So we hope that nothing untoward happens. 2 balls to come of Stewart's over them. 129 for 7. Hampshire 150 ahead. And Kent will not want to chase a lot more than this, surely, in their final innings. Another bouncer from Stewart. Crane gets underneath it. Doesn't seem to be troubling the batsman with that at the moment.
I'd get Down Stevens on from that end pretty quick.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't start there, to be honest. But
I thought Stewart's first over or something promised much. I think he's just digging it in a little bit too much.
Quicker than Podmore and Stevens, obviously, with no Milnes on the pitch at the moment.
See, almost the LBW's been taken out a little bit with the length that the length that Stewart's bowling.
Yeah, though he has bowled full. They have been guiding him through third man as well, haven't they? Nice punch that though from Mason Crane. That's a proper shot, lovely shot. Back up the pitch for 4 runs. Hampshire 133 for 7. They lead by 154. Crane 8. Scriven has 57. His maiden first-class century. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of David Fulton and firstly Kevin James.
Thanks very much, Matt. I'll ask David another question as well. I must admit, I think in a tight game like this, I think the bowlers that have been taking you the wickets are the bowlers that should be bowling. Now Podmore's been doing that, of course, but Darren Stevens, of course, with 5 wickets in the first innings. I think I might just have had him on straight away, but easy to say, of course, and after half an hour or so where Grant Stewart actually hasn't taken a wicket, and fairly expensive as well. 9 overs, none for 41. Morning, Dave.
Yeah, morning, Kev. Finally balanced, isn't it? And you're right, I think Darren Stevens from the Nackington Road end, well, it would be happening quite soon, I would imagine. Grant Stewart hasn't quite been at his best throughout this match with the ball. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 41. When you consider what the other bowlers have done, Podmore 5 for 39, 36 off 19. You know, bowlers have gone at 2s.
Yeah.
Bowlers have gone at 2s, and
yeah, you can't have somebody
Stewart's
going
gone
at
at
nearly
4.5s. Yeah. So Podmore bowling from the pavilion end, thick edge from Scriven, who's played really nicely. As Matt was telling you, maiden first class half century, and these are incredibly valuable runs, Kev, for the Hampshire team.
Isn't it just? I mean, from what you've seen this morning, Dave, have you sort of revised your sort of thinking as to what territory Hampshire might get into, where kids start to think, yeah, this is touch and go?
Yeah, I think anything 180 plus, you'd certainly think you're in the game, Hampshire-wise. I think they're probably in the game now, in truth, because it's a kind of wicket you could be 130 all out on. But you know, if you get 200, 220, then that would look pretty daunting. As Podmore bowls, he's got that lovely away shape this morning. Podmore is a 4th 5 for him first-class cricket, but Scriven has been equal to everything thrown at him. Just 2 men in double figures for Hampshire. Lewis McManus, 50, he's gone this morning. And I think Kent will just rue 1 or 2 chances that they put down yesterday evening. I think in these close games, if they go on to not quite chase this down, they'd look at 1 or 2 chances and think, oh, we could have been chasing 50 less.
Yeah, McManus dropped 14. He was dropped in the slips. That was off Grant Stewart, who I think's been a bit unlucky, actually.
He has been unlucky. I mean,
he's had a couple of chances dropped.
He's gone for a few. I think you're right. He's dug the ball in, and then when he's gone full, he's probably overcompensated. He's been a bit too lengths, as we say, as Podmore. He's been exemplary with his length. He's being tucked away on the leg side by Scriven. Just a single this time, which is going to bring Mason Crane on strike. I mean, that last over rather typified it. He was kind of back of a length, and then threw the one up, which was a half volley, and got nailed down the ground by a number 9 batsman. I mean, Mason Crane can bat, but it's if you've got to challenge the technique and challenge the forward defensive, and if you do that often enough, the tail enders are down there for a reason. But you know, if you just bowl back of a length and then throw a half volley in, they'll hit you.
Yeah. And the other point you probably didn't hear when you were changing over commentary with Matt was that I think in a tight game like this, where every run is at a premium here, would you have had your 2 bowlers start from half 10 that have been taking you all the wickets in this game?
Well, that would be the automatic go-to option as Podmore bowls. A bit of gentle away swing, and Mason Crane's looked well organised this morning. He's 8 from 17, solidly in behind it. Yeah, you would generally in a low-scoring game, you go, who are my best bowlers? Who is most likely to one, keep it tight, more importantly, take the wickets? And you think Podmore and Stevens. What you don't know is quite how the old 44-year-old body is, because he's had a lot of workload. You know, Ken didn't bat for long, so he didn't get a lot of time to put his feet up. So he did 27 overs in the first innings. He's bowled quite a lot yesterday as well, so it might just have taken its toll. Yeah. Podmore's only 26, and he's looked fresh this morning as he gets pushed into the offside by Crane. There's no run. But good performance from Matt Cole this morning. I was impressed with Matt's contribution. A couple of wickets after Ben Watts was and ourselves were dry yesterday evening.
Yeah, useful addition to the Kent squad.
Yeah, we drafted him in. He's fresh, you can tell that. He's eager to get amongst the Hampshire batsmen, and he did that nicely this morning, I thought. In harness with Harry Podmore and a couple of slip fielders. So Podmore, elbows and knees, very angular bowler, tall, and a bit gentle. It just looks like he's running out of a bit of steam himself here, Podmore. That earlier zip seems to have deserted him. 5 off the over. And I just wonder, do we know what's up with Matt Milnes? I heard Matt say he's not out there. We heard what's up with him?
I haven't. I mean, we don't hear anything, do we? Because we're in our own little bubble, really, aren't we? Well, you're all right, but I mean, the rest of us, like mere mortals, we're having to be kept in a very small area.
I'm bubbled up as well. I can't go anywhere near the players. It's ironic because I live 4 doors down from Matt Walker, and I see him most mornings on a dog walk. But you come to the cricket and you can't go anywhere near him. Not that I go anywhere near him on the dog walk. You know, he's socially distanced. The dog's not so much, Kev. Not going to lie. Dogs have a little sniff. If you think I'm sniffing Matt Walker's butt, that's not happening.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. It is going to be Darren Stevens. He's just left his jumper and cap halfway for Callum Haggett to run out and pick up. So he's just kind of dumped it on the floor. That social distance jumper passing, if ever I saw it. Just kind of He walked halfway towards Haggett and just chucked him on the floor.
But listen, hats off to Darren Stevens for keeping up the full COVID protocol, not letting his standards slip in any way. Just to emphasise your point about maybe how he's feeling, he bowled 14 overs up to this morning. Podmore was 15, so they were comfortably again taking bowling most of the overs last night.
So that's 41 overs in the game across 2 days. That's a lot, especially at 44. So perhaps a thought that Grant Stewart could just wrap things up this morning, get amongst the game. He did bowl without luck. I mean, he had a couple of catches dropped. The Jack Leaning one went quickly to Leaning, but it was breadbasket height. You'd expect Jack Leaning to catch that. He's a fine slip fielder. So sometimes when things don't go your way.
So here he is then. Stevens into the attack from the Nackington Road end, and he's bowling to Scriven, who drives up to Bell Drummond at mid-off. I'd love to sort of go around the circuit and ask a lot of 44-year-olds how they do feel when they bowl lots of overs, but of course there's not many of them around, if any.
There's none.
So there's nothing to go on.
He's the oldest man playing these days, isn't he?
Is
it Marcus Trescothick got him covered by a year, but obviously he's retired now.
Yep. So there's no data, unfortunately, to follow it up, which is another thick outside edge as he goes to backward a point, and Scriven will pick up a single.
Well, there's data of sorts, because of course Frank Woolley played here till he was 51. He was an all-rounder. Here's the stand away to our right here. I'm not sure Darren Stevens is going to get a stand built as quite so magnificent.
51?
After him. He was 51, and I was doing a bit of research on this the other day, because I had to pick for a magazine my all-time Kent 11, which Frank Woolley was a shoe-in. Darren Stevens scraped in by virtue of the fact that I brought him here, so I'm biased.
And don't tell me you were captain.
No.
Was you not?
Funnily enough, I didn't make it. I think Colin Cowdery had me covered on that front.
It must have been close.
I was nowhere near, Kev, you know that.
Oh, no, not at all. Were you in the squad of 14? Or didn't it go that far down?
No, it didn't go that far down. It was just 11. It would have been lovely to have played, and I'm sure I would have won a lot of matches, but mainly because the rest of the team were very good.
It's Crane to face Stevens, and that's a bit of a swinger outside the off stump, but Crane's leaving alone.
But when you start digging around and all these old players are looking at their stats, I mean, Woolley played between the wars, and he played till he was 51. He wanted to be an opening batsman, and yet he usually batted at kind of 4, 5, 6, because he bowled a lot as well. So they thought, well, you don't open the batting and do all that bowling. So he was in the all-rounder positions. Stevens
to Crane, pushes forward up to mid-on.
Might have happened to Hampshire's Kevin James. I don't know. I don't know if you were frustrated opening batsman and because of your workload with the ball, you batted in the middle. But Woolley always wanted to open the batting. This is what I was reading an article about him, which he was allowed to do in his last year at 51, and he did so with certain aplomb, probably because his workload with the ball was less, you'd imagine, at 51.
Stevens again to Crane. Crane's driving, it's in the air, he's caught at backward point, and another wicket to Darren Stevens. My word, he just turns it on and keeps going, and he's brought into the attack. Well, a debate for another day whether he should have started at 10:30 this morning, and Hampshire have lost their third wicket since the start of play. They are now 139 for 8.
Yeah, well, Darren Stevens gets a lot of batsmen out, but I have to say he was aided and abetted largely by Mason Crane himself there, because it was a short, wide delivery. It was nowhere near one of his best, and Crane just kind of slapped it. It was reminiscent of Coon's dismissal in Kent's innings, where there was just suddenly width on offer. The old eyes lit up, and he sliced it to backward point. Jordan Cox took a straightforward catch, didn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat on it. So the game continues to move forwards. Darren Stevens has struck. I agree that probably would have turned to him early in the piece, but
maybe he needed that 40 minutes to get loose.
Well, you've got to just get to the ground 40 minutes earlier, Kev.
Perhaps now just getting to the ground takes so much out of him that he needs a few minutes.
To be honest, I had 2 years with Darren, signed him in 2005. I played with him in 2006 before I retired. And getting to the ground was generally the only bit of beef we had, because he would rock up to everyone else would be out on the pitch, and he kind of sauntered down a couple of minutes late, and timekeeping is quite an important part of being a squad and getting out ready. Everyone's like, where's Darren? Oh God, where's he now? So perhaps the getting here 40 minutes earlier wasn't possible, because that's just not what he does. But he is a consummate pro. Timekeeping wasn't a strength. Admittedly, that was 15 years ago, so it might have improved. But he struck, that's the most important thing. The key number really is that 160, which is what Hampshire lead by.
Yep.
And you think they are not out of sight. It's
certainly not.
I don't know where the percentage, what Wasp would say, if Wasp came into play for Championship cricket or Bob Willis Trophy cricket at the Spitfire ground?
I know what I'd say.
I'd say 50-50.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you on that one. Nice we agree, isn't it? It's taken us 2 days and a bit.
It has.
We've got there in the end.
Yeah, all things could change again. Hold your breath.
Stevens to the Hampshire bowler Brad Wheel. Again, it's just swinging away from the right-hander, and Brad Wheel leaves that one alone. Played well in the first innings, actually. Brad Wheel just stuck around and helped Hampshire eke out some extra runs, and I think he's going to very much need to do that again today. Just having a look to see actually what he finished with.
He's not out, wasn't he? I haven't got
think
him
he
down.
was actually, yeah. I just need to look that up. But he hung around for quite a few balls.
Yeah, he played nicely, and he's got a man at the other end on 63, and this I think was the point you made about Brad Wheel in the first innings. If he wandered out to bat, you'd be quite pleased if you were 63 not out.
Definitely.
Tom Scriven probably can't be too picky. He's a young player playing his second game, but Podmore's in. He's bowling to Scriven. That's a nice shot. And Daniel Bell-Drummond's going to stop it. They possibly could have thought about a single, but I guess with Scriven going nicely, no need to get Brad Wheel back on strike. It'd be interesting to see how Scriven plays this, because nice to be in your second game and all of a sudden farm a bit of strike. All these boys have been playing for a few years, and it's all right, Brad, you stay there, I've got this.
Yeah, I'll marshal it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
14 not out of 67, by the way, Brad Wheel.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So he can stick around, and every run crucial. Podmore is continuing, and he gets that one wee wide outside off stump that Scriven leaves alone. Ollie Robinson dives in front of Heino Kuhn at first slip. Ball rather ran out of steam. Looked like a bit of an effort for Robinson there.
Podmore seems to be, I think you're right, I think he's not labouring, but I think he's feeling every one of the 20 odd overs that he's bowled. But he's still getting some movement on the ball, and while you've got that, you do want to try and keep bowling if you can.
It's from the pavilion then, Podmore, and for an absolute jaffer, just to emphasise your point, just when it looks like Podmore's run out of steam.
Yes. That
one on off stump, he comes because he's got that angle, Kevin. His run-up is one of the wider run-ups I've seen in county cricket, which kind of necessitates the away. You've got to get it to straighten, otherwise you can get tucked away on the leg side. If Harry Podmore was bowling to me from that angle, I'd be thinking if he gets a bit straight, I'd fancy picking him through the leg side. But what he does beautifully, he gets that little away shape, and then he also gets some movement off the pitch, down the hill here at Canterbury, and that can be tough to face from that angle. Gets in quite close at the end of his run. That one left alone by Scriven. Robinson takes above waist height. Still a bit of bounce in this pitch.
Yeah, and I think with Podmore, I think that's what keeps him going, because the bounce there is seemingly without any extra effort. The bounce just comes every 4 balls or something like that, and you just have to keep putting the ball in the same area, and it looks as though you're putting more effort into it, and yet it's just the variations in the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what he's done well, and Stevens has done well. Grant Stewart less so. Just hits that spot there. It's a big appeal for LBW. It looked on the high side, that bounce on that occasion, just counting against Harry Podmore. Scriven was forwards. It hit him on the knee roll, but it bounced quite steeply from a full length, and I think rightly adjudged by the umpire that would have gone over the top of the stumps.
I worried there for a moment because he played slightly across that.
He played round it. I think the bounce saved him. I think
Yeah.
it's Nigel Long at this end, isn't it? I think he's a familiar lean figure. Nigel Long.
Still a bouncy character, isn't he? Really, I had a quick chat with him actually when because we both arrived at the same time this morning. And
Nigel?
Yeah. Good lad. That's good lad.
I enjoyed quite a few seasons with Nigel. Went up to South Africa, and he was like everyone's uncle out there. He'd been there so many years, he knew everywhere. Right, this is Podmore in again. Yeah, as a young pro, you must have had a few winters overseas, Kev. Where did you go?
New Zealand mainly.
Yep.
South Africa 1 year.
Whereabouts in New Zealand?
All over. I had a season in Christchurch, 2 in Wellington. Played for Wellington for a season and a bit.
Nice.
And a couple in Auckland. Yeah. You over there?
Beautiful country. I toured there with Kent schools actually, under 16, 17. Yeah, fantastic. Played up a year and went out there. A few of the boys were on the beers. I was just drinking milkshake. It was probably about 2 years too early for me to really kind of enjoy myself. It's probably a good thing.
What a lovely tour.
Oh, beautiful tour. Singapore. We had a week in Singapore, and then we had 5 weeks in New Zealand, which I managed to. It was kind of over Christmas. Got let off a bit of school time. It was fantastic. And then as a young pro, I had 3 years in South Africa, Cape Town, a couple of years in Sydney, a year in Perth.
Stevens, and Wheel pushes forward out on the offside.
I think it's the best thing about being a professional
It is,
cricketer.
isn't it?
You know, to go and spend 6 months in Cape Town and experience different culture. I mean, it wasn't the most strenuous of gigs. It was play on a Saturday, coach for a few hours on a Tuesday and Thursday evening. The rest of the time you were down the beach and down the gym to work on your biceps and just going out most nights. They put me in a house with Dean Edley in the second year.
Oof, 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 oof.
I tell you, we went to bed before 4 o'clock.
Again, that's pushed out on the offside.
That's why I came back to county cricket for a rest, but didn't score any runs for 5 years.
But just think how the standard of cricket in Cape Town sort of rose the benefit of your coaching.
Well, it's funny you mention this, Kev, but I was at a function that I was hosting with Northants a few years ago.
Here's Stevens, and Will leaves that alone outside the off stump, and the keeper's almost falling forward to take that.
And Western Province Cricket Association threw quite a bit of money at English pros just after apartheid had ended to go and coach the black and coloured sides in South Africa, and it was a wonderful gig because you go there, you play with some wonderful people. The kids there were so eager to learn. And you get in the nets, and the facilities weren't always the best, but they just had a great attitude, the kids out there.
Stevens again from that Nackington Road end, bowls to Wheel. He played a mission outside the off stump. Well, we've seen that before.
And Rory Kleinfeld called me over from this function. He'd had a few Jack Daniels, I think, and he likes to enjoy himself, Rory. And he said, "Come over," and he had a bit of a chat. He said, "You won't know this," he said, "but you used to coach me." Ashwell Prince, JP Duminy, and Rory Kleinfeld, 3 players that I used to coach when they were about 10 or 11, 9, 10, 11, around that age. 3 players that I hadn't ruined because they went on to play decent level cricket. There were plenty of others that probably should have done that.
That's amazing. Because I've often watched them play and thought there was a bit of you in them.
Now behave yourself. Don't you start that again.
Here's Stevens again outside the off stump, and he's left alone this time.
Yeah, but it was they were brilliant. They used to call me the polar bear because I went very blonde, and the leg hair would go really blonde at that point. And obviously these little kind of beautiful little coloured kids, black kids, who were just lapping up everything that you kind of threw at them. But they wouldn't have seen too many people as blonde as I went at that time, and they were like, "Hey, polar bear, the polar bear's in." And they kind of come flocking round, and they'd hang on your every word, it was just terrific.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Wonderful times. Cape Town was an incredible place. I'd done a politics and international relations degree as well, and I went out there and kind of really relished all the different diversity that it had to offer.
Extra slip for Stevens as Wheel pushes forward up to mid-off, fielded by Bell Drummond, and that's the end of the over. 139 for 8 then, Hampshire, in their second innings, having resumed this morning on 108 for 5. The men out so far, but Manners for 50, didn't add to his overnight total. Scott Curry for no score, and Mason Crane for 8.
And in the other years was Australia, which was a whole different kettle of fish, just basically being abused for being a pom. But that was also good fun.
Pastime, isn't it?
But you know what? That was also great, and they were very hospitable. Having said that, I went to play at Petersham Marrickville, and I'd had my off stump knocked out by Wakar Yunus, as a lot of people had over the years. I shouldered arms in the opening over against Glamorgan in 97, and I went to play for Sydney in 98. Shouldered arms, and the off stump had cartwheeled about 10 yards behind me, and the picture, I think it was in the Times or something, it had been blown up, Wakar Yunus gets another wicket, and it was me shouldering arms, and my grade colleagues had blown this up and put it on the clubhouse wall. Podmore beginning a new over, and a drive from Tom Scriven. He missed times. He's on 63, going nicely, but still struggling to locate the middle of the bat on occasion. Yeah, and they said, welcome to Dave Fulton, our new Pom. Let's hope he plays a bit better than this. There you go. A traditional Australian welcome.
Fantastic, man. Yeah. That's what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you think of you probably would have gone there anyway, but I think of the number of places I've been to because of cricket. I never would have gone to those places. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, and friends that are still in touch with today, so it's great. Podmore looking for a 6th wicket. He's bowled quite beautifully. 5 for 41 he has so far. He's going to be 5 for 42 now as Scriven turns that into the leg side. So Podmore won't mind too much because it brings Brad Wheel onto strike. He's yet to score. Number 10 batsman. Can hang around. Podmore would rather bowl at him, that's for sure. And he won't have many overs left, you'd think. He's into his 22nd. But Kent a little bit short of bowling with Matt Milnes off the field. Grant Stewart's had a spell, not a lengthy one. He might replace him from the pavilion end. Podmore's into wheel now, this one. Defended solidly to Daniel Bell-Drummond at extra cover, and there's no run.
The captain might have to do a bit more bowling, perhaps. He's not the worst.
Well, he went okay last night, didn't he?
Yeah,
He brought
he did,
himself
yeah.
on for that token over.
And he practiced his bowling again this morning, I noticed.
Saw that. Yeah, I've never seen a man bowl to fellow fielders as much as he did before taking that over. He must have had about 25 warm-up deliveries. He just looked a bit stiff after all his 2020 exertions of the last week, 10 days. Podmore full and swinging, good delivery. Fred Will played a forward defensive at it. I reckon he missed it by about a foot.
I must mention a couple of these tweets. As much as I love talking to you, Dave, and I'm not concentrating on my Twitter feed, I just want to quickly say hello to Phil Webb at Silent Sports. Getting my hellos in now, he says, is back teaching today and will need to switch off. Even my new mask can't disguise a set of earphones mid-lesson. Exciting day in prospect, he says.
When did that tweet come through, just incidentally?
About 20 minutes ago.
I was going to say, sure. Well,
Yeah.
maybe it was on a break time.
So apologies. But I've just been listening to you, focused on you totally.
Quite right too. And Podmore is bowling to Bradwell, who plays down the pitch still to get off the mark. No runners. Ivan Thomas, the substitute fielder, fields.
Dave Fulton in something after he was older than Darren Stevens is now. Hang on, this is from Gwen Newman. I probably should have read this first. Titch Freeman took a further 825 first-class wickets at 20, mostly for Kent.
This is from Gwen Freeman.
Yeah,
So related to
Gwen
Titch
Newman.
Freeman.
No, Gwen Newman. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think he's sort of making the point that, yeah, he took another 800 first-class wickets after Darren Stevens' age.
Titch Freeman.
Does that sound right to you?
Yes, Titch Freeman also made it into my all-time Kent 11.
Oh, did he?
He was, second leading wicket taker in the history of the game. First class. I think Wilfred Rhodes holds that number one spot, but Titch Freeman took thousands of wickets. I mean, he'd take 300 wickets a year, Kev, regularly. 200 first-class wickets. They played a lot of games then. He was a leg spinner who, this is quite a long time ago, but fantastic servant of Kent. Matt Cole might know. He's plugging in now. Well, he's saying he doubts very much.
Yeah,
I don't
whatever
think
it is.
There's nothing around the grounds to commemorate Titch Freeman, I don't think.
Just Freeman House of the retirement
Freeman
flats
House
and
in the
named after
retirement
him. So
flats,
yeah,
yes.
absolutely. But you're
Freeman
right.
House. But you think, given his numbers, that he might. When you think the Les Ames stand and the Frank Woolley stand,
and yeah.
So I'm pleased that Freeman House. That's a nice touch.
I think
probably long overdue.
Kevin Ham was grilling us about that. Why Titch Freeman didn't have his own stand at some point. But Stevens now bowling to Scriven, who's played really well this morning. Squeezes out on the onside, and there'll be a single. He moves on to 65, and Hampshire on to 14148, 162. The lead now for Hampshire. I was saying earlier on, Dave Fulton, I think Kent don't want to be batting at much more than this during their final innings today. Or is it any signs of this pitch flattening out?
Well, there was yesterday evening when McManus was going with Scriven.
As Stevens now bowls to Wheel, just drives this gently up to mid-off, no run.
So there's enough in the pitch still, as we've seen. Hampshire's bowling attack is relatively inexperienced. We thought that Kent might be able to capitalise on that in the first innings. Didn't happen. But there's going to be pressure on the Hampshire bowlers, more pressure in the second innings as Kent close in on whatever that victory total is. So that could prove problematic.
Stevens to Wheel, again defends that into the offside, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond at cover this time. Still 3 slips in. Jack Leaning is about to come back on the field. He's taken a short comfort break, I think, and replaced by Ivan Thomas at mid-off. Matt Milnes hasn't been on the field this morning, so Kent one bowler light, ostensibly.
Yeah, that's quite a big loss at this stage, because you think Milnes, with his firepower, could have wrapped this up by now. Stevens
to Wheel, lovely delivery just outside the off stump, makes him play at it, and he gets inside the line through to the wicket keeper Ollie Robinson. There's no run, bit of bounce for Darren Stevens there as well. It's
well, Ian Holland bowled really nicely for Hampshire at one stage. In fact, until Harry Podmore got hold of him, he was going for fewer runs and he bowled overs.
Little hurrah from Podmore at the end of
very useful
Kent's
30 he made.
Here comes our update for BBC Radio Kent. This defended into the offside again, so no run. They've taken 3 wickets now this morning. Harry Podmore in total in this innings has 5 for 42. Darren Stevens brought back for a spell and took a wicket in his first over. The veteran all-rounder 3 for 27. Hampshire 1 for 1 for 8 here in the hazy sunshine at Canterbury, leading by 162. Already looking like a sizable total in the context of this match. Kent will need to bat very well in their final innings to win this match. Look like it will be over today, probably a day early, but absolute pot boiler here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Kate Kinsella. And defended towards the end of the over at the last ball. In fact, for a dot ball, 1 for 1 for 8. So that lead at 162. I'm talking about being a pot boiler, and then 2 or 3 deliveries just get dead batted for nothing. So
it's one of those
so much.
pitches, Matt, where nothing happens for a while. It just looks a bit slow and a bit low, and then suddenly one kind of bounces and seams, and if it catches the edge and flies to slip, there's not much you can do about it as a batsman, but you just hope sometimes that you play a miss at those and you can carry on. There you go, case in point, as Podmore beats Scriven outside his off stump. He's faced 119 deliveries, he's on 65, and there was a delivery he could do absolutely nothing about. But if they seam and bounce like that, just miss it, put it to the back of your mind, you keep going. I just wonder whether Kent might employ slightly different tactics, in the sense that Podmore kind of showed what is possible if you're positive. You know, he went out there as a number 11 with nothing really to lose, and he swing the bat. He played proper cricket shots, but he was very positive. That is wide and swinging on the drive is Scriven, but it's picked up with extra cover. It might be a Reardon there. So yes, it is.
Is there something that Scriven's doing that other batsmen haven't? Obviously, he stayed in. That's the obvious answer.
Yeah.
But or is there something that Kent have not been doing to him that they've been doing to other batsmen?
No, I don't think so. I just think he's kind of battled through, and he's the one who's probably had a little bit of luck. Don't get me wrong, he's played nicely. He's left the ball quite well, which I think is key on this pitch. As Podmore bowls to Scriven down the leg side. This one, some signs that Harry Podmore is getting tired. I thought that 2 overs ago, but he's still running in. So he's left the ball quite well. Joe Weatherly left the ball pretty well too, but what Scriven's done is if there's any width, he's kind of put his hands through it, and he's picked up run square of the wicket on the offside, hit boundaries. I think in this is 50. Scriven 96 balls, 9 fours. So he's been prepared to put bat to ball when it's there. Podmore back of a length, and Scriven is punching to a very square third man, almost backward point, and he's going to pick up a single.
From a Kent point of view, they'd like these wrapped up quickly, obviously, these last 2 wickets, but if Podmore is getting tired, they only have Stewart and the part-time seam of Daniel Bell Drummond to play with, I guess. Reardon hasn't bowled an over in this game so far.
No, he hasn't, and I thought that perhaps Daniel missed a trick yesterday, and I think he's captained very well. I think he's a really impressive captain, full stop, as he just puts in another slip fielder. I mean, he's got 4 slip fielders in here. He's been aggressive, and his bowlers have given him control of this match. As Podmore is bowling to Brad Will, who defends 17 balls now for Will, still to get off the mark. So I think Daniel has done a good job, and I'm sure he would have thought about introducing Marcus O'Riordan as a captain. When you don't bowl someone, doesn't mean to say you've totally forgotten about them. I'm sure he's been in his mind, do I give the spinner a go? In his defence, there's been enough happening for the seamers to think, well, they're going to get a wicket any ball. But if a wicket seams, it often spins. We are on day 3, and we don't know whether Tom Scriven is a very good player of spin, because we haven't seen him face a single delivery yet. So it would have been an option that I might have just turned to for a couple of overs. Podmore is bowling, and Will defends stoically yet again. 18 deliveries. He is 0. Scriven is 66. 142 for 8. That lead creeping up. 163.
Thank you very much for your emails this morning. KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport for Kent getting in touch today. That's on Twitter, obviously, at BBC Kent Sport. Thank you to Kester and Andrew for listening so diligently, even when we were off air, and informing us we were back. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for that. Kevin saying it's all working. Earlier, Kevin asking who was off the field. I think we covered that one with Kevin for you with Milnes off. And why isn't Darren Stevens bowling, he was saying at 11 o'clock. Well, it's a good question, actually, but obviously Danny Bell Drummond had faith in Grant Stewart to bring him on early, but Stevens it was who made the first breakthrough from the far end, and he has 3 for 27, 5 for 43 for Podmore. Michael, I think I've seen this on Twitter from you, Michael, as well, and I'll get to that in just a second. Off this ball from Darren Stevens outside the off stump left by Tom Scrivener. 66 now, top score of the match, his maiden first class half century. Michael says, if, as is likely, this match finishes today, and given how little county cricket there has been, I have a suggestion. Having paid my annual membership fee, which for understandable reasons Kent can't refund, why not play a 50-over match tomorrow with commentary and a live stream? Some cricket is better than a blank day. Here's Stevens outside the off stump, seaming away from Scriven through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Matt, I think you should suggest that to Darren Stevens and co. after their bowling exertions in this game. I will be more than happy to listen in to their response, but I'm very keen for you to put that question and suggestion.
Well, I'll additionally say to them, David, I'm feeling relatively fresh, so
yeah,
I'm up for it. So there's no reasons why these guys, who are just playing a bit of cricket, shouldn't be. Ball squeezed out into the offside.
I said that to Kevin James.
No run.
I said after the wicketless words of Ben Watts yesterday afternoon, it was good to have someone fresh and hungry into the attack. Picked up a couple in the morning session, no messing around from Matt Cole, showing lots of experience and guile.
Well, thank you.
Watts will probably be listening to this, thinking he just got a bit tired yesterday evening. I thought Ben Watts on comms, he didn't produce any wicket-taking deliveries. Well, I say that there were a couple of drop catches, but that's the commentator's job too.
Stevens to Scriven again, squeezing that out the offside as well. Just pushes down on that into point, and there's a run there for him. 1-4-3 for 8. Ben actually texted me and said he took himself off the mic in disgust yesterday. So upset was he with his own performance. Yeah. So he's self-critical. I think that's
well, it's a hallmark of a fine sportsman and commentator that Ben Watts is. You've got to hold the mirror up to yourself, and he did that. Yeah. So it was a good decision because we would have taken him off anyway. But it was interesting as well because Ben's got 100 recently in club cricket and also bowls a bit of medium pace, but said he's just started bowling a bit of off spin because the medium pace was taking its toll.
Stevens to it's gone into gully, shoots in the gully off the bat of Brad Wheel, who's still yet to score, but too low for the catch, just about before it got to Marcus O'Riordan. There's no run. He's at 4th slip, so an array of 4 for him. He hadn't told me about his 100. We've not caught up since then.
No, to be fair, he didn't like to talk about it yesterday.
Ah, didn't he?
No, not like Kevin James. He was telling me all about his exploits.
But I'll get him to talk through that. Fantastic. Yeah. I'm assuming for Shibben, who he plays for. But
yeah, I guess it's Shibben 5th or something. Yeah.
No idea. I thought he was in the first. I just assumed that, but
no, I think it probably was.
Stevens to Wheel, plays and misses through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. The Stevens magic, the hypnosis, had Wheel playing at that outside the off stump. Dot ball though.
I love the follow through as well because it was the last ball of the over, and he didn't have to turn around and go to the top of his mark. He beat the batsman all ends up, and then ran through, and finished past the stumps. He's now fielding it mid on.
So, well, Michael, we'll take your point certainly about I was going to say a beer match on the final day, whatever the modern equivalent that is. But also, as Dave Fulton said, you would have to persuade these bowlers to play a game that they're not scheduled to play. I'd imagine there are insurance implications, all that kind of thing. What if?
Yeah, it's the worst idea I've heard for a while. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's nice. I kind of I hear where you're coming from in terms of from a supporter's point of view. But these players have also had a hell of a workload. I know that the obvious kind of comeback is, well, they've done nothing for 3 or 4 months, but that also takes its toll too, because when they were on furlough they weren't allowed to bat and bowl, whereas club cricketers could go back to nets. The professional group weren't allowed to do any cricket. They were allowed to train physically, but it's tough to get those overs in your legs when you're not allowed to bowl in practice even. So they've had a truncated pre-season effectively. They then come into Bob Willis Trophy matches, T20 games that have come thick and fast. I think they played at the Oval the day before the start of this game. So if they do manage to win this game, and they might end up losing this game, but if they go to win this game, to turn around to that playing group and go, well done, you've now got to play a 50-over game because of the supporters. I think the supporters, most supporters, and I respectfully say this to our listener who made the suggestion, I think they will want Kent refreshed, ready to go and win the T20 Blast. And if they do that, that'll bring the joy that I hope Kent supporters are after. Change of bowling. Podmore's out of the attack. Grant Stewart switching ends to the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Scriven, and he's driving, but mid extra cover. Looks like Jack Leaning is out of the slips. He's into the ring. He's doing his bit, saving a run there.
Couple of emails about the permutations. Mike's written a very long one, copious and complex, but Kevin also diving in here. Will Essex need now 53 to beat Middlesex to top the South group, so that's going to make it all but well, unlikely.
Outside edge from Tom Scriven. Good delivery from Grant Stewart. He just bowled without luck, Grant Stewart. None for 41. He's into his 10th over.
So yeah, Essex are not far away. They're 7 for none. They need another 46 runs to beat Middlesex in that game. So they would top the group.
So eliminates Kent.
Well, effectively, yeah. Kent will be looking for a highest place, second place finish. I'm not sure that's even possible. I'll just work this out.
No. As defending into the offside is Scriven. They get a single. No, because it goes straight to a Lord's final. So you have to win the group. That's the first thing, and only two of the 3.
Oh, I didn't realise that. I thought it was just the finishing scores. Is it not? Okay.
No, 2 of the 3 group winners. So you've got to win your group first.
There we go.
And then so as soon as Essex top the group, then Kent are gone.
So yeah, Mike actually saying that in his permutations there, but. They'll finish on 90 points. Here's where it gets interesting, he says. Elsewhere, this is from Mike. Somerset, Worcestershire. If Somerset win, they get a 97 points and qualify for the final. But if Worcestershire win, they finish on 90 points, the same as Essex. And if the game is a draw, Somerset could top the central group, but only be on 89 points. You're right. In the north, Yorkshire could theoretically also finish on 90. This could be a tumultuous finish to this tournament.
Stewart in, thick outside edge from Brad Will, who's going to get his first run on his 21st delivery. He's going to run down to third man. Bit of a waist shape from Stewart, a little bit of zip in that delivery. But Will is away. 90
points seems to be the theme here. However, says Mike, if Derby, still 40 odd runs short of a batting point with only 3 wickets remaining, go on to win without getting that point, they'll also finish on 90 points. What happens if all 3 group winners finish on 90? I haven't a clue, he says.
Invite them all to Lords.
I can't find any details.
Give them an innings each.
Well, 3-way cricket, I like that. Great idea.
Got 3 groups, 3 group winners. Grant Stewart is bowling to Tom Scriven, who's solidly behind it. 68 runs. That was his 130th ball that he's faced. He's played a fine hand in just his 2nd first-class match for his county. And this lead is now 166. 145 for 8.
You can tell from my comments, Kevin, I've not read the small print at all, so there we go. But yeah, what happens if they all finish on 90? Pass?
Well, I think it would be the usual number of wins, which I'm guessing could also be the same as Stewart bowls, and defending into the leg side by Scriven, no run.
I don't know if there's a bonus point count back, whether...
When they were hastily putting the Bob Willis Trophy tournament together and the rules and the regs, they probably didn't work out that 3 teams could finish on 90 in their respective groups. But there will be some tiebreaker somewhere, and maybe Derbyshire will take it on alphabeticalness. But that would be a bit of a hammer blow, wouldn't it? To Somerset, I think never won the county championship, qualify for a Lord's final, so they think. Sorry, Essex with an E and Derbyshire with a D, they're in.
I'd like to see, in memory of the great man himself, Bob Willis, they perhaps ought to have a Bob Dylan karaoke sing-off. There we go.
Or a Bob Willis bowl-off from a long run.
Stevens to... wheel outside the off stump, leaves that to the wicket, and there's no run. He adopted that 3rd forename, didn't he? Of Dylan,
he did.
Because his love for
Bob Dylan. Yeah. Much like Graham Cowdery, who's our match referee or cricket liaison officer, his love of Van Morrison, which is given Graham Cowdery the nickname Van.
Oh, I did not know. Here comes Stevens to wheel, left outside the off stump again. This one carrying straight on.
He's seen Van Morrison live. Hundreds, I'd say maybe thousands of times.
Wow.
And wherever Van was playing, Graham would be. He'd leave a game at the end of play and drive a few hours to watch him and be back in the morning for day 2.
Wow.
If it fell on that occasion, yeah. Huge fan.
So 3 slips in behind wheel now as Stevens comes in to bowl to him. Some breaking out here, a bit of bat and pad as he reaches forward for that one inside of the bat up to mid wicket. There's a drawing a breath from David Fulton.
Yeah, nip back, didn't it?
Yeah.
A little back pad might have been interested in that one. When the sun comes out, I don't know whether it's just because times are tight and I'm telling the kids to watch the pennies, but I'd like them to turn the lights off. I feel it's a bit wasted. It's a bit like when you leave your bedroom or bathroom lights on as you go out the house. It's worrying me.
I'll take your point. Here's Stevens to wheel. Just dead backs that into the offside again. There's no run. Marcus Regional Fields at cover. No, I'd echo that. It does feel a real waste, doesn't it?
Yeah. Whose decision is it? Who gets the say? And yep, we can turn the lecky off. Turn the lights off.
How much does it cost to put them down and put them back up again, I wonder?
Yeah. Well, you've probably got to leave them up, but you can
turn them off. Yeah.
Turn them off.
Yeah.
It'll take a while to heat up, I suppose, or warm up. I don't know.
Stevens to wheel. Defends it back at the bowl, and there's no run.
It has been gloomy, hasn't it? There has been a bit of cloud
Yeah.
cover, but when the sun pops out, it's actually a pretty nice day.
It's pleasantly warm as well. It's going to be only to mid-20s, I gather, today in Canterbury.
Another slip coming in. I like this from Bill Drummond. Darren Stevens has been so accurate, as he so often is, that Bill Drummond's been able to keep these catches in place. They're quite close, so 4 slips covering the distance that 3 slips might normally.
Stevens to wheel. Just drops that into the offside again. Takes a quick single there actually to point. There's no man there, and O'Riordan runs round. In fact, Bill Drummond comes round to complete the fielding. Single to end the over. Wheel has stolen the strike. He has 2. Tom Scriven, maiden half century in first class cricket for the young man, making just his second appearance for Hampshire. 146 for 8, at least in first class cricket. And the lead 167. It's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Solent, with Matt Cole and David Fulton with you at the moment. Kevin Hand is in the rotation, as they say. Kevin Hand, sorry. What am I saying? Going to walk off. Kevin James. He's not listening, is he? Kevin James. No, it's fine. He's not. He's shaking his head. He's not listening. It's fine. Worse things have been said about a commentator than comparing him to Kevin Hand, that's for sure.
Grant Stewart's in from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Brad Wheel, and just talking about Daniel Bell Drummond's captaincy and the little subtle things that captains do well when they get things right that I like. That last ball of the over, he's put a deep point in, which allows Brad Wheel to get the strike, to keep him on strike. But what he's also done, because he's put the guy back on the fence, he's also got an extra catcher in. So he's trying to get him out, but he's also said, well, I've now got 4 slips, but I've got a man back on the fence. So he takes the 4 option out of play. You're still trying to get him out, and if he gets a single, you know what? We're bowling at him next over. Just nice, subtle, nuanced captaincy. Oh, I thought he'd nick that. Grant Stewart just head back and looking up at the skies, just waiting for his luck to change. Beat Brad Wheel. All ends up with that one. Seamed down the hill. Just missed the outside edge.
Yeah, absolute beauty from Stewart. Still yet to take a wicket in this innings. None for 43.
Stewart is past umpire Nigel Long. This one a bit wider. Left alone. Good bounce through to Ollie Robinson. Stewart still coming in sprightly fashion. He's hitting the pitch. He's probably the quickest bowler on show at the moment, or certainly with Matt Milnes off. He's probably got a yard on Harry Podmore and a couple of yards on Darren Stevens. And he's getting a bit of away movement. He's just got to hit that right line and length consistently, which is what Stevens and Podmore have done all game. Slightly straighter run than Podmore. Oh, it's an absolute beauty. And when you see Grant Stewart bowl like this, you understand why everyone's so excited about his potential. I mean, he's 26. He's not the springiest of spring chickens, but he's still pretty young in terms of miles on the clock and first-class experience. Playing all forms of the game for Kent, and that was a quick delivery that bounced and swung and flew through to Robinson. Number 9, big centre forward, another beauty. He's just in the groove all of a sudden, Grant Stewart. And we saw this, didn't we? Was it first over of the day, his first over of the day, where he beat the batsman outside off stump. When he gets it right, there's a lot to like, Matt, about this guy.
Opportunity this summer, I suppose, is one of those that can really push his case forward for, not just for contracts for Kent going forward, but as far as a first team place as well. Keep saying they are going to look for somebody to to take the all-rounders berth if Darren Stevens should ever retire.
Yeah, that could be 5 years away.
It's true, it could be, couldn't it?
Stewart.
Oh.
And another one. Action replay. I think if I was being hypercritical of Grant Stewart, I'd say if you get that 2 foot fuller, then you might find the outside edge, because you're bowling it that much closer to the bat. It gives the batsman more chance to hit it. But back of a length, big booming away swingers, good pace, and 3 player misses. If it was baseball, he'd be gone. 146 for 8. The lead is 167.
Yeah, it's calling strike definitely on those 3. But 68 Scriven, 2 for Wheel, 146 for 8. Reminds me, I have to pick up Ed Smith's book on baseball, being a newly converted.
That was good. His baseball book was good.
Bit of encouragement with Darren Stevens. Just 2 slips in behind Scriven though. That's the respect they're giving him. Punches it back, bump balls. No, it's out. Beg your pardon. I thought it had gone to ground. Podmore took it so casually that I thought perhaps it was a crowd catch. It's a proper one. It's straight from Scriven to Podmore at mid-on, and well, it's so often it can happen. Fantastic, characterful innings. Ends with a bit of a whimper. Just chipped up to mid-on, easy as you like. Dolly catch for Podmore, and Scriven has gone for 68. Hampshire 146 for 9 then. Really important wicket to take, and 4 for Stevens as well. 2 for Podmore, 2 for Stevens this morning. Podmore has 5, Stevens has 4. Kent are a wicket away in what should be, what we think is going to be the final today. A really exciting final day of this contest on BBC Radio Can and BBC Southern.
Oh, Tom Scriven, what have you done? He played so beautifully for 68, looked untroubled compared to just about everybody else in this match, and it was fairly innocuous, Darren Stevens' delivery. I mean, you think the wickets he's got this morning, he had Mason Crane slap him to backward point, and that one, which is just a line and length delivery, hoiked across the line by Tom Scriven, came off the toe of the bat, and the easiest of catches to Harry Podmore. Such is the hypnotic effect of Darren Stevens. Even when he's not bowling his jaffers, his wicket-taking deliveries, batsmen still get out to him. I just wonder whether there was a thought that, don't push and prod, because you're going to get one with your name on. You saw Grant Stewart go past the outside edge 3 times in a row, so perhaps it was, if we can push this lead up to about 180, 190 quickly, that might be enough. But it's a pretty ugly dismissal, as well as he played for 68, and that brings Ajit Dale to the crease. He hasn't had his best game so far, just 2 overs, none for 16, duck in the first innings. So see what he can offer. Can he have a better second half?
4 slip brought in. Stevens bowls to Dale now, and squirts through gully, and they'll take a single for that. He might even come back for a second. He will indeed. Good running actually on his toes to start with. And, 2 runs prevents the pair. Wheel has 2. Dale has 2.
Yeah, we've had a pair in this game. I think it was Felix Organ.
It was, yeah. So, Wheel's been there for 33 balls now for his 2. One of these 2 is going to have to expand for Hampshire, but they do have this lead of 169, and total seem to be decreasing. Team totals outside the off stump, coming back a little bit at Dale, but he's left it well. It's starting too wide from Stevens, so the nip back is not prodigious enough. Through the wicket-keeper, no run.
Yeah, a wicket now would leave Kent needing exactly 170, which is what they mustered in the first innings. I can't remember having won a game with identical scores. I'm sure it has happened. One for the statisticians. Wow, exactly. Yeah. Stevens to Dale outside the off stump. There's no run. If Philip Bailey or others are listening at the moment. I think there was that Test match, wasn't there? I think was it the MCG when England won by 2 runs, 3 runs, when Jeff Thompson and say Alan Border were putting a last wicket partnership, and I think all 4 innings were within 10 runs of each other. Stevens to, it's a lovely ball through Dale into the wicketkeeper. There's no run, just outside the off stump, and he played with it. It's lifting a little bit as well. It's got a lot to recommend in that delivery, but Gavraji down, he didn't get an edge on it. There's no run. Yeah, if you kind of get out to that, you just kind of shrug your shoulders and go, well bowled. It's the one that you just hoik to mid-on, as Tom Scriven did. I mean, ultimately it's how many runs you get, and the lad got 68. So you have to take your hat off to him. It's the highest score in the game, and it could be a match-winning innings. Stevens then bowling outside the off stump. There's no run. Ends the over. Hampshire 148 for 9.
169 the lead is then. And Will has 2, Dale has 2, Stevens has 4 for 31. Podmore has 5 wickets of his own. Stewart actually yet to take a wicket in this match himself. We'll continue from the pavilion end, we'd expect. A couple of points coming up on the emails. Paul saying, do you think to keep travel down and therefore costs, they could possibly rearrange the county championship to have 3 groups of 6, the same as now, play each team home and away, 10 games and 3 teams from each the other group to make 16 games, same as now. The 6 teams that didn't play this year play next, etc. He says that way you get to play every county at least once every other year. Group winners and best runner-up into a semi-final final at Lords. Well, as far as I know, Paul, there are movements behind the scenes about this conference system, the 3 groups of 6.
Grant Stewart trying to wrap things up for Kent. Well, I was having this debate with Kev yesterday about the 3 groups of 6, which I liked and thought that you could play home and away, and then have groups reconfigured at that point, and then get the top division effectively playing for the county championship. That would give you 15 games. Kev didn't see it with 100 and everything else. He just said, I understand his viewpoint, that there's a desire to have less 4-day cricket, not more than we have currently. Stewart is another one that I thought he might just have found the outside edge. Back of a length, he's bowling with good zip and he's nipping away from Brad Wheel, who at the moment can't get a bat on Grant Stewart, and he should be pretty thankful for that, because any bat he does get looks like it could end up at the slip.
I think that the 3 groups of 6 is, depending on what, 3 groups of 6 may happen, but I suppose it depends what happens after that, that there might be a knockout stage further, or those 6 teams might go into a further group of 6, possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly. Stewart is in now, and defending his Brad Wheel. The thing that makes me slightly uneasy about 4-day cricket going to a knockout is that there is such a thing as a draw, and if you have a draw, what happens then is that you could have a situation where two teams go through with equal number of points. So you've got a cracking semi-final, and there's a bit of rain around, and it ends in a draw. And well, then what? Then you've got to go back to a number of wins, or alphabetical. It's I like the championship being decided as a league, and I think if you then had another 5 games, so you reconfigured your groups after those initial 10 games, that would give you another 3 groups of 6, and you could play 5 games. As Stewart bowls, big away swing, it's clipped nicely through the leg side. Brad Wheel's going to get his first boundary, his 37th delivery. It's been neat and tidy, and Grant Stewart just getting a bit frustrated at being played and missed at outside off stump. Went for the magic ball, got on leg stump, and he got clipped through mid-wicket for 4. So yeah, look, it's the semi-final final idea is not a bad one, as long as you're really crystal clear about how you are going to decide what happens in the case of a draw.
I take your point on that, but as you know, Paul's plan here is 16 games. As Kev's saying, they're wanting to play fewer games. Your idea would be 15 games. Which is 1 more than the top division that would have been playing this season. So could they fit in an extra one, perhaps?
Well, possibly, but you might have to start the season a week early or finish a week later. Stewart says bowling 2, that is thick-edged. It's going to run down to third man. It might go all the way because third man is wide. Can't see who that is down there. It's about 500 yards away. Kadri, substitute fielder, is doing well. Prevents the boundary. Goes for a couple.
We might have to do a bit of
dancing
here, because I think I need to get over
there
to do my update.
So I'm going to move
Kev's
out the
going to
way.
do his update. It's all going to get very exciting, listeners, but hopefully you won't miss a trick.
Well, let's hope not. I'm going to dive out right now.
I shall talk through this ball. That'll work, won't it? And then you'll have a little bit of respite. Kevin's doing his update for BBC Solent with Hampshire 154 for 9. Stewart bowling, swing and a miss there from Brad Wheel. He's on 8. Ajit Dale is on 2. End of the over, which gives us a fitting time to pause. I may have just taken my... And as if by magic, the shopkeeper appears, as they said in Mr. Ben. Here's Stevens to continue from the Nackington Road end. 154 for 9. Wheel has 8 Dale has 2, as I was saying. Stevens with 4 for 31, 5 wickets for Podmore, 2 added to his 3 from his overnight total. And Kent looking for this last wicket then, 175 the lead. Stevens now bowls. Oh, it's playing a miss from Dale, played inside that one. Pretty much regular from Stevens, trying to use the Darren Stevens hypnosis on Dale. 2 minutes past 12, lunch is 12:30 of course on these earlier start days. It's just nurdled into the onside by Dale. Stevens doesn't look very pleased about it, but hint of an inside edge about that. Come through for 2, and they go to 1.56 for 9. Good running though, I have to say that. And whatever runs they can eke here, Hampshire, so much the better in a low-scoring contest. But yeah, Paul, like your idea about the Bob Willis Trophy. But going to update our radio listeners now. I think they're through the weather, so I'm just going to finish with a score here, I think. At the studio now. Stevens then, just defended the offside by Dale, trying to get on the front foot. There's no run there. Ooh. Well, Hampshire 156 for 9 here, so Kent are 1 wicket away from batting for the final time in this game. The leaders at 177 though, a low scoring contest. Hampshire have just maybe built up enough runs to really test Kent in the final innings. Tom Scriven went for 68 to Darren Stevens, the latest wicket to fall since I last joined you. Podmore has 5 in this innings. Stevens has 4. Scriven with his maiden first class half century. Could be a really exciting finish at the end of today. And commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. And was Kevin James doing his best Jimi Hendrix impression there? Bit of feedback into the amp.
I don't know where that comes from.
Stevens to Dale down the leg side, and there's no run. It's a very good point, because you're well away from anything. You're well away from the other mics.
It's odd, isn't it?
How bizarre. I don't know quite how you do that, but well done.
Thank you. Like most things I do, I don't know how I do it.
Baffling science.
Good game this though, isn't it? It's,
yeah.
Enthralling. I think Kent will be fairly happy with the way things have gone as well, and I think they'll also be happy that the sun is coming out more.
Yeah, it's sun shining now, a little less humid, left outside the off stump by Dale, and there's no run. Though, you know, the ball's 62 overs old, and when the ball's new and this pitch does a bit, it does nibble about. I don't want to talk Kent down, but they have a collapse in them.
Well, yeah, I mean the ball's still doing a bit, which is good from a Hampshire point of view. 62 overs done. The ball is still deviating off the straight, but I just worry a little bit from a Hampshire point of view that Kent could be batting predominantly in the sun, as conditions seem to be improving. We've still got cloud above, but we've got more now patches of blue sky, and I just worry that maybe that movement is more manageable from a batting point of view, whereas I think at times the movement's been a little bit too much. Here's Stewart, bowls, and that's driven out on the offside by Brad Will. Another single. He's doing a great job in the second innings as he did in the first, just helping Hampshire eke out a few runs. And the lead now is 180. I still think that's bottom end of what Hampshire need, and especially if the sun becomes more prominent as the day goes on. I mean, it's a good game now, there's no doubt about it, but I still think 180 puts pressure on the Hampshire bowlers continually. I'd like to see it, from a Hampshire point of view, over 200, that's for sure. I'd become a bit more comfortable with that. So, up to Dale and Wheel to get a few more yet, and Kent will be hoping, of course, to be batting before lunch. 3 slips weight as Stewart bowls to Dale, and it's just gone down the hill, and Dale pushing forward, and as we've seen probably, I don't know, without exaggerating, 500,000 times in this game. The batsman have prodded forward and missed.
You're probably about right. We'll get the stats on that in a minute. But
probably 1 or 2 out.
It's quite a lot to count to 500,000 though, isn't it? So it might take our numbers people a while. Essex 35 for none, by the way. It need 18 more to beat Middlesex, and that'll be the South Group wrapped up.
Well, you can't catch them.
No.
Not if you win this. No, that's it. So not the right result for you guys there.
Unfortunately not, no.
But you can do no more than win this game.
Well, that's true, and well, from a pride point of view, obviously, from a situation of players who wanted to keep themselves uppermost in the minds of the county next season. 4 slips and a point now going in for Dale.
Interesting, no fine leg.
No.
I'll put the pressure on the bowler to not bowl too leg stumpish. Stewart again, then bowls, and that's outside off stump. Dale's not playing that one. I just wondered, I've sort of made this point once or twice, but that might put pressure on Grant Stewart to bowl a little bit more outside off stump, and might give Dale the opportunity to leave a little bit more, because it's important that Hampshire just occupy the crease now, just even if it's the odd single here and there, just occupy the crease, and 1 or 2 runs come the end of this game might make a huge difference. Stewart again, pass to Dale, that's on the line of middle and leg, and work to mid-on.
He's trying to work that away through leg, and there's wide open spaces, you were saying, Kevin, so
Yeah.
you can understand why as well. I think Dave Thornton saying just perhaps Grant Stewart could bowl a little bit fuller here.
Yeah, he probably doesn't quite get the same shape on the ball when he bowls it a bit fuller. I think that's probably why he's reluctant. Mid-off's quite wide, so the straight drive's on. He seems like a bowler who likes to bang it into the pitch a bit. I mean, no, not with great pace, not a bad pace, but it's not great pace. Just get the feeling sometimes he's happy just banging the ball into the pitch. It's pushed deep square leg out, and that's a good delivery. Brings the batsman forward, and it's again shaped down the hill. And as we've seen umpteen times before, the batsman never quite sure what to do outside the off stump. Can't blame Dale on this occasion. He's the number 11. Nobody's expecting him to leave alone well outside the off stump, but he knows that perhaps he shouldn't have played at that one.
Yeah, just a slightly better length, I suppose, from
Yeah.
Stewart there, as you say.
That is the
Not
length.
quite as much, but
It tends to get a bit more swing from bowling just outside off stump, doesn't he? That's a good delivery. That's pitching just about off stump, maybe a fraction outside, but it's making the batsman play. It straightens, and you can do no more as a bowler. That's a perfect delivery. 159 for 9. Wheel has 9, Dale has 6, and Hampshire's lead is 180, having started the day with a lead of 129. 4 wickets have fallen.
supporters of these 2 different sides. Obviously Kent supporters thinking, just get this over with, get them out there. 180, that looks doable. From a Hampshire point of view, every run sacred. Just nibble and nurdle 1s and 2s here, and can make a massive difference to the outcome of this game. Just sun going behind the clouds here. Quite thick cloud, but warm today. Not expecting any rain. Is Stevens then to Wheel, who's on 9. Wheel pushes forward. The way he's playing, it's very compact, isn't he? Very no nonsense. Just up to mid on. There's no run.
Just sticks around.
Yeah.
Doesn't try and do anything he can't do, but it's very handy when you've got your number 10 or 11 that can just hang around. And as I say, even if Hampshire get another 10, say, and it takes an hour, that might make the difference come the end of the day.
There's plenty of time. Stevens to Wheel, fuller delivery this one, but again, just there bats it back to the bowler. There's no run. Stevens has to use his wiles to try and get Wheel out, but the ball's oldish, isn't it? Here, 63 overs old.
And I think the sun being out as well. As I was saying, that even though the ball is moving a bit, I just don't think the big movement has gone. And yeah, maybe because the ball's now into its well into its 60 odd overs old, but I think the sun is playing a fraction of its part as well.
Stevens then to Wheel. That's a lovely delivery.
Dropped.
But edged and dropped. Yeah, looked like it. Robinson going in front of Heino Kuhn to try and take that one, and has put it down. And yeah, you can see the reaction from Kuhn and from Robinson, both irritated about that. Heino Kuhn's a bit slow getting up, actually. Has he twisted something? No, just he went one way, wicketkeeper went the other. I think Heino Kuhn thought maybe inside edge going down leg side. He's gone that way, and Robinson's dived across him, but Robinson's put it down. If it carried, that would be the only other question. Stevens to Wheel outside the off stump. He's had a swing at that one through the wicketkeeper. There's no run, and Stevens would get used to that slightly grumpy demeanour after a swing and a miss. Hands go to the hips and he turns slowly back to his mark. Little chat with Daniel Bell Drummond. He must feel that, well, I was going to say that an edge is close, but we've had one of those in this over already. 2 balls to go then. Stevens moves Hamid Kadri round to a deep square leg to Wheel. Gets something on this, yeah. Then bats it back past the bowler. No run, picked up by Harry Podmore, who took the catch to get rid of Tom Scriven. And an apologetic end to his innings almost. A little chip up to mid-on. Was batted really well. Still could be the decisive contribution in this match.
Just trying to wind the live feedback. You can see the pictures, of course, via the Kent Cricket Club website, also Hampshire Cricket Club website, and just trying to work out if it definitely carried. It certainly looked as though it did, even though we're behind the play, behind the keeper.
Stevens to Wheel, last ball of this over. And defended, and there's no run. 159 for 9. 180 the lead then for Hampshire. 9 for Wheel. 6 for Dale, and maiden from Stevens. He has 4 for 35. The wickets this morning started with Lewis McManus going no addition to his overnight score. He made 50, caught by leaning bowled by Podmore. Curry was soon following him back to the Les Ames stand, caught by Coon, bowled by Podmore for none. Mason Crane made 8, was caught by Jordan Cox, bowled by Darren Stevens. And Scriven, as we said, against the bowling of Stevens. Not his best ball by any means, but caught by Harry Podmore at mid-on for 68, the highest individual score in this match. And his maiden first-class half-century as well. Great effort.
It certainly was. Here's Grant Stewart bowling to Dale. Dale drives and misses. Oh, they're caught. Yes, he's caught. He's gone. And that is it. And Grant Stewart celebrates a la Spitfire-like with the hands outstretched, because he's worked hard for that wicket. He finishes with 1 for 50. Hampshire are bowled out for 159. Their lead is 180. Dale has gone for 6, which means Kent will need 181. And I'm looking at the clock, and there is a little tricky 9-10 minute period that Kent will bat before lunch.
Indeed so, and we'll join you when they resume as well. Stevens finishes with 4 for 35, by the way, as Kevin said. 1 for 50 for Grant Stewart, and Harry Podmore 5 for 43. Tom Scriven, top scorer in the match, with 68. It went through the wickets just a little bit earlier as well. So from me, Matt Cole, from Kevin James and from Dave Fulton, we'll be back with you in short order. So, as Kevin said, it'll be a very tricky 10 minutes or so before lunch for Kent. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Session 1, Day 3. Kent need 181 to win after Hampshire were bowled out for 159. We thought we might be with you 3, 4, maybe even 5 minutes ago, but we're waiting very patiently for the umpires at the moment. Hampshire are out, ready. Danny Bell-Drummond and Marcus O'Riordan it'll be to open the batting for Kent in the second innings are ready. Umpires going out into the middle now, and we might just get an over, Kevin James. I thought we might get 2 or 3 at the time we finish, but seems to be a leisurely walk out for everybody here in the sunshine. Maybe just the one for Hampshire by the time they get settled, in fact. Thinking about 4 minutes and over, 12:30 cut off. But anyway, it'll be a fascinating over for from both sides' point of view. Thanks for joining us wherever you are today. Should be a thriller, this match. It feels like this could be a very, very close contest indeed.
It certainly does. I mean, by my watch, we should have started 3 minutes ago. I know it doesn't sound a lot, but that's an over, and I don't know, if I was Hampshire, I'd be a little bit miffed, actually. And there's probably a perfectly good reason why the umpires have come out late. I don't know why. I can imagine what some people are thinking. One of the umpires was stuck somewhere, but I mean, I don't know. I have no idea of knowing that. But even so, I don't know. Maybe I'm making a big thing of it, but I would be, knowing that the batsmen face a tricky sort of 10 minutes. They're now facing a tricky 4 minutes,
and on a very tricky pitch as well, with the ball doing all sorts. Who's going to open the bowling from this end? It's going to be Ian Holland from this end.
Yes,
it is indeed. So I'm going to very selfishly take this over as we run into an update for BBC Radio Kent at half-past. It's Holland then bowling to Bell-Drummond. 181 needed for Kent to win in this Bob Willis Trophy match, the final 4-day of the season. It bowls outside the off stump. That's clipped away beautifully by Daniel Bell-Drummond on the up and through the offside for 4 runs. You heard him middle that in no uncertain terms, and they're 4 for none.
Sat up nicely, didn't it?
It did, yeah, to be fair, it did, outside off stump.
Showing no mercy there either. Almost disdainfully smacking that away.
Well, it has been in superlative form in T20. Obviously, this is a very different form of cricket. But he's almost a chalk and cheese batsman, it feels, Danny Bell-Drummond this summer. But Holland bowls to Bell-Drummond once again. Straight drive back past the bowler, gets fingers on it maybe. Does Holland. Coming back 4-2. Fielders after it. Actually, Dow just stops it from going for a boundary, but they run up 3 in the end. So 7 off 2 balls, 181 the target. Yeah, nicely hit again from Bell-Drummond.
Well, actually, judging by the first 2 balls there, it's probably just as well we're only playing a few minutes before lunch. Otherwise, Kent would have millions before lunch.
As I said, this is going to be a very boring contest on the final day, and Kent are going to cruise to victory. I can't see it. I think there's plenty in this pitch, and Bowles have exploited it well so far. Holland bowls to O'Riordan. Was that an edge?
Yeah.
Certainly bounced before it got to the wicket keeper, but yeah,
just kept low.
Yeah. Just reacted on his toes there, O'Riordan, but the ball was grubbing little bits. 7 for Bell-Drummond, none for O'Riordan. So 174 left as a target for Kent. But yeah, I don't think we should necessarily read too much into those first 2 shots from Daniel Bell-Drummond. As every signs of being enthralling on the 3rd day. Clipped down the leg side bit by O'Riordan. Just straying on leg and middle, a glance down to fine leg, and single taken. O'Riordan off the mark then. It was Jordan Cox who opened in the first innings, but O'Riordan shared a good stand, didn't he, with Podmore late on.
Looks a good player,
yeah,
I have to say, but I'm not surprised he's opening on the first innings evidence. I think Jordan Cox was off the field a little bit yesterday as well, so I don't know if there's a little bit of a problem there.
Possibly, yeah, he was fielding today, but it's Holland to Bell-Drummond. As he pushed it back on his stumps, he has, and he's played on, and they have a wicket, Hampshire, just before lunch, and Daniel Bell-Drummond playing it with soft hands, but inside edge of the bat, rolling back towards his stumps. He made an emergency effort to try and prevent it going there, but he has gone. This game continues to surprise and confound and excite as well, and they'll come off for lunch with Daniel Bell-Drummond gone, the Kent captain. 8-4-1 then Kent, as they go into lunch on the third day, which almost certainly will be a final day, with Kent needing another 173 to win, but they have lost their captain first up.
Well, what a bizarre first over that was. Amazing first over.
It really was.
Sums up the whole game, really, of toing and froing, ebbing and... well, just amazing. I mean, it came back a little bit, didn't it, really? Inside edge played into the ground, the ball just spun back a little bit, and Bell-Drummond, understandably, head down as he walks back to the Kent dressing room.
Yeah, upset by that, certainly. But that's the end of the first over. Well, 5 balls, actually. There'll be a ball to bowl from Ian Holm when they come back out, but Marcus O'Riordan has 1. Bell-Drummond goes for 7. Umpires come in then, with Kent still needing 173 to win. But those first 2 shots, as I said, flattered to deceive, maybe thinking that Kent were going to make short work of this. That first wicket, with the cat very firmly back amongst the pigeons. So, update coming for BBC Radio Kent. Then we'll leave you for lunch for 40 minutes. And we'll be back with Dave Fulton, myself, Matt Cole, and Kevin James after the break. Full sunshine now. That will help Kent. A bit of a humid day, but warm out there as well right now. So Hampshire bowled out for 159. 5 wickets for Harry Podmore, 4 for Darren Stevens, 68 for Tom Scriven. That update coming. Should be a very exciting finish to this game, and it'll finish almost certainly today, a day early as well. Kent at 8-for-1 in their second innings, needing 173 more to win. They bowled Hampshire out eventually for 159, 5 wickets for Harry Podmore, 4 for Darren Stevens, and a maiden first-class half-century for Tom Scriven. Excellent for 68. Kent came out, and suddenly it was all a rush. Daniel Bell-Drummond hit 2 crisp shots and got himself 7 off the first 2 balls, but the 5th ball of the over, he's inside edged it, back towards his stumps. Emergency efforts trying to clear it with his bat, all in vain. The off bail comes off, and Kent's captain has gone. So they need just 173 more. I say just 173. Their total 180 will be the second highest of the match. A low scoring contest, bound to be exciting in the remaining time we have available today. And commentary will continue after lunch via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket. With the weather now, here's Kay Kinsella. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Session 2, day 3. Absolute thriller here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Kent lost a wicket just before lunch. Daniel Bell-Drummond dragging the ball onto his stumps. It apologetically rolled on and took off the off bail. 8 for 1, 173 to win. Then for Kent, Zach Crawley in next. Ian Holland bowling to him. Crawley withdraws the bat from that one in an extravagant swish. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, close to the off stump, and there is no run. 8 for 1 then. And Marcus O'Riordan came out to accompany Daniel Bell-Drummond to open. He's still there on just a single, and we can have a bit of fun this afternoon. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me is Kevin James. Depends on your definition of fun, obviously, with both sides. You might be behind the sofa or chewing your nails to the quick by the end of this one. But this is
but we love them. We love this.
Well, it's not a, I mean, it's often said, it's even become a bit of a cliche, isn't it, that low-scoring contests can be just as exciting as the high-scoring ones. And this one, well, 181 to win would be the second highest total of this match. So Hampshire making 191, Kent 170, 159 then for Hampshire. So yeah, this could be an exciting finish here.
I mean, the only thing that worries me completely with my Hampshire hat on is that batting was easy when the sun was out first session of day 1. Here's Wheel, and O'Riordan gets well forward, pushes that up to mid-off. That's the only thing that's worrying me here.
Yeah.
From a Hampshire point of view, I'd like to see the cloud cover still be over the ground, but we've probably got as good a weather as we've had throughout this match, and as I say, that just worries me a little bit. And I know when Kent batted, they needed 181 for victory. I think in these conditions, I probably now would have preferred 220.
Right.
Anyway, we'll see. Might be proved wrong. Hope I am, of course, from a completely biased point of view. Pushed out square on the offside. O'Riordan played really well, the 22-year-old, in the first innings. It's only his 7th first-class match. I have to say, the way he batted, it certainly didn't look like that.
He was pressed in to open for Kent the Middlesex game, the game after Jordan Cox had scored his 200, then fell foul of the COVID protocols and found himself on ice for a week. Marcus O'Riordan stepped up and he does look, I mean, I don't want to talk him out here, but he does look a very composed figure.
Keep going. Here's Wheel from the Nackington Road end. Bit of extra bounce. Keeps it down well, does the youngster. Plays it out to point. Fielded by Mason Crane, who was the man that actually eventually did for O'Riordan. He was LBW, the last man out for Kent, for 37, hitting Kent's top score.
So Dave Thornton is, at the moment, he's not on commentary because he's doing some very important duties. He's
probably his most important since he's finished the game.
He's COVID safing some chocolates for us, which you brought.
Yes.
Thank you very much to both of you for that.
Pleasure. I've enjoyed it over the few days. I always enjoy coming here. I say that everywhere I go. Who's that's pushed out of the offside? Always the best commentator to work with. I say that every time, and I really do mean it, because you're such a lovely bunch, all of you.
Everywhere.
Bar about one.
You just had,
or two.
Could have finished that sentence halfway through and everyone would have been none the wiser. Apart from Hampshire listeners, he says that everywhere he goes. Does he? He doesn't like it.
Don't you think? I mean, the thing is, we all do it, don't we? And of course, because we all love it and we all do get on well, but I think sometimes you do say it with a little bit more feeling at one or two places more than others. And this is one of them, to be fair. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Bright sunshine.
But you do say that about every ground, we understand. So this is one of them.
Well, here's a clue as to how much I've enjoyed being here. Is I don't very often buy chocolates.
Ah, well there you go. I said very generous of you. Thank you very much.
Right, no, it's true.
So Hampshire listeners, do get in touch if you've heard Kevin saying that phrase. I don't, about my chocolates for everyone at every ground in the country.
I usually open up my commentaries at home every time as Brad Wheel comes, and always playing it into the ground, a little bit of extra bounce, but O'Riordan once more is in well behind it. 8 for 1. Kent need another 173. I usually have to say now, our very good friend, our very bestest commentator with us this afternoon or this morning. I say it to everybody.
Yeah, you didn't say that. Well, you didn't say that this morning.
No, because it's your game. You opened up, didn't you?
Yeah, I was going to say.
So look out the next time we're at the Hampshire.
It's off a script. not even a script anymore. It's just in your DNA.
It is.
You're a generous and friendly man. That's what it is.
Well, it's just on autopilot, really.
Yeah, he won't be complimented, and he won't say anything nice about anybody without a qualifier. That's Kevin James. That's how I remember you through the close season, Kevin. It's Holland then bowling to Crawley. 3 slips in behind Crawley, turns it on the onside. He's played round that front pad. Well, you heard what the slips thought of it. I thought they were going to go into 3-part harmony for a second with their O's, but he gets a single anyway down to fine leg.
Yep.
Crawley's confident enough to play that shot, that's for sure. 1 each for the batsman, O'Riordan at the other end.
I'd love to point this fact out. It's Zach Crawley's first run against Hampshire in 3 innings. 0 at the end of last season.
I was going to say in first class.
First class, yeah.
Yeah.
0 first innings.
He's Hampshire's bunny, is he? Here's Holland to O'Riordan. O'Riordan, little punch into the onside. Well organised O'Riordan, and it's fielded there by, is that Curry just fielding there? 33 anyway, so no run.
Scriven,
sorry, beg your pardon. We don't have the scorecards, is a problem, so I'm a little bit in the dark here. Apologies if it takes me a while to get going.
It's easy to say one of Hampshire's young, talented all-rounders, and then that probably covers about 4 or 5 of them.
I like it. Thank you, Kevin James. Going to to work out who's who. Slip cordon, could you name those for me? It's not a quiz, but
first slip is Tom Allsop. Second slip is Joe Weatherly. Sorry, it might be Felix Organ third. I'll have to double check.
Here's Holland. Oh, it's a lovely delivery through to the wicket keeper. You get a chorus from the slips, and there's no run. Sorry, that really wasn't to catch you on the hop. I know they're changing around, and obviously it's a very young side as well. So
normally that would have caught me on the hop, but I got lucky.
It is Felix Organ.
It is Felix Organ third as well.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to note those down as well. Make sure.
Backward point Mason Crane.
Uh-huh.
Extra cover Scott Curry. The man at mid-off you certainly know, I don't need to say anything. Itchy Dale at mid-on.
Rings a bell. Is Holland then to O'Riordan. Right behind that one O'Riordan again, and there's no run. Pleasing from a Kent point of view, nicely middles that forward defensive, but no run on this occasion. 9 for 1, 172 to win for Kent here in the sunshine.
Keeper Lewis McManus.
That's
number 18. If you need to write that down here.
If the gloves and the pads don't give it away. Having said that, I shall continue in a minute. Holland now bowls to O'Riordan, drives into the offside, half stopped in the covers, and actually they'll come through for a single anyway, though, but almost certainly taking the pace off that. Sorry, is that Curry at extra cover you were saying? Yeah.
Number 44.
Good thing he got a hand to that, because otherwise that was through for a boundary.
And Brad Wheel down at fine leg, number 58.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
House, here we go. It's it's all good knowledge. There's no such thing as bad knowledge.
No, not at all. Well, when one of them takes a screaming catch,
yes,
they will be able to say it by name.
Well, probably not. So Holland then to Crawley. Crawley flicks us into the onside, likes to play off his pads, and that one's picked up by Scriven, number 33, and the onside, and it's the end of the over. It's seamless, isn't it?
It's just how quickly you pick things up.
Yeah. We'll put the microphones on in a minute and get this afternoon started. So 10 for 1, Kent Needale 171. I say the pads and gloves should give it away, but Adam Wheater, final ball of Kent's game. Against Essex on Saturday, took his pads off, and there was a kerfuffle in the middle. The umpires had to consult with each other whether he was allowed to keep without any pads on. He was fielding back, so I think it wasn't the last ball. I think it was the last over. He's fielding back, and obviously looking for run-outs for it to be mobile. And we've got a stoppage here.
Everyone's looking towards the Kent dressing room.
I don't think it's to do with the pads this time.
No. Yeah, I saw a picture of that actually. Yeah, of Wheater.
I mean, safety is the consideration, isn't it? Because keepers have to wear a helmet when they keep the spinners, when we're up to the stumps these days, don't they? That's the. What's happened here? So Zach Crawley has got his helmet off, but the concern about Marcus O'Riordan there.
Yeah.
I wonder what's happened. Didn't see anything untoward in that previous over. Physio Dan George is out there. He's taken his gloves off. I was almost thinking Dan might be saying, "Now, what seems to be the problem?" Because we're not sure. Forearm there?
Yeah, biceps.
Flexing, yeah. Yeah, it could be biceps there. Well,
How odd.
it's fair to say we're not sure what's going on. Arena's just practicing his stance.
Clearly in discomfort, whatever it
yeah,
is.
now he's grabbed Dan George's hand, so he's obviously making sure the grip's okay. Has it hit him at some point? Has the jarring gone up his arm?
I think so. It's his bottom hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bottom hand on the bat. Shouldn't be, well, use his top hand.
Could it? I don't think we've seen one hit the glove in the previous over, unless I'm missing something here. But yeah, something's up with the arm there. I think from the reaction that Dan George gave when he gripped his hand, that was working. Yeah, strange. You know, Ian was at the non-striker's end, wasn't he, for those final couple of balls? He's on 2. Crawley has 1.
So is his grip more than anything, do you think?
Yeah, it seems to be, doesn't it?
I was going to say the physio's just slightly obscuring our view.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely an issue about holding the bat properly with his right hand, his bottom hand.
I just wondered if one of the defensive shots he played, he's played some pretty solid ones, maybe he's just jarred his hand. But you wouldn't think it would cause that much. It's up near the elbow is where the spray's going.
Yeah, it's on the inside of the elbow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe it's rather than impact, maybe it's a ligament thing, could be.
Yeah,
I guess tendons up there. He says, "I'm not a doctor, you understand."
No, I can tell. Ligament thing.
Yeah, ligaments.
Yeah, that would worry me if I went to.
I've heard of ligaments and
see
tendons.
a specialist. And sort of a ligament thingy.
Yeah. It could be the tendons. Might be a bone. You've got bones up there, haven't you? Yeah, that's what I'd be asking.
It's clearly a bit of a problem here because this is going on for a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
The spray's been out 2 or 3 times. There's still issues talking about whether he can hold the bat or not. I mean, I have to say at this stage, there's a chance he might have to go off.
Yeah. He doesn't seem happy, Marcus O'Riordan. I'm wondering if he may go off and come back after treatment. But as you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a lengthy break. O'Riordan seems to be fine. He's not going off with the physio, but it's definitely about his grip, and there's been some attention paid up to, as you say, inside of his elbow. Yeah.
He's going to carry on anyway.
Yes.
Good man.
He is.
Getting on with it.
Even if he can't hold the bat, he's still going to have a go. That's the spirit. So it will be Brad Wheel from the Nackington Road end. I think it's your over, as I remember.
It is, yeah. I know, it was a long time ago. Down the leg side, that's a great diving stop from Lewis McManus. That really is goalkeeper like that.
Yeah, beautiful take that. In the season for it now. Gillingham playing in the, what do they call it these days? Well, the EFL trophy anyway.
Yeah.
The manager hasn't been terribly complimentary about the tournament, it has to be said.
Really?
No. It seems an oddity to play that particular tournament in times where we've had the pandemic, etc. But a little preparation, I would say. But I don't know. It's a Wembley final, isn't it?
It is. Wheel bowls. Reardon pushes that back up towards mid-off. Got an email here from Mike Vokes, saloncricket@gmail.com. He says, really enjoying watching the live stream with your commentary. But he's just not the same without the banter of my mates at the northern end of the Aegeus Bowl.
Yeah.
I know how everybody misses it all. Believe me, there's loads of people down here. Well, I say loads of people down here. There isn't loads of people down here, but
I got an email. It's a very similar effect actually, just coming in from Derek saying, enjoying the commentary. I live only 3 to 4 minutes from the ground. Miss not being able to attend the matches, of course. Yeah. Absolutely.
This was the Oval the other night when 2,500 were there.
Yeah.
That's a nice drive through mid-wicket. Beautiful shot. Over pitch there from Brad Wheel on the line of middle and leg, and that's going for 4. There's no problems with his grip there.
Well, I think it would have been 6 if he could have gripped properly.
I'll just finish off this email from Mike before you jumped in.
I have. I've very rudely jumped in.
No, that's fine. Please say hi to them all at the northern end. He says, I just cannot understand why a limited number of spectators could not be allowed into the open air at huge cricket grounds. Definitely looks like being a really tight finish. And I have to say, I won't mention names, but I was talking to a Kent committee man at breakfast this morning who we were having a chat along the same lines as Reardon in behind that good length delivery this time, and plays it back to the bowler. Where I don't know down these parts, but certainly down sort of BBC Radio Solent way, where I wouldn't say all non-league football clubs, because if I do say them all, somebody will probably say to me, well, actually not us, but it does seem a fair proportion are all allowed to have a certain number of people in.
So
games.
from a certain level at this point, isn't it? From
Yeah.
the Isthmian level for us. So
That's right.
the third tier
Of non-league
football. Yeah.
Outside the off stump, O'Riordan leaves it alone. Right, that's right, yeah, because I think the National League and
National
South and North,
South,
the
yeah.
fixtures are out today, aren't they? Or something?
They are. They've just come out this lunchtime, but that it is still, as I understand it, supporter numbers are still up in the air.
Oh, right.
And obviously, teams at that level, they need punters coming in. They're not going to make huge amounts from live streaming, etc. And I know there will be clubs that are thinking about that as well and how they might be able to capitalise. But yeah, it's a real issue for them.
It is. But yeah, you do think here, don't you, that 2 or 300 always bounced outside the off stump. O'Riordan, I think, just played inside the line. Looked like he followed it initially, but I think he stayed inside the line of the ball there as we all get some life out of the pitch. And it's 14 for 1 Kent in their second innings. Need from here another 167.
Yeah, I'd say from a Hampshire point of view, actually I shouldn't really say, because I didn't see all of yesterday, but I was tuning into the commentary at times during the day, but it doesn't feel like it's doing as much with the new ball perhaps as it has done in the previous innings. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's early days at the moment, isn't it? But
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see how this afternoon plays out with more sunshine around.
Yeah. And Holland bowling to, I know, is excellent in Kent's first innings, bowling to Crawley now. 3 slips in behind the England man, who just dropped his hands on that one at a point, and there's no run. So Mason Crane fields.
But yes, from what we've had, 4 overs so far. Yeah, I mean, if I had to stick my neck out early on, I would say there's a fraction less movement already. But I think it's still that sort of pitch where there will be some, but it probably won't be as often.
Might just be hard to stay in. I think batsmen have found that all the way through this match, haven't they? Holland bowling, slingy action, goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run left by Zach Crawley. So Derek, thank you very much for your email, echoing that of Kevin's email as well, about how you'd love to be able to attend the matches, but very complimentary about the commentary. Thank you very much for that. He's mentioned Dave Fulton here, so I'm just going to ignore that because he's not on mic. He's been complimentary about him. We don't want to hear that, Derek. I'm joking,
Dave
of course. Yeah, quite. 10 minutes, a long time in radio. Here's Holland to Crawley. How quickly they forget. Crawley, it's the leading edge and it skews off towards the offside. Could have gone absolutely anyway. Mason Crane is after it, and he will stop it, going for 4. Brilliant stop by Mason Crane. Gets 3. Zach Crawley was playing that through mid-wicket, I would wager, and that's gone off over point in the air. So gives you an idea. Holland has fooled him, beaten him, but Crawley gets the rub of the green. 17 for 1. He's on to exactly 4.
He was just falling over the offside there a little bit, didn't he? So
Yeah.
he's coming right across it too much, and that could have flown anywhere. Got away with that.
So Holland bowls to O'Riordan, pushed very genuinely up to mid-off. There's no run. Mike says the tie is on, he says. Somerset 90 for 6 at lunch. Essex have won. They've already got 90 points. So Somerset 141 runs ahead. That could go either way, but I think we can rule out the draw. If Somerset win, 97 points. If Worcestershire win, 90 points. Derbyshire all out for 195. They've missed out on a batting point, so if they win, they'll have 90 points. If wins are the tiebreaker, then Essex are in the final regardless. They have 4 wins. Derbyshire and Worcestershire would only have 3. This is defended again by O'Riordan into the offside, no run. So Mike's honing in on this 90-point target, where 3 teams could be tied, I think, for second place. And then in the old days, you have to call Lords, wouldn't you, for adjudications or these kind of things? I imagine it's written down somewhere.
Probably. I mean, some of the competitions are depending on what you did against the team that has the same number of points. Isn't it?
What will be the tiebreaker? We don't know. If anybody does know.
Yeah. Well, Hampshire aren't in this position really for me to have to look and find out.
Kent have been batted out of that position by Essex, so that's not a problem. Holland now bowls to O'Riordan. Tucks this into the onside, and it's just no run on that occasion. Doesn't get past the man at mid-wicket. who is Tom Scriven, and Callum Haggett comes on with a new bat for Zach Crawley. That was the problem, you see, Kevin. That leading edge should be wider for Zach Crawley. He's looking for a bat where he can middle it with the leading edge. Be absolutely fine. Now he's got another Willow. 17 for 1. Crawley 4, O'Riordan 6 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Solent around the world via the club's live stream as well. A warm welcome to you wherever. Thank you very much for getting in touch on the emails. George Pope saying, hello George, from the Romney Marsh, saying, I can't see an issue with limited numbers going to park grounds as opposed to stadia, he said. Think of somewhere like Moat Park or Arundel, Cheltenham, which is a park or a castle ground, a lovely place to watch cricket. That would make sense to allow a small crowd to an outground, he says. In fact, you could do that here at Canterbury. There's enough free space, certainly. The Ageas Bowl, I suppose much the same, even though it is a stadium, I suppose then metering out where people come in and out might be the thing, mightn't it, to make sure that people can keep a distance as they're filing through the turnstiles, etc.
I think the thing that came out of my sort of conversation this morning with an unnamed Kent committee man, that's a new error from Brad Wheel, and that's pushed out behind square on the offside, is that I think the feeling as well is that you can't open things up too much, you know, these test things, and that is the odd game, and it's, whilst it seems unfair on the sides that aren't allowed to, like for instance 2,500 at the Oval the other night when we were playing T20, you know, why can't there be maybe 2,500 when we're playing at the Ageas, that sort of thing. I think the feeling is that it just doesn't look right if all the counties are allowed people in each day. It maybe, you know, people will turn around and say, well, that's, you know, this is opening things up too much, even though it seems a bit unfair. Zach Crawley's playing a little bit half-heartedly at that one outside of the off stump. I don't know if this helps. I've just seen a tweet here which says the third tie break after most wins and fewest defeats is which side has taken more wickets.
Oh really?
Yeah, it looks like it. So most wins, so if you're tying for the number of points, then fewest defeats, and then who's taken the most wickets. So there you go. That's not, that tweet wasn't to us, I just found it somewhere else.
I expect Mike to be on that in a moment and working out how that all works out.
Wheel again then to Crawley. Crawley's on the back foot, steers that through point, that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Beautiful piece of timing. And effortless. Crawley moves on to 8. Yeah,
it's fair to say that's the best shot Zach Crawley's played by a country mile. Just going to take this next ball or two, and then David Fulton will be coming in to this seat for me, joining Kevin James. Old pros together, comparing war wounds, tall tales about the centuries that got away, that kind of thing. I'm sure you don't do that. It's all in the records with you guys, isn't it? You can't make these things up. People are actually there. Here's a wheel to Crawley, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Rather strange as it sounds, people were actually watching.
Yeah, well, in today's
what strange times they were.
Straitened times. I was saying the other day actually that it's one of those where people tell tall stories about, I could have played for United, you know, I was on their books but I had this injury.
Yeah.
And people done that with cricket in the past to me as well. And these days there are some great sites that if you say you played for somebody's second 11, there's a lot of records. So it's harder for the bluffer these days. I'm not sure that's a good or bad thing. Clipped through the onside. That's a lovely shot by Zach Crawley, perfectly timed. Hardly any backlift, through mid-wicket. Just a clip, that is. And that's 4 more runs for Zach Crawley, who's trying to get his show on the road. He has 12, O'Riordan has 6. That update coming from BBC Radio Kent right now. Well, I think this will be the final day almost definitely. Kent 25 for 1, chasing 181 to win, so they need another 156. They lost 1 wicket just before lunch. Danny Bell-Drummond dragging on to his stumps for the bowling of Ian Holland. Zach Crawley, the England man, seems to be getting going now. 2 crisp 4s in this over. He has 12. O'Riordan has 6 in the Hampshire innings. They bowled them out, Kent, for 159. His next ball goes through the wicket-keeper for a dot ball. 5 wickets for Harry Podmore, 4 for Darren Stevens, and a maiden first-class 50, high quality indeed, from Hampshire's Tom Scriven. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Cake and Cellar. And, David Fulton is poised and ready. Perhaps I'll leave those complimentary comments in front of him so he can read them. He can decide whether he...
Yeah, he needs a boost.
Because Derek's been very...
Apart from the chocolate I bought him.
Is that right? You think it's end of the over anyway, so you're not missing anything. But David Fulton will come on. I'm going to leave these lovely complimentary comments from Derek in front of him. He can read them out or not as he prefers. I mean, they're really generous and lovely comments from Derek. Only slightly lessened by the fact that he calls him David Futon. Anyway, we'll move on from that.
That's a drive by O'Riordan up to mid-on, well footed by Jeet Dale. Start of a new over by Ian Holland, a 1 wicket taker so far, 1 for 13, starting his 4th. Kent 25 for 1, lead 156. The sunshine is out, and I do detect, as I suspected, slightly less movement in this pitch. Because of the overhead conditions. Be interesting to hear the thoughts of David Futon. Looking forward to that. There's a wild drive there outside the off stump by O'Riordan. Wide delivery there from Ian Holland, but it's a no ball. Had a real slash outside the off stump there, and fortunately for him, he missed. Hello, David.
Futon here, reporting for action.
I can't hear you very well. What's happened there, Matt? I don't know what he does to you. Every time he puts you on, he makes you sound like you're at the end of the
my back.
Some
That sounds
tunnel.
better.
That's better.
Futon here. President correct. Thank you very much, Derek. I wasn't listening. What's he said?
That well-known great captain he put in his tweet. Go on, what's he said?
Additional guest for descriptive analysis, insightful comments. Is he sure he got the right bloke? You're not listening to another thing. But thank you very much, Derek, for those. That's a contribution.
Holland bowls on the line of middle and leg, and O'Riordan finds the gap through mid-wicket, runs up the hill, away to our right. They run 2, they're looking for 3. Not quite. And the total moves on to 29 for 1, and 152 needed from here on in. Are the overhead conditions making a difference here?
Yeah, I think they do. Batting is looking a little bit easier all of a sudden. It helps if you've got the quality of Zach Crawley out in the middle. He's smacked a couple of 4s, hasn't he? He's been in great touch with that double 100 in the test match, what that must do for your confidence. And they will know, Hampshire, that he is a big scalp.
Certainly is. Here's Holland to O'Riordan again. O'Riordan just pushes forward out on the offside, and there is no run.
And O'Riordan just continues to impress. He's done so all season. We talked about the Bob Willis Trophy affording these youngsters opportunity, and O'Riordan is certainly one that has benefited.
He is. So, sunshine out. Probably the best weather we've had since the first morning of the match. Holland at the top of his mark. Comes in again and bowls, and O'Riordan gets a good length ball which he punches up towards Sam Northeast, and there is no run. I got an interesting email actually from David Allen at this morning, actually before the start of play. It concerns Sam Northeast. It also brings in John Crawley, who got big double 100 here, talking about the captaincy, and I think it mentions you as well. It does mention you as well, David, but he gets your name right, David Fulton. So
I'm quite happy with
that's
Fulton.
a plus. Here's Holland outside the off stump, and O'Riordan punching that into the covers, well fielded by Mason Crane, moving smartly to his right from point 30 for 1. He's talking about the captaincy and batting averages, because as you know, Sam Northeast had a really good season last year. I think he was 2nd top run scorer in Division 1, 3rd overall. He's finished this season in the Bob Willis Trophy with an average of 25. Last year he averaged 51. He's been captain the whole time, looking after a young team, especially in this game. Talks about John Crawley and how he averaged, well, in the 40s to 60s basically, but the year he captained, as that's pushed out on the offside no run, the year he captained Hampshire in 2003, only averaged 33, only 33. That was when Shane Warne was not in the Hampshire side for various reasons, which I won't go into. John Crawley got 270 here. I think you were captain in that game, weren't you, here?
He was a tough man to bowl at. I think we dropped him. We dropped him as well, yeah. But very fine player, creepy.
Yeah, you got 98 in that game, apparently, so David said. I don't know if you remember. But it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, how much did that affect? Well, it didn't affect you, because you said in the middle of the years and that sort of thing, you were at your best. So captaincy never affected you.
Well, 2001 I had my one kind of golden year, I guess, where I scored nearly 2,000 runs. I wasn't captain then. 2002 I was the championship captain and scored 1,000 runs and played nicely. 2003, the pre-season was when I had my eye injury. So whilst I was captain from 2003, 4 and 5, those 3 years were with one eye effectively, so it's difficult to know whether it was captaincy, whether it was having only one eye, which is a factor. But I enjoyed it, and I thought I could compartmentalise to a certain extent. And when I got the captaincy, I was pretty senior in the setup. Some captains get it quite young, but it can impact your game without any question. Rob Key would say the same thing. He wasn't as good a batsman,
really,
because he had a lot to think about as captain. He captained for a long time. New over beginning, and that's a good delivery. As Wheel falls flat on his face, having delivered that ball. It whistled past the outside edge of Marcus O'Riordan. I was admiring the delivery, only to see Brad Wheel tumbling. Zach Crawley's patting the pitch down. Got an extra little roll then, because Brad Wheel.
Yeah.
It was a good delivery.
Wasn't it?
Pace. We're doing some numbers on Brad Wheel's batting, Kev, while I was... No, I didn't just sit there and chat with Graham Cowdery. I'm hard at work, a bit of research. He's faced 113 deliveries in this match, Brad Wheel, and scored 23 runs. Only batsman not to be dismissed. So it leaves alone outside off stump, O'Riordan. From a Hampshire perspective, that is, of course. It was a man who was not out for Kent, but it was a pretty decent effort. If Hampshire go on to win this game, he's contributed a total of 67 runs as a partnership. Coming in at number 10, eked out 67 between him and his partners. Unbeaten, chewed up a lot of balls. He's done a terrific job for his team, and he's now bowling with good wheels, good pace, I should say. That was no pun intended. But impressive cricketer. One of many young impressive cricketers on show. He's bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, who is similarly impressive. He's back and across behind it. That stop in play was for treatment to O'Riordan, who Wheel hit. Was that right? Was it on his? It looked like
I didn't realise he'd been hit. Actually, I must admit.
It was a short ball that he got hit by right at the end of the over. Physio was on, but. I love the fact that O'Riordan's just, who knows how damaged he is. He could have a broken digit, but he's had treatment, he's out there, he's battling on. It's a low-scoring game, and anything he can muster. He doesn't look to be too badly affected, in truth. He's playing nicely, but he's on 9, and Wheel is into him full, and he's driving straight to mid-off, no run.
Batting like he did in the first innings, doesn't he? Gets well forward as well, which is key. And that's a good little compact little player. He's enhanced his reputation with the bat already, isn't he? Even just one innings, taking that into the next season. I'm sure that'll be taken into account.
Yeah, he's had a very good Bob Willis trophy as Marcus O'Riordan. He's taken wickets. Wasn't used, was he? Unused. Gets through 2 innings. And it was dominated by the seamers. We thought he might have had a trundle. Not needed. So, opportunity with the bat. And he's thick edging this one out to cover point.
I mean, to be fair to him, he looks like an opening batter as well. I mean,
well, I think he was a batter originally. He was a batter who bowled. He's had a slightly different journey to some, in that he was playing Kent age group cricket. I think he got released. We were talking with Ben Watts yesterday. Got released from the academy, deemed at that point not quite good enough, and it just proves that if you want it enough and you're hungry enough, you can go away. More circuitous route back into the Kent team via kind of Ireland and Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club. He's in. And he's playing nicely as he defends that one off his nose. Short ball from Brad Wheel. There's no run, maiden over. So Wheel asking some good questions of these two. After that dismissal of Daniel Drummond in slightly strange circumstances before the break. Kent unscathed since.
So 151 for me at the moment doesn't look as though Kent will struggle too much. I know it's early days, but I don't know, from what I've seen so far in the few overs play that we've had, I think batting doesn't look quite as bad out there with the sunshine out. Here's Holland bowling to Crawley. This could be a big wicket for Hampshire if they can get the England man early. That's outside off stump, left alone. But I think even this morning, where we started with cloud cover, I just don't think we're seeing the same movement. We're seeing movement, don't get me wrong, but we're not seeing the same type of movement.
Yeah, effect of the heavy roller shouldn't be underestimated. Sometimes they reckon about half an hour for that to wear off, so it might be that things get harder. But at the moment, I'd agree. The sun on the wicket. We're still really only halfway through day 3, aren't we? So.
Incredible, isn't it? Wrapped on the pad there, Crawley. Called through by O'Riordan. That'll be a leg bye. So it goes out square on the leg side. 31 for 1 now, Kent, needing 150 exactly.
Be fascinating to see how Sam North East uses Mason Crane, because it's been dominated by seam. We've seen nothing of Marcus O'Riordan with the ball. So a little bit of Mason Crane, didn't we, in Kent's first innings, just right at the end.
It turned.
Well, he did turn, and he's a very dangerous bowler. And it might have turned increasingly. We just haven't seen a spinner.
But I'm just wondering, Dave, with such a tight situation as here, you can't afford him to have an average over, can you? Which might happen. Always beaten outside the off stump, that's just nipped away a fraction.
You can't, but by the same token, you can't leave it too late to introduce him,
no.
because that rather defeats the purpose as well. So it's when you turn to him, what fields do you give him, what cover do you give him on the fence, maybe in-out fields, protect the boundaries. A small total like this, it's important that Kent, from a Hampshire perspective, that Kent don't race to it. You've got to drag the game out as long as you can, because there's a wicket-taking ball in this pitch.
Still, Holland again then to O'Riordan. It's wide. Good diving stop by McManus in front of first slip. Again, it's interesting, isn't it? You've got two young seam bowlers who both bowled well in the first innings, Scriven and Curry. I guess it's difficult. And is that difficult for Sam North East to say, well, I've got two young and experienced seam bowlers, but they actually bowled really well in the first innings. They should be coming on before Crane. Or do you think differently now?
Well, what I would say is I think it would be useful for them to bowl alongside Ian Holland.
Yeah. He's been a steady bowler throughout for Hampshire. That's outside your stump and left alone again. Yeah,
he was going at under a run and over in the first innings, a little bit more expensive this time around. He's coming to the end of his fifth. He's 1 for 18 at the moment from 4.5. But if you can get the Curry or a Scriven on with him, a burst from wheel, maybe Holland bowls a longer spell, and then you can introduce those two. If they both bowl together, Scriven and Curry, there might be a release of pressure. There might not be. But that's the risk you run with young players, inconsistency.
Holland bowls, it's on the line of the stumps and worked to wideish mid-on. Ajit Dale, the fielder, end of the over, 31 for 1. Crawley has 12, O'Riordan has 9. That's a good point, actually, And having decided to bowl Scriven or Curry before Crane, do you have them on together? Yeah, interesting.
Well, you've got Ajit Dale as well, who was expensive, 2 overs for 16 in the first innings, but he's down number 11 on the scorecard, and you haven't got many runs to play with. At what point do you introduce him? Do you introduce him? Sam North East might be reluctant, but there's also a bigger picture here as well, which is that Hampshire can't qualify for the Bob Willis Trophy. You're trying to bring on some players. You want to find out about those players, and picking Ajit Dale at number 11 and giving him 2 overs in the match will not do much for his confidence. But it is to be Brad Will who is to continue. He's bowling for Kent England, Zach Crawley, who's unbeaten on 12. So you want to find out about these young players, and this is the perfect situation to do that. Kent might find out a bit more about Marcus O'Riordan. Scott Curry's looked really impressive. Tom Scriven likewise, with runs and wickets. Is this the opportunity to throw the ball to Ajit Dale and go, come on, get me a couple of wickets? For a game that is pretty meaningless in the context of Hampshire's season.
It is, but I just wonder as this game gets tighter and tighter and closer to the end game, that
will fall, and Crawley thought about a drive. In the end, it was a good leave.
Let's say, for instance, Scriven bowls a few, Curry bowls a few, Ajit Dale bowls a few, because you want to have a look at them, and maybe just the pressure gets taken off a little bit. Mason Crane comes on with 70 needed. Actually bowls quite well and takes 2 or 3 wickets. He would be quite right. He would be quite right to say, why on earth didn't you bring me on early?
No, don't get me wrong. I'd be getting Mason Crane on pretty early, because I think he could be a key match winner. And I also want to see whether this wicket spins. You can always turn to the spinner for a couple of overs, and if it doesn't spin, take him off. As Crawley defends into the offside, with a line and length bowling from Brad Will, who's still working up a bit of a pace. We used to do it with Min all the time. Min Patel took God knows how many wickets. He bowled predominantly from the pavilion end. He used the rough well, came left arm over the wicket. And I just throw him the ball and go, please just give me a couple of overs and see what this wicket's doing. And he'd come back to me and go, Tavi, it's doing absolutely diddly squat. I'll have a blow.
That's fair enough.
But all of a sudden, he said, actually, mate, there's a couple that turn quite sharply. And then there's a skipper. So it's a fact-finding mission as much as anything else. As
bold.
Another good delivery from Brad Will. It's outside off stump. It has nothing to do with it. It's right across, right eye over off stump, so he knows where that stump is. He's played here enough to know all about the slope. Just lets it go.
So in other words, along your thinking, as soon as Brad Will finishes, because Mason Crane did bowl from the Nackington Road end. As soon as Brad finishes, rather than think about a Scriven who bowled well from that end of first innings, say, we'll give a couple of overs to Mason first.
I would just look at Mason, possibly from this end even, but just get him into the attack at some point. It's a big waft and a miss from Crawley, bit of a flat-footed drive from England's number 3. It was full, it just might have nicked up the hill. He's padding the pitch, but we've seen Zach Crawley, how strong he is down the ground. It was a fully committed drive, but not a lot of foot movement.
Yeah. He's in a nice little bit of rhythm here, Brad
Yeah,
Wheel.
he's bowling nicely. He's had a good game.
Yeah.
Well, he was good in Kent's first innings.
Couple of wickets for him.
Because if Crane can do a job, then you can rotate those seamers from the other end, and suddenly you've got them in short spells where they're nice and fresh. You're right, Wheel in rhythm. That one. Tight channel outside the off stump. Good line and length. Fine over from Wheel. It's another maiden. He's 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. He's doing a fine job for Hampshire and for Sam North East.
I'm just wondering if Sam's already said to Scriven, have the next over the Nackington Road end. Because Scriven is already marking out where his front foot's lying. And I'm sure Sam just put his hand up to him and just pointed. So I'm wondering if Brad Wheel might be taking a break. We'll wait and see. I'll keep you hanging on that one.
Yeah, well, I haven't got a problem with that. Short, sharp spells. Brad Wheel is the quickest bowler in this match, I'd suggest, and important that he
just
keeps that freshness. He's wandered straight off.
It's alright, easy game, isn't it? Holland bowls and Reardon pushes that up on the back foot into the covers fielded by Curry. Yeah, 5 overs and he's just wandered off.
Andy Caddick used to do that, albeit he used to bowl for about 10 overs. He used to walk off, have a rub down, come straight back out and carry on bowling. Just bowl all day.
How was that allowed?
I know.
To one of those 6 pavilions down there. You never knew which pavilion to go back to down there, did he?
Somerset?
Yeah.
Well, he's got his name on it now.
Well, he has now, but I mean, you know, there were so many pavilions on the ground, I never knew which way to turn. Here goes Holland, and Reardon's pushing well forward back to the bowler. It's Pavilion City down there.
The Caddy Shack. That pavilion is now.
Is that right? I love it. Caddy Shack.
Well, you're going to interview the players outside the Caddy Shack. Okay.
Well, remember that actually.
Yeah.
Because he sometimes sort of pops up, doesn't he?
He does,
games and comes over the media bit.
Centre. Grab a chat with him.
Still telling people how well he bowled for England.
Yeah. Crikey. I reckon he's just about the hardest bowler I've faced consistently in county cricket.
You reckon?
Just a nightmare. Just the bounce and that waist shape always felt like he's going to nick you off. And then we talked the other day about when you turned it round. He used to turn around and bowl a scrambled seam ball and just cut you in half as it nipped back. Horrible to face.
Here comes Holland bowls. Reardon leaves that alone. That's a good leave. I used to get fed up of playing on flat wickets, certainly when we bowled, and then Somerset would get, I don't know, whatever, 300-400, whatever. And then Caddick would come on and we'd be 30 for 5 because it bounced all over the place. And you think, we're not playing on the same wicket here.
Yeah. Might be something to do with the bowler.
Yeah.
He was very good. You know, Somerset would, I guess because they played at Taunton, were a team that I used to enjoy playing against as a batsman. I think they got 400s in 4 games, and he didn't play any of them. And when he did, I very rarely got to 10.
On the buzz, there's a big leg cutter. Reardon, I think, played the line rather than where the ball ended up once it went past him. That was a good delivery. Maybe slightly wide, if I'm being slightly critical.
Bit wide, but it seemed a long way, didn't it? Which is indication that there's still a bit of life in this pitch. And Hampshire have just got to believe and hang in there. Make runs difficult to come by, keep challenging the top of the off stump, and be as relentless as you can where your line and lengths are concerned, and eventually you'll induce an error.
Yeah. Holland runs away from us again and bowls to Reardon way down the leg side. Another good take from McManus, who unfortunately didn't add to his overnight 50.
That was a big wicket this morning, the Lewis McManus. Kent did pretty well to get him early, as well as Tom Scriven played. Getting rid of McManus meant they always had an end open.
Yeah. Lasted just 12 minutes this morning, Lewis McManus. It was cloudy, and it was tough batting out there this morning. 31 for 1 Kent in their second innings. That's full, and it's wider mid-on. Chases on for Ajit Dale, and I don't think he's going to get there.
He's not going to get there, and that's the point I made about being relentless, because Ian Holland was excellent for the first 4 balls of that over. There was a wideish one down the leg side that could easily have been clipped away for 4, and that one was almost like he went for a Yorker, and wasn't quite there. It was a long half volley. No Reardon good enough to get it in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. 4 runs, and the shackles broken.
Yeah. 146 needed. I'd rather be Kent than Hampshire in this situation at the moment.
Yeah, but credit to both sides. This has been a good tussle. With Essex winning at Chelmsford, the Bob Willis Trophy South group has been decided, but you wouldn't know it looking at these two sides. Still plenty to play for. Professional pride and the opportunity to come second in the group. I think Kent will kick themselves though. They'll think of a missed opportunity at Chelmsford in round 1 and a potential run chase at Middlesex that they didn't take on here against Middlesex. 179 they needed when they shook hands off 18 overs, so it's just 10 and over, flat wicket, and you know, none down. Thought, I might burn a few wickets to just have a bit of a thrash and see. But shook hands, walked off, and those points now, you know, might have been crucial. But I think to be fair to Kent, there's always have one eye on 2021. I think probably Hampshire the same. It's about developing players as much as getting to a Lord's final. Change of bowling here. It is Tom Scriven into the attack from the Nackington Road in. Zach Crawley turning him off his hip. 4 strides. And he's 4 strides up, 4 strides back, and he's back.
Yep.
2 runs.
That's a big good test for Tom Scriven here. He's had a good second first-class match, no doubt about that, up to this point. But the ball won't do quite as much for him here. He's bowling against an in-form England batsman. This will be a good test for him, but what word, it's only 21.
Yeah, what an opportunity. It's past umpire Billy Taylor. Bowls and Crawley absolutely smashes that off drive. That was felt by Sam Northeast at mid-off, who took it cleanly and gave it a bit of a polish, but as much to ease the hands as anything else. Hits it hard, Zach Crawley, down the ground.
That's a clean hit, that.
Yeah, I think in the first innings he took the stump out, didn't he? He had a straight drive back. Took a stump out like an absolute rocket. He didn't get any runs. That stump saved 4. But what an opportunity for Scriven to bowl at an in-form England batsman. A valuable scalp. He's in again. This one he smashed back at Scriven. So
that's an ankle breaker.
yeah, Zach Crawley has attacked Sam Northeast, and then he's attacked Tom Scriven with the straight drive. Method of choice.
I'll tell you what, there's
Gary Nichols bat.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, not great straight driving, mainly because of you know, the way the conditions have been. I mean, these are clean hits. These.
Yeah.
Because so easily been on another day, it runs in 2 balls.
Well, maybe Scriven will pull his length back a little bit. He does. He's flicked into the leg side. It's uppishly, but he's going to get runs for it. Probably 2 as Scott Curry comes round at long leg and fields. Yeah, when you see Zach Crawley hit the ball like that, it's no wonder you look at Bruce Oxenford, the ox blocker, that shield that he wears, the umpire. Because white ball cricket, when they're really going hard at it, you can imagine an umpire saw Trevor Jesty, actually, your parish, get hit in the collarbone by Jason Roy running down the wicket once. And Scriven is into Crawley, better delivery, back of the length, defending into the offside. Yeah, Chris Jordan
running down the wicket.
No, Chris Jordan bowled the ball. Trevor Jesty wasn't running down the wicket. That would be strange. Strange tactic from an umpire. No, Chris Jordan was bowling and Jason Roy came down the wicket and smashed this thing, and Chris Jordan was in his follow through. It kind of went over his shoulder and hit TJ on the collarbone, and he went down. He was a tough boy, wasn't he, Trevor Jesty? He went down. I thought, crikey, I'm not sure he's ever going to get up from that. It took about 10 minutes, but he did. He was groggy. Ball in, Crawley is all up and over. It was full and straight, and such is the nick that Zach Crawley is in. He's just lofted it. Didn't get all of it, but over wide mid-on, and he gets another boundary. So Reardon is 13, Crawley is 20, Kent are 43 for 1. 138 to win. Bit of a change in commentary. Matt Cole is back with us.
He's starting to hit the ball fairly solidly, Zach Crawley, isn't he?
Yes, that last over from Tom Scriven, there were a couple of straight drives he unfurled that were as good as anything he played in that test match. Yeah, good luck if you're a bowler bowling full to Zach Crawley, because you could get one back with interest.
It's more because Reardon will face the start of this next over from in Holland from the pavilion end. Sunshine here now. Wispy cloud. Bowls now to O'Riordan down the leg side. Good take that. Really took off from the pitch as well. Down the leg side. Lewis McManus. 43 for 1. O'Riordan, certainly his stock goes up and up with Kent, I'd say, with every performance he puts in. We've had him all round the batting order. Decent spin bowler, good fielder too. Coming to top of the hour to do updates for BBC Radio Kent, BBC Surrey. Outside the off stump and left by O'Riordan, and there's no run.
I've been having some conversations on Twitter as well.
Have you?
Yeah, well, Mike Bell, I think he might have been the guy that suggested playing the beer match effectively tomorrow, and I was a bit flippant in my reply. He took umbrage, rightly so. Actually, I've apologised for being a bit flippant. Just pointed out, workloads and the likes of Darren Stevens and Podmore, and might not relish another bit of a bowl tomorrow.
Holland to O'Riordan, up on his toes there, and punches it up to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, and he's kind of accepted my apology and had some nice suggestions, and it's good to
I'm sure this is Twitter we're talking about. I'm sure this is Twitter you're talking about.
You
should be at war by now.
No, it's all very civilised. Good. So thanks to Mike for his contributions. At Dave Tav Fulton, if you want to get in touch with me.
Actual real adults on Twitter, it turns out.
Yes, constructive conversations in no more than however many characters you're allowed these days.
Mark the day. Here comes Holland to O'Riordan, up to mid-off again. No run. So you've been discussing the possibilities of day off cricket, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I think the point being that with the Kent membership being deprived of cricket this year, and watching it on the stream, if the game does finish inside the distance, maybe the opportunity to get another day's cricket would be welcome. But I think the players, to be honest, these games are coming thick and fast at the minute. It's probably the last thing they want, but I take his point.
Holland to O'Riordan. Again, it's on off stump line, and O'Riordan playing it back at the bowler, and there's no run. So got through 5 dot balls so far. 43 for 1. Kent need 138 to win. It's a tough one. Another tweet from Matt Warmington saying the government has defined what it considers as elite sport, talking about supporters coming back in. In football it cuts off at National League North and South, so because the third tier of non-league football is not elite sport, people can turn up. Here's Holland to O'Riordan just outside the off stump, and there's no run for that. And I suppose the same, and Matt saying, presumably in cricket, first class level, it's elite sport, so you're not allowed fans, same thing. So I think you've got absolutely right in terms of the.
Could you go and watch Surrey, because they haven't been playing particularly well this year? Does that still count as elite sport? It's unnecessary, that, isn't it? Unnecessary. There I go again. I'll be getting more Twitter feedback probably from the odd Surrey supporter.
Well, I've put my cards on the table, and I think if there's a full season next year, they will win a game.
To be fair, they have won a game. They won their first game the other day, didn't they? The T20.
That makes sense. I was thinking first class wise, but I mean, as long as they're in a group with one of these six tiered ones where you have presumably they'll be the bottom seed now. Enough of that.
Enough of that Surrey bashing. And Scriven is in. He's bowling to Zach Crawley, and he beats him all ends up. So having bowled a couple of foolish deliveries that got lacerated back at him, he's just pulled his length back and he beats the England man outside off stump.
See, I affected a change here. The Hampshire bowlers, this is an indication they're getting through the overs pretty quickly, because I affected a change about 3 minutes too. We're already through another over, aren't we? We could be through a third one by the time I get to do my update.
You've been excellent today, after wicketless Watts, as we're calling him.
But I've mistimed this, to be honest, is what I'm saying. I shan't take any credit for it, but it's an indication they are getting through their overs quick, though.
Scriven is in. He's back of a length to Crawley. He kind of whips this one from back of a length and outside off stump. Wide of mid-on, gets a single. Other one ticked off.
I was
4 for 1.
I was afraid after such
21.
Sorry, I'm talking all over you, but which isn't very professional. But I was afraid that the torpor of that final session last night might overtake the rest of the game. It might peter out to be a draw. So I'm here to move things along.
Well, it's good. I'll tell you what, you get good odds on a draw at the moment.
You certainly would.
You need a COVID situation as Reardon defends Scriven. You mustn't rule that out, of course.
No. That's true, and it's obviously happened to the Northants game as well. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. I think it's good news for them anyway. Well, Kent 43 for 1. They need 138 more to win. Call that 44 for 1. Then another run now. 137 to win there. Zach Crawley, the England man, starting to look really confident, hitting the ball really hard. He's on 21. Marcus O'Riordan has 13. They lost Danny Drummond just for lunch, Kent, after bowling Hampshire out for 159 with 5 wickets for Darren Stevens. 5 for Harry Podmore, 4 for Darren Stevens. Kent looking favourites to win here, but this pitch has been a bit up and down, and certainly we could have some excitement on this third day. Almost certain to finish a day early, and looks like it could be a grandstand finish as well. At the moment, Kent favourites 44 for 1, needing 137 to win at Canterbury. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Kate Kinsella.
Scriven to O'Riordan.
So it's Scriven, isn't it? I was saying it's Wheel. He's been taken off some time ago.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. Tom Scriven in this match. A couple of good wickets. We've got Jack Leaning and Ollie Robinson with a couple of jaffers just kind of angled in from the end he's bowling now, the Nackington Road end. You expect the ball to go when it pitches middle and off, maybe back into the right-handed batsman, but just held its line from a good length. One caught behind, one caught slip. Obviously, he top scored in the match so far as well with 68, just playing his second game. Good to see these young players getting this kind of opportunity to fall, and O'Riordan's driving, picks out extra cover, 1 bounce. Ian Holland fields, and there's no run, just a 1 from the over. Kent going along quite nicely at the moment in the sunshine here at the Spitfire ground. 44 for 1. They need another 137.
Not having seen him before, obviously just played one first-class match for Tom Scriven. Reading the biog, certainly talked about proper all-rounder, certainly at under 19 level, and what we've seen today certainly bears that out. Philip has given us there we are. You see, he's found the ECB regulations about the Bob Willis Trophy and has actually sent me the tiebreaker. I'll find that in a second. But it is most wins, fewest losses in the Bob Willis Trophy. You finish level on points. Then points between the two sides who are tied. So if you play each other in a group, then whoever won that match or whoever got the most bonus points in that match would hold sway. Then it's most wickets, then it's most runs. So there are proper tiebreakers throughout that. There we go. If teams finish second on 90 points, but Somerset look like they're going to could well top their group and finish with 97 points, which would mean they will be in the final, but then it's a decider of who finishes second out of the other two groups. So all that to come. What we do know is Kent and Hampshire certainly are not in any danger of winning the Bob Willis Trophy, but doesn't make this any less exciting. Well, it probably makes it slightly less exciting. What am I saying? Of course it does.
Well, I think excitement can still be ramped up, man. I think what it is making it slightly less important in the context of the trophy, because we know that Essex have dealt Kent and Hampshire a blow. I think Hampshire were always up against it mathematically at the outset of this round of matches. But Kent had realistic aspirations. The problem is when you come close, and if they win this, they will come close. They'll look back and think, oh, if only and what ifs. But as I said, I think this is an opportunity, the Bob Willis Trophy, to look at players for next year. And if you think of Jordan Cox with his double 100, the emergence of O'Riordan, and Jack Leaning settling in. Found out a little bit about that bloke, Darren Stevens, as well. He looks like he might be a decent player.
It might.
Talking of Darren Stevens, here's Scott Curry. You know, the only resemblance is that Curry has 44 on his back, which is Darren Stevens' age. Curry's 19. Here he goes. Matt took you through it. And
Curry then bowling to Crawley, turns us into the onside, and there is no run. Mike has been doing the number crunching on who finishes where. Derbyshire had a badly weather affected draw where they took only 6 wickets. As a result, at the end of the first innings in this round, Worcester had taken 76, Derbyshire only 65, and since both have to take a further 10 to win, Derbyshire would lose out to Essex on wins to Worcestershire on wickets. I hope you're still with us. Essex Drat, he says, that's his words, not mine, are in the final. Here's Curry then bowling to Crawley. Cuts that through the offside beautifully, pierces the field, and that'll be 4, hitting it on the up. In fact, he probably hasn't quite timed that as well as a couple of the previous shots, but that's enough for 4. Wasn't that aggressive on that occasion. So 48 for 1, 133 to win. So Mike said Essex are in the final, to be joined by the Worcestershire Somerset winner. Only in the unlikely event of those two drawing can Derbyshire qualify. Somerset will be top, but only on 89 points, you'll remember. It seems a long time ago now since we tried to work all that out. I say we, that's a royal we.
When someone got together and thought of the Bob Willis Trophy concept. It was just trying to get cricket on, wasn't it?
Curry to Crawley. It's a good point. Weren't expecting this complications. Quick single taken. O'Riordan runs well. Backs up one. The throw comes in from extra cover, but isn't going to discomfort the batsman.
Well, when you're trying to squeeze a championship equivalent into 2 months, and half of that is taken up with the T20 blast, then you have to kind of think out the box a bit. And obviously they came up with the 3 groups, and I've said before I like the 3 groups of 6. The problem is that 3 group winners don't go into a Lord's final.
No. True enough. It's a Curry bowling to O'Riordan. Bit of shape in the air, but on leg stump, turns it to the onside. It's fielded there by Brad Wheel, and there's no run, 49 for 1.
So, of course, what I'd like to see, Matt, is the 3 group winners all go to Lords, and the day before they have like a kind of It's a Knockout with all kinds of different activities on the nursery grounds.
Nice.
And the winners of It's a Knockout, the two winners go through to the final when one team beeps a hasty retreat. All kinds of assault courses and silly goings on.
You could make it sort of cricket themed. It's a knockout.
Yeah, of course you could.
Sort of coconut shies and stuff like that. Yeah. It's driven up to mid-off. I hope someone's writing this down. This feels like a script development meeting. Is there a pitch coming at some point? No run.
I just think in the crazy year of COVID, you know, we could do with putting some smiles on some faces, and what better way than eliminating a county in some sort of mud pool, assault course or whatever. With a cricket bat in hand, fully padded up, of course. But
you like the idea of, I don't know, Sam North East dressed up in a massive polystyrene suit pretending to be an elephant or something like that?
Yeah, with pads on.
Run an assault course. The ball flicked into the onside by O'Riordan from this ball from Curry, and they'll take a single end of the over, and 6 more. Kent have up to 50 now, 54-1. And so they need just another 131 to win. I say just another 131 to win. Those kind of runs have been hard to get in this match, but it's looking more straightforward out there at this point.
Well, Zach Crawley can do that, can't he? He plays this kind of innings. He's in such ripe form that he can dismantle any attack, as we've seen over the last couple of weeks. So I think if Hampshire want to win this match, they've got to get rid of Crawley, but they've got to get rid of him quite quickly, because he's making inroads into this target of 181. It's to be Scriven to continue. He's bowling to O'Riordan, outside off stump, lets it go. Manus watches it right into the gloves.
Yeah, they need a bit of run on wickets here, don't they? Hampshire need to take 2 or 3 in quick succession just to upset the rhythm of Kent, the momentum they've got at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen that in this match though. Wickets have gone down in clusters. I mean, Hampshire was 69 without loss on the first morning, with it zipping around all over the place, and then suddenly bang, 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 and they lose 3 or 4 quickly. So Kent not out the woods by any stretch, but I'd say they're ahead at the moment. The Scriven bowling to O'Riordan, squares him up a fraction on the back foot. Nicely organised is Kent's off-spinning all-rounder, promoted back to open the batting. Jordan Cox, a few stomach cramps. Nothing COVID related.
Is that right?
But that's why he was off the pitch. He's got to serve his time, so I'm not sure how long he was off for. But he can come in from 7 onwards, or once he's served his time.
He reappeared today. Was he off for a spell yesterday?
Yeah, he was off. So he probably hasn't served that time yet. As Scriven's in 4, and O'Riordan's driving nicely. I don't think he got all of it, but he's going to get 4. It was just a question of whether it beat the stumps. It was so straight. He had to wait for it to go past the stumps, because it could have ricocheted to a fielder. But he gets 4. Another nice looking shot from Marcus O'Riordan. It's 54 for 1.
I gather O'Riordan's one of those that just fell out of love with cricket a little bit, perhaps didn't get the opportunities that he wanted, having come through the academy. He was in the second 11, played some club cricket for Tunbridge Wells as well, been out in Ireland.
I think he got let go. I think he got let go. I think there was a feeling that he probably wasn't quite cutting the mustard at that time. As he defends, again very straight, back down the pitch. So I think at that point, as can happen when you get released from what is probably your dream at a young age, you can get slightly disillusioned. But credit to him, he regrouped, he went away, bit of Ireland, as you say, bit of Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club. He got an opportunity last year, drafted back in by Kent's second team, and he impressed. And here he is. It's a good story. Scriven from the Nackington Road, and he's past umpire Billy Taylor, and this beats him outside off stump O'Riordan. So still a bit of movement, that going up the hill from back of a length. Just carried through to McManus.
Look, Kent credit for that as well. They seem to, I mean, with their signing policy, the same sort of thing, that they believe there are cricketers out there that aren't necessarily, you know, that aren't necessarily playing first team cricket at the moment with a lot of promise and a lot to give. And the signings of Podmore and Milnes have certainly proved that, and bringing O'Riordan back seems to be paying dividends as well.
Yeah, well, Kent haven't got the kind of coffers that enable them to go out and get the biggest guns in world cricket. This one is driven uppishly through Gully, might have been. He's going to pick up 4 more. So a couple of boundaries in the over to Marcus O'Riordan. He moves to 22. Kent 58 for 1, ticking along nicely. But yeah, that's where the likes of Paul Downton, Matt Walker, Min Patel, the kind of scouts that they have out and about, you know, and the channels of communication. I remember we got Martin Saggers to Kent off the back of a recommendation from Mark Benson, who was umpiring and saw him in a game. So, you know, sometimes all kinds of different sources you have. But Matt Milnes wouldn't have been a household name when Kent signed him from Notts, and probably Kent supporters might not have been that enamoured. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them. When Harry Podmore signed, and you question why he's not getting in the Middlesex team. But they've done really well since they've got to the Spitfire ground. Credit to them as individuals, and credit to those who've signed them.
Curry then from this pavilion end. Kent 58 for 1, 123 behind, or off winning. Shot by Zach Crawley, and that's going to be 4 runs back past the bowler. Didn't sound like he quite middled it, but he's hitting with such force, and he's looking at the toe end of the bat as well. And that's gone for 4, and 30 for Crawley, 22 for O'Riordan. He hits the ball very hard, Zach Crawley.
Yeah, he does. I was just thinking how far that would have gone if I'd towed it like that. It probably would have dribbled back up and might just have got to umpire Nigel Long, I reckon. Because he made a horrible sound. You're quite right off the bat. He got nowhere near the middle, but so strong is he. He's got those long levers, so when he plays the straight bat shots, it's like hitting it with a golf driver.
So Curry to Crawley again. That's better. That's much better time. That's 4 runs. He's repeated the shot, and that's what he wanted to do in the first time. And that's 4 more straight back past the bowler. He's on to 30.
Yeah, Scott Curry's
34.
Finding out a little bit about first-class cricket now, because he's bowling at a class act. The first one was towed, and that went for 4. That was not towed. That was a lot closer to the middle. I don't think he got all of it, but that whistled very straight. Love to see an on-drive. Means you're in good nick as a batter. You've got your balance and the bat coming through beautifully straight. And I would have said that was between the stumps, and Marcus O'Riordan, the non-striker, was just on the edge of the cut strip, so probably missed the stumps by a couple of feet. Beautiful shot.
So consecutive 4s to start this over from Sam Curry, bowling to Crawley again. Pushes that into the offside. Good ball, that one, on the off peg. That stops in the covers, no run. 56 for 1. Obviously Crawley's playing like a man who's played Test cricket, got himself a double century. Not much has gone wrong for him this
well, I
summer.
said this during the T20 blast, when he was smacking it everywhere in the first game, actually against Hampshire. What confidence he must have, you know, coming back to your county. You go off to England, not quite sure whether you're good enough, whether you're going to make the grade, and you wander back 267 under your belt, thinking that you belong at the highest level.
Curry to Crawley. It's just clipped into a mid-wicket. It'll take a single there. The shouts around the front pad, I suppose, but confidently enough, Crawley, he loves to do that. There's single for him, 35. O'Riordan has 22. This partnership now at 58 between these two. It's not quite the 85 or so that 87 that McManus and Scriven put on, but they're not. It's could be an important or more important partnership for the context of the game. Here's Curry to O'Riordan, full length delivery. It's pushed into the offside, tumbling stop in the covers, and there's no run. But, yeah, Crawley's looking good. O'Riordan aiding and abetting. 62 balls he's been in there for, so he's absorbed a lot of the strike.
Yeah, he's a good foil for the likes of Zach Crawley, because it's nice when you're batting and someone who's not usually your opening partner or a top order partner comes in, gets given an opportunity and just looks so solid.
He's done so far. Curry to O'Riordan, up on his toes there, cutting it into the offside. Point fields, Mason Crane, the wicket-keeper's gloves, and there is no run. Nice shot though from O'Riordan, a foot past Mason Crane, and that's 4 all the way.
Yeah,
67 for 1.
Good looking cricket shot, just picked out the cover point fielder. If I was Sam Northeast, I'd be having an early look at Mason Crane. because you just don't know if this wicket's going to turn square. I mean, we've seen such little spin. You know, nothing from O'Reilly, just a few overs from Crane. He did locate some turn in the first innings. And by the time Sam Northeast throws in the ball, you know, if it's half an hour from now, it might be too late from a Hampshire perspective. So there's always a worry as a captain that you're missing a trick. I'm sure Sam Northeast would have thought about it, but he probably just wants to give these two first opportunity while the ball's hard. Still doing a bit for the seamers. It's to be Tom Scriven to continue as Zach Crawley leaves alone outside off stump.
There's not been an awful lot of dot balls for these two either, has there? So there's not an immense amount of pressure on the batsman either at this point.
Yeah, well, I was on with Kev and I said it's the problem with Scriven and Curry bowling together as two young bowlers. They look really promising. You know, Curry on debut, Scriven playing just his second game. But there's always the danger that pressure gets released, because with young players quite often comes inconsistency. So as well as they've done, Curry with 38 in the first innings and 3 wickets, and Scriven with 68 and a couple of wickets. Crawley goes up, he's going to be out. He dropped him. Dropped him mid-on, he absolutely nailed that. I'm trying to see who it is. Is that Ajit Dale, who hasn't had his best game, bless him. Oh, it's gone for 4 as well. Almost drilled a hole straight through Ajit Dale. But yeah, that will be hugely demoralising for Hampshire. It was a full ball, and Crawley unleashed one of those trademark straight drives, but it was uppish. He didn't try and keep it down, almost as if he was going back over the bowler's head. But he annihilated it straight at Ajit Dale and just got done for a bit of pace. Went straight through him, and even though he got a good hand and a bit on it, it's gone for 4. So led off for Crawley, 71 for 1, and this time he plays and misses a good one from Scriven. So a bit of anger in that one from the bowler, but poor old Ajit Dale, he's not having his best match.
No.
Number 11, got many runs. You don't expect him to get many runs. He bowled just 2 overs in the first innings. Went for 16. Was a bit all over the place, and now he's dropped a catch.
Yeah, I think he fumbled the ball into the boundary as well. I think he had it as well. But yeah, sorry, I'm adding to his pain there.
we won't rub it in, we'll move on. Scriven is to Crawley, and this is also uppish. Crawley's throwing the bat at anything that's up, and I think this is a good tactic. I really do. He's riding his luck a touch, but if he's out there for half an hour in this kind of mode, it's game, set and match for Kent. And I think it's the kind of pitch where if you drop anchor and you just take your time, eventually you might get a good one. So Crawley's not going to hang around. He's moved very swiftly onto 43, better than a run of ball now. 40 deliveries he's faced. O'Reilly has 22, 75 for 1, and they've broken the back of this run chase. 106, and when it gets below 100 psychologically, Kent will feel that they're right on top of this game.
Scriven will feel a bit sorry for himself, I'd imagine, at this point. His over's gone for 8, but he's bowled pretty well.
Yeah, what will he do again when he risks throwing the ball pitched up to Zach Crawley? He does, and he goes for another big drive. He's going to get 4 more for it. So no luck for Scriven. He pressed the gamble button, because I said anything fall to Zach Crawley, he's going to take it on. This was a bit of a wide one, a little bit of a half volley, and Crawley needed no second invitation. He moves to 47. Kent 79 for 1, 102 to win.
Yeah, on the brink of another half century, Zach Crawley. There's 2 slips in now. Sam Northeast, collar up, cap on, going over towards his bowler there. As you say, it may be a case, they're not going to win this tournament, but they think getting overs in the legs perhaps of these young seamers, but from a match point of view, you'd think he'd have to do something at this point.
Well, I think what a great opportunity for the likes of Scriven and Curry to bowl at England's number 3, in-form number 3. You know, you're going to find out a little bit about your bowlers. I like the way Tom Scriven's come hard at Zach Crawley. Yes, he's been pummeled for 3 fours, but he could have had his man this over. He did it again to him. This one is back of a length. It bounces a bit. Zach Crawley's a tall man, and he rides it. Goes to Ian Holland in the gully. There is no run. 12 from the over. Good one for Kent, albeit with Ajit Dale dropping that catch. Slightly fortuitous one.
A couple of emails have come in. Thank you very much for your contact today. George from Romney Marsh saying, forgot to mention earlier that so-called big counties with test grounds are now feeling perhaps the pressures that non-test ground counties have felt for years. Financial constraints with no crowds will make it more of a level playing field for years to come, in my opinion. That from George. Ben saying, hi guys, at the beginning of the match there was some debate whether putting Hampshire into bat first was a good idea. From today's play, it seems it was a good decision. So far, ... says Ben. Here's Sam Curry. Some good movement outside the off stump, left by O'Riordan. He's on 22. Crawley 47, 79 for 1 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Southern. 102 to win for Kent. James, good afternoon, James. He says, I write with a tinge of sadness. It's Scott Curry, sorry, from this end. I need to work on my identification over the close season. I write with a tinge of sadness, says James, as the last of this year's sadly all too short county season comes to an end. Leaves the 4-day stuff. Here comes Curry then, bowling to O'Riordan. It's punched back at him. I think the bowler got a hand on that. He's followed through and there's no run. Goes up to mid-off and South North East Fields. I'm just glad he says there's still some T20 to come, and also get to listen to you gentlemen for a bit longer yet. That's very kind of you. Listen to your discussion on Kent and its future. I feel really hopeful, he says. We come through the doldrums of Division 2. We're now competing and challenging against every county in all 3 formats. I have the whiff of trophies coming our way next year. Not this year, James. Take care, he says. James, thank you very much for that. I hope you winter well. Is Curry to O'Riordan. Rising delivery through to the wicket keeper. He certainly had a go at that one, but it's swung away from him, moved away from him, through to McManus, and there is no run. 79 for 1. Playing a miss.
Playing a miss. Good delivery from Curry. It was kind of up there, enticing the drive. It nipped away and bounced. And they're not having a lot of luck here, Hampshire. Having said that, you create your own to some extent. Ajit Dale did have that chance, and with that missed opportunity, you get a feeling the game's just slipping through Hampshire's fingers. But 102 in the low-scoring game. Still a distance to travel. Curry
to O'Riordan, that's down the leg side, sprayed that a little bit, and great take again from Lewis McManus. Encouraging his bowlers, but gets applause from his slip cordon for that one. 79 for 1, 102 to win. But yeah, James, I think a lot of Kent supporters feeling optimistic at this point. I think they've got every reason to. I think that the T20 has shown what a good unit they are, even without their overseas. Obviously, that's you're not comparing like for like, are you, in those terms? Because you don't know what happens, whoever the other counties might sign next season.
Yeah, and some counties, I'm not sure if Kent have played against anyone with an overseas, but some counties have recruited overseas players.
Is Curry just tucked down the leg side by O'Riordan, just off his hip to square leg. He'll take a single, 80 for 1. I suppose Delport flew over, didn't he, for the T20 for Essex?
Yeah, look, I agree. I don't think Kent are far away. They've got a competitive squad. I think from a championship perspective, they want to get an overseas in like a Matt Henry. If you put Matt Henry into the mix with Milnes and Podmore and a 45-year-old Darren Stevens, you'd think actually that's a seam attack that will rival many. The spin is inexperienced, exciting with O'Riordan and Kadri, but inexperienced. But if you look around the traps, there aren't that many spinners that you look at with huge envy, because county cricket championship tends to be seam dominated. So from that perspective, you've got a seam attack with the likes of the Henry, and there's no guarantee that they get him for 2021. It's going to be a busy international schedule, as we've discussed. But if you put him in, or someone of his ilk into the mix, Kent will be potent.
Curry to Crawley is back on strike, drives into the offside, fielded by Holland. There's no run from extra cover. End of the over, 80 for 1.
And then I suppose you have to look at the batting lineup, which I think looks pretty decent. We've seen the emergence of Jordan Cox. Ollie Robinson's a good young player. You'd imagine that Joe Denley would be around for much of next season, albeit we hope he's figuring in kind of World 2020s and one-day internationals and things like that. That's such a tough team to break into that actually you could find that you've got Joe for quite a lot of next year. And he adds a little bit of spin as well. So you put him and Sam Billings into this team with a Matt Henry, and then you've got a very fine side indeed. Tom Scriven continuing to the Nackington Road end. O'Riordan drives pleasantly. He's not going to beat North East. They're going to get a single because it was a misfield from the Hampshire captain. Just went down in instalments there to his left, so not moving especially well. Sneaky single, and that brings Crawley back on strike, so Kent will be pleased about that.
So you have you called the golf club about your 4 o'clock tea time, or is that
no?
Is that
I'm working on the theory that I've got tomorrow off.
Okay.
I might go and hit a few balls, but my golf needs work, and Yeah, I think the wife's been working today. If I got home at 4 and then shot off down the golf club, it might be frowned upon. Crawley's down the wicket. We saw a lot of that in the Test match against Mohammed Abbas. Scriven's about that kind of pace. He just sauntered down the wicket on the line of off stump. Made what would have been a good length ball into a leg stump half volley effectively. Clips it away for 4. Crawley's gone to 50. He's unbeaten on 51 from just 44 balls. 10 boundaries in that 51. By golly, he's in some nick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Quick as a flash, he's gone to 50. And with every boundary he strikes, Ajit Dale probably wishes that the St Lawrence turf would open up. Scriven bowls to him. This time he's defending, which is a rare sight in the last few overs. Ian Holland with the fielding at Gully. There's no run.
10 fours, you said in that.
10 boundaries, yeah. 10 fours. A lot of them struck very straight. She's got a trademark Crawley. That one was clipped. But it was only clipped. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was the fact that he came down the line of off stump, down the wicket, and made a good length ball, pitching middle and off effectively to a ball on his pads. Scriven bowls, and he's just smashed this. He's got a good hand on it, extra cover, saved 3 runs. They're going to get a single. You can't call that a misfield. That was a good stop, and they jog through for a single.
So Reardon's played an important part in this as well, hasn't he, from Kent point of view? I know we've been singing his praises, probably too much from a Hampshire point of view, but he's 70 balls for his 23. He's taken a lot of shine off the ball.
Yep, Reardon's on strike now. A fine young cricketer, Scriven into him, likewise. Good tussle between the youngsters, but it does look a different game every time Zach Crawley's on strike. That is no disrespect to Marcus O'Riordan, who is an up-and-coming cricketer, but Zach Crawley looking every inch the finished article, and he's only 22?
Yeah, 22.
22 himself.
I mean, the rise has been prodigious, isn't it? Just how quickly, how quickly he got into the England team, and then obviously this double century to was it 10th highest score in English Test history?
Yeah, it's a terrific effort as O'Riordan's back and across defending to mid-on. There's no run. That completes the over. 6 from it, 86 for 1. Yeah, meteoric rise of Zach Crawley, 22 years of age. You think his best years are still ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you like to think so, but you know, he may not better that Test best of 267. Hopefully he reels them off in Lara-esque fashion. You know, pushes on the 3s and 4s, but certainly showing here. I mean, you've seen him play a lot in county cricket, man, over the last few years, but he just looks miles above where he was last year when he was averaging early 30s in county cricket, looking like someone that had England aspirations but was still some distance away. Now he just looks like just cuts a very different figure, doesn't he?
Yeah, I completely agree. You see those players who it just looks slightly easier for. Does that make sense? They're playing a slightly different game for everyone else, and I'd agree with that. But as the chairman of his fan club, one Robert Key, said, even he was surprised. I think everyone was surprised by the magnitude of that innings, and it's the maturity, the talent's there. But then a lot of cricketers have talent, don't they?
They do, and I think what's lovely about Zach is that his feet are firmly on the ground. He's not going to get carried away. He's not going to suddenly live some sort of rock and roll lifestyle and think he's arrived. You know, I don't think he's had that kind of upbringing. So he will keep going. Hopefully there'll be large crowds watching him before too long, because that was the only thing that was missing from that 267. None of which was his fault, but it was just a shame not to see it, and for the Barmy Army and other fans not to see it up close.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Would have been wonderful for him and for his family as well to be there if they could. Curry then bowling to Crawley now on the up, just punches it into the onside, takes a quick single to Wheel on the leg side, and they get through, and Crawley's on to 53. O'Riordan has 23. I'll take over for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Right now, in fact. Bright sunshine, a few fluffy clouds around. Kent going really well here, trying to win this game against Hampshire on the 3rd day. At 94 they need to win now. 87 for 1 they are. Zach Crawley Kent's now England man, 53 not out. Marcus O'Riordan has done a great job with him as well, absorbing a lot of the strike, 23 from 72 balls, while Crawley's been pugnacious at the other end. Appeal, but I think it's bat and pad for Marcus O'Riordan. Earlier, Kent bowled out Hampshire for 159 to set up this winning target of 181. 5 wickets for Harry Podmore, 4 for Darren Stevens, and a fine maiden first-class half-century for Tom Scriven. Kent then looking good for victory here, but this pitch has been a little bit naughty during the previous 2 days, so never say never. Commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app, but right now, with the weather, here's Kate Kinsella. Curry continuing to O'Riordan. Now these are outside the off stump, isn't it? An abandoned shout, that wasn't it? Just got a bit of bat onto pad, is that right? As it went deep into his crease?
Yeah.
The previous delivery.
Scott Curry aborted the appeal, didn't he? The slips and keeper seemed pretty interested, but Curry had the best view of it from the front, and he would have been able to tell that there was a bit of inside edge. It was quite a thick edge. The only question was whether it struck the bat first. It was kind of pretty simultaneous, like he wedged it between his bat and his pad. It's not out.
So Curry continuing to bowl to Marcus O'Riordan. Just pushes that to the offside, and there's no run as a dragonfly flies around the windows. I think it's coming in here for anything. No, it's buzzed off now. But certainly what Matt Walker said about Zach Crawley, and plenty of others have as well, so I don't want to labour the point, but they said his parents, his family keep him very grounded. They won't treat him like he's a star when he comes home, as it were. And he doesn't feel like that sort of person at all. He's very unworldly, I would say, in that respect. Cricket is what he loves and wants to be good at and wants to improve at still. Curry to O'Riordan, just plays it onto his pad, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think that the impact that it has on the rest of the squad, Zach Crawley's performances shouldn't be underestimated. Because you see Joe Denley going up to England, and Joe contributed, let's be honest, to some fine performances. You think of the Headingley win with Ben Stokes heroics, Joe Denley got a good 50 in that, but it's probably fair to say he didn't set the world alight at the highest level. He made good solid contributions and has found himself out of the team.
Curry bowls to O'Riordan, 2 slips and a gully in for him now, and he's playing the offside, there's no run.
And Joe Denley for the last 2, 3, 4 years has been arguably Kent's best batsman. So you'd look as a young player, Joe Denley, senior pro, not quite cutting it at the highest level, albeit with some really good contributions. Contrast that to Zach Crawley. So if you're Ollie Robinson and you're 21 and your mate who's 22 goes and gets a double 100 in a test match, you're going to be thinking, hold on, I can have a piece of that.
Yeah.
If Zach can do it, I can do it. And I think that can be pretty contagious amongst a young group of players. So, it shouldn't be underestimated, that impact. And hopefully it'll rub off on a few other players. I think we're going to have a bit of the old commentary barn dance, aren't we? Am I going to make way? And
well, do you want to stay on for this over, and then I'll replace you at the end of this one, and I'll make way for...
Well, I'm very happy to commentate on this next over. It's going to be Ajit Dale, I think, is it? Kev will be able to give me the nod. Looks like there's a bowling change. North East is, or is it Ian Holland?
He's still on.
Hello, I'm still here. Can you tell me, who's that at the far end? Is that Holland or is that Ajit Dale? I can't see.
That's Holland.
It's Holland, okay.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether Sam North East would... You know when a youngster makes a mistake, like Ajit Dale did, it was a pretty horrible drop, albeit Zach Crawley properly leathered it out. He nearly took Ajit Dale over the boundary with it. But it was a flat catch at chest height that you'd expect as a pro to gobble up. But sometimes it's like, all right, young man, you made the mistake, there's the ball, go make amends, go knock Crawley over. But Sam North is not opting for that tactic. He's given the ball instead to Ian Holland, and with Holland comes line and length and a bit more control.
But unfortunately in this situation those have to be held if you want to give yourself a chance. And listen, we've all dropped catches like that. It was a toughie, but unfortunately the way Crawley is playing, it's in danger of this game of being over a lot quicker, and a Kent victory which would appear to be a lot easier than maybe it should have been.
Yeah, you can't give a guy of Crawley's quality and the form he's in, you can't give him a life. You have to take the half chance, and that was a lot better than a half chance. That was one you'd expect to take, albeit it would have been a sharp catch because it was leathered at him, but a flat catch to a deepish mid-on you'd expect to be taken.
But they're not really catches you practice, do they? You know, all those morning practice catches, they don't really come at you that hard. You know what I mean? I mean, if you did, you'd have a lot of people with broken fingers by 11 o'clock in the morning.
I can tell you that John Wright has not hit catches at Kevin James on the morning of a match. As Ian Holland is in, he's bowling to Crawley, who goes for the cover drive, nails it, and despite the best diving effort of extra cover, he gets another boundary for it. 4 more to his total.
He's spoiling it. He's spoiling the game.
Well, good. He get us home quicker. 91 for 1. They need another 90. Yeah, John Wright used to say, well, you know, we'll accept the odd broken finger because it will just, you know, that's part and parcel of being a professional cricketer, but we will sharpen our catches up. He was from the kind of Bobby Simpson old school, leathered at you, rock hard ball in April, with your hands would harden up fairly quickly.
Good bloke, John Wright, wasn't he? Did a good job here, didn't he?
Yeah, lovely fella. I think I tested his patience.
Did you?
Yeah, I just didn't score any runs.
I can't imagine you doing that to anybody.
I just didn't score any runs, and bless him, he was so desperate for you all to score runs, and none of our top order batters did. He'd take you off to the nets. At one stage, I think he probably had me standing on my head, back left-handed, trying to score runs. We tried everything. Ian Holland is back of a length to Zach Crawley. Good-looking shot off the back foot. They're going to get a single for it on a slight misfield, which is probably doing Mason Crane an injustice, because he did well to get a hand on it. But another single to Crawley, 92 for 1.
When you were still on about 2 hours ago, you were talking about Mason Crane.
Yes.
Not that I'm sort of making
Matt,
a point
this is what
here.
I've had to deal with for 2 and a bit days. I said if I had legal people, they'd be hearing from me, because you know, this is almost workplace bullying.
Well, fortunately, it's not worth suing me because I ain't got anything. So that's why I'm sort of all right, really. You did say there comes a point when it might be too late to introduce Mason Crane. Have we got to that point yet?
No, I don't think we've got to that point, but I don't think we're far off. I'd definitely like to see him into the attack. I'd just like to see some spin. I'm just convinced this wicket might turn. As Holland is bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, and would you believe, first slip and a third slip, and it's gone to West. Second slip would have been occupying. Just pierced the gap, thick edge, and you just get the feeling that it's not going to be Hampshire's day. Not much to play for them in truth, or for either of these sides, but everything Sam North East tries, it's going against them at the moment.
Yeah, and I do, if I'm being a little bit critical here, I think the body language is starting to show that they're frustrated they haven't got another wicket by now. In the context of the game, 96 for 1 has been normally 96 for a few.
Yep.
And it just isn't like that. One thing's down to that man, Zach Crawley, who's just playing a different game at the moment. And also, I think the sunshine being out has made a huge difference.
Yeah, although the odd ball has misbehaved still, as bowls to O'Riordan, who's played a fine hand himself here. 27 off-spinning all-rounder who's been pressed into opening the batting. Jordan Cox was off the pitch for a while, but if you look at this field, and the reason I don't like being critical of fields, but if you've got first slip and what's that, a fourth slip, you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit. I think they're going to plug that gap now. They're going to join them up and have 3. You might as well, because you don't want to eke out the time. So they've got 2 slips in the gully now. I prefer that field, albeit you know, I'm quite a believer in joining your slips and gully up, because the one that flashes through at catchable height in the gap must be soul destroying for a bowler. Holland is in again. He's bowling to O'Riordan, and that wraps him on the pad. It's high, and I think they should be running, Kent. But O'Riordan was intently looking at Billy Taylor, desperately hoping the finger wouldn't go up, and he forgot to run. But he gets, I think, a leg by. See a leg by signal? No, it might have been a bit of inside edge onto that. So it's a run to him. He's going to keep the strike. Kent are going on nicely at the moment. They need another 84 to win, then 97 for 1. I'm going to step out, and after Kevin James, Matt Cole will be back with you.
Thanks, David. So Kent have got it all their own way here, and Zach Crawley, my word, haven't seen too many come out of the middle of the bat in this game, but most of it has come out of his in this second innings. He's striking a mean ball, 58 off 50, and as I say, if you're wondering why one batsman can make it look so easy, well, I mean, he's that good, but also yes, as David says, the ball is still moving around a little bit, but nowhere near, and certainly the odd one is not as spiteful as it has been over the first 2 days, and even, to be fair, when it was cloud cover this morning, probably for the first half hour, 45 minutes. It's a different game out there in 2 ways. Hello, Matt.
Hello, kid. I'm just doing a tweet quoting you. Zach Crawley has ruined this game. There we go. I'm just putting that out.
Thank you very much,
everybody. Yeah.
So if I get stopped outside the gates by a tall-looking right-handed batsman, I know it's him. Here's Brad Wheel, bowls. Well, he is really, isn't he? That's pushed up to mid-off. The throw coming from north-east at the bowler's end. He is really.
He spoiled the whole thing.
He has. And we've been building
You're
up
right.
for 2 days.
This could have been a contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the final day.
But listen, good on him. I'm not knocking it, and I'm not
well,
saying.
you sound a little bit bitter.
Well,
about
I
it,
am bitter.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, let's be honest. With a capital B. Let's be honest. Let's go the whole way. I am. I've been looking forward to a close game today, and it's nothing like it.
Now I would agree with you on that. Certainly, it's going out rather with a whimper than with a bang. It appears at this point. We keep thinking 2 or 3 wickets might fall in a cluster, and that would make it interesting.
Here's Wheel then, bowls to Crawley. That's a good Yorker. Ooh, that very nearly was dragged onto the stumps. It's come right off the bottom of the bat, and it's gone towards third slip. Good Yorker, and actually well played. Not quite a shot that we've been used to Zach Crawley playing in this second innings, but I think he had to be equal to that. That was a decent Yorker.
Proper test.
It was.
Mark from Ocean in New Jersey, in the States. Mark, great to hear from you. Hope the weather's fine where you are. I will hold that thought and read his email after this ball from Bradwell.
Here's Wheel again, and there's a drive over extra cover. Quite deliberate. Beautiful shot. Little bit of width. Crawley knew exactly what he was doing. He knows he's got the power. Went aerial, high over extra cover, and that's the Kent 100 up in the 23rd.
Yeah, he's been combative. Zach Crawley hitting it very hard indeed. Mark saying, Kent's second innings against Essex has cost us a place in the final. Such a shame. Kent squandered that 89-run first innings lead against Essex in the first game. Their second innings score of 112 and subsequent 2-wicket defeat has cost them a place in the final. Assuming, he says, they go on to beat Hampshire. They must have been kicking themselves at the time. Still be kicking themselves after this game is over. Thanks for your comments, Mark. Very kind of you. Wish you well as well. But yes, absolutely, that collapse in the second innings in their first game of this competition. Unfortunately, if they'd beaten Essex, things would have been very different at this point for Kent. Ifs and buts and all, but
well, of course it is. I mean, in a 5-match tournament, isn't it? Or in one mistake is the difference, isn't it, really? I mean, you can get away with it over 10 matches, over 14 matches, but
I would argue there are fewer better bowling attacks, though it was a collapse by Kent than Essex's in the
102 for 1 then, 79 needed. Here's Wheel to Crawley, who's driving on the up. Good stop. My word, the Hampshire fielders' hands are burning when Crawley's batting. He could have quite easily been about 80 or 90 by now with if he hadn't found the fielders.
Have we already established that you would have let that one through? Because you're not a fan of the ball stinging palms?
Well,
or not just pre-match? Just pre-match.
Yeah, just pre-match. No, I'm just saying the sort of catch that Ajit Dale dropped when Crawley was on 35. I'm not sure they're the sort of catches you practice. You know,
that's fair. Now they're
not hit at you that hard. There's a drive, that's width, and there is a man out at deep point, but it's gone to backward point, and Mason Crane's not going to get there, and that's 4 runs. Again, there's a bit of width. Crawley, we know, is going to go after it. He's playing that well, and that's another boundary to his name. 66 he's on now, off just 54 deliveries, and Kent are 106 for 1, needing 75.
I mean, there's an element of luck about it, but there's also, he's hitting the ball very, very hard. There are gaps here as well. We were talking about those 2 straight drives he hit, and one he toe-ended. Sounded like he might have split his bat. Still went for 4, and the second one was timed. He's just hitting the ball so solidly.
It's an exhibition game here, isn't it? Really,
it's a bit.
Talk about sort of well, it is. It's like an exhibition game here for him. Here's Wheel, 2 slips in the gully weight, and he bowls. That's on the line of leg stump. He gets wrapped on the pad there, trying to flick that away on the leg side, and that's the end of the over. O'Riordan, well, he's doing a good job, but completely being overshadowed by Crawley.
He spoiled his day as well.
Yes, really. He's played quite nicely, but it's nothing about him anymore. It's all about Crawley.
No, that's true. No, he's done a good job there. Marcus O'Riordan has absorbed 81 balls in his 29 as well. Done everything that's been asked of him, and acting as foil for Zach Crawley. But yeah, I'd agree with what Dave Thornton was saying when he was last on the mic, that there are certain players, or it feels to me, there are certain players, and usually international players, you see play a game and just seem to be playing at a slightly different level, seem to be playing a slightly different game. And Zach Crawley, certainly from when he came back for his first T20, appears to be in a completely different frame of mind. We understand why that is, but it is marked, I would say, the difference from when he went and when he returned to Kent from his England experiences. But Holland to continue then. 1-32 for him. Hampshire need wickets. They need them quickly here. Keeper up to the stump, so Reardon inside edges past his stumps. Might even gone behind his feet there. Through to square leg, and they'll take a single. 107 for 1. 74 then needed for Kent to win this one, and they are heavy favourites obviously now to do that.
My computer's a little bit behind, but I reckon it's 13 boundaries for Zach Crawley, and he's 66. It's certainly 12, but I reckon it might be 13.
It was 10 in his first 50, which is quite something. He was going at, was it 44 ball half century in the context of this match, isn't bad. He's on 66, faces Holland now. Just plays it gently into the offside, and it's fielded at point by, is that Allsop there?
Weatherly.
Weatherly, sorry. Allsop's at 1, isn't he? Weatherly at 2. He's taller as well, isn't he? Joe Weatherly.
One's right-handed and one's left-handed, but apart from that... One's got number 9 and one's got number 5.
Look,
apart from that...
Don't take it out on me.
I know.
Just because Zach Crawley's sport your day, it doesn't need to be like that. Here's Holland bowling to Crawley. Defends it back as a bowler. And there's no run.
I am being naughty, I know.
No, you're absolutely right, though.
I know, but I'm the same with some of the Kent fielders. I mean, when they've got their jumpers on, of course, it gets even tougher. But it's a lovely afternoon.
Yeah.
I can't see a jumper, or if there is a jumper, there's one, but most of the Hampshire fielders in their shirts, because it's about as good a weather as we've had all for this game.
Oh, a great pity again that spectators can't be here to lap up the sun and enjoy the cricket as well. No Hampshire fans would not be enjoying. Oh, it's a misfield. I was going to say that's a dot ball. It's gone through mid-wicket, and that's going to go out towards the boundary, and that'll be another 4 for Zach Crawley. Frankly, he doesn't need the help at the moment. He's on to 70, and 100 partnership as well between these two. Reardon has 29. Crawley has 70 of those. Great stand. 100 minutes, 103 runs. And Kent move on.
Oh dear, Felix Organ. That was not a great piece of fielding. That wasn't a difficult one at all. You're fielding on the squares, the ball's not bobbling, and it's straight at him, and it's not even really hit with power.
Holland to Crawley once again. He's driven that up to mid-off, and there's no run though, fielded by Sam Northeast. Every time he plays one of those drives, there's an enormous sort of report, like a gun going off, isn't there, with his...
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see why. I mean, I didn't see any of his 260 odd for England and that, but you can see why here. You can see why he's a player that's got a double 100. I mean, it's just... This is a different skill level he's on.
He's taking on the bowlers. As Holland bowls to him now. He's just flicked off the pads. Through square leg for a single. See how shots all around the wicket as well, Zach Crawley, though he loves to drive, doesn't he? Straight drive and the covers, likes to play around his pads as well. Help the ball into the leg side from middle if he can. End of the over, he's taken the strike, he has 71 from 112. I hadn't really absorbed the percentage of the total that he's got as well, Crawley, just to add that. Anyway, 71 from 60.
Incredible.
Reardon has 30 from 82 and 69 to win now. And I believe, is some spin going to break out here?
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming this must be Mason Crane.
It is.
From the pavilion end, Sam Northeast brings him on. 69 runs to play with. I agree with David Fulton in terms of what this pitch might do. Just because there's been a bit of bounce, not variable bounce, but there's been a bit of bounce for the seamers. You think if you can get a bit of grip as well, that could make things.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever really seen a spinner here get bounce? I never have.
Not a great deal.
So he won't get much out of that. I'm interesting that he's bowling a different end from the first innings. He took an over or so to get into his bowling, which is perfectly understandable, being a leg spinner. He'd been waiting around for a while, but he did get several to turn, and he got O'Riordan at the end of the innings with a googly, which O'Riordan definitely didn't pick, LBW. Interesting, he's coming on from the pavilion end, but if he's going to make a mark, it has to be quick, because only 69 runs are needed. First delivery to Zach Crawley, who's sweeping. That looks a little bit leg stumpish.
It's not a bad start.
Yeah, it's alright. Let's get Zach Crawley playing across the line. I suppose that's a start as well. If he misses a straight one, then who knows. But yeah, Hampshire need to try something different here. It may already be too late. Crane comes in and bowls, and that's slightly shorter. That has turned. but it is very slow turn.
Kept a bit low, but
Yeah,
not threateningly so.
It's slow turn, which is not surprising either. But it's off the straight, and that's the main thing. That's whether Zach Crawley can pick Mason Crane's leg googly, and that'll be the next one to watch out for. But here we go. Got a good view of it as well. As that's turned a leading edge. As Crawley was trying to work that out on the leg side, it's gone square on the offside. So, perhaps Zach Crawley is human after all.
I doubt it.
Actually, the way he's been drilling some of those shots, no, he's not. But well done to Mason Crane. There's already something to work with. 113 for 1 then. Crawley has 72, 68 needed. Crane's just putting Brad Wheel a little bit straighter at mid-wicket as bowls to O'Riordan. And he's well forward there, plays that back to the bowler. Sure he'll be looking out for the googly in this innings after what happened to him in the first innings. But he's played well in both innings so far, the 22-year-old. He's facing Crane again. He's got a slip in. Crane pushes forward. Oh, he's playing a missing. Lovely delivery, Mason Crane. Bounced and turned, brought the batsman forward, went past the outside edge. Now the spinners are doing the same as what the seam bowlers have been doing.
Yeah, it's interesting now.
Now, immediately, Sam Northeast has a word and says, might you want somebody else in catching on the offside? Looks like Mason Crane said, no, not for the moment. Field is as you were. Crane again and bowls and pushing forward, thick outside edge as that goes on the 45 on the offside. Well bowled Mason Crane, good first over. 113 for 1.
Dave Fulton's on the phone there to the Hampshire dressing room saying, look, I told you so. You should have had him on ages ago.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
He's. I mean, he's not the only leg spinner that sometimes takes 2 or 3 overs to get into it, and he has bowled well this year. He's been very consistent, bowled very nicely, but sometimes that 2 or 3 overs in what was a tight game until Crawley got in can just change things, and that's probably why we haven't seen Ajit Dale. And maybe why that Mason's only just been introduced. But yeah, maybe, I suppose that's one that you could perhaps argue perhaps could have come on a few overs earlier. But I don't know. Crawley's changed this game so quickly, actually, isn't it? I mean, it's very quickly turned.
Yeah, right. There's not been much time to consider the changes, I suppose. You're right. 68 to win now for Kent. 113 for 1. His partnership is at 105 now. Here's Brad Wheel bowling to Crawley. Tries to work it off his pad. It's a quick no as O'Riordan thinks about following through. And just scuff into the onside. Fielded by Organ. Coming around to square leg. Lovely day now, really is, here at Canterbury.
But the other point, I think Dave made a good one, is that you're looking at all the bowlers here, aren't you? This is the last chance that you're going to get to see some of these bowlers this season.
Yeah.
And everybody knows what Mason Crane can do, and I suppose you've got to think about that as well as the game situation.
Here is Wheel then to Crawley. Crawley flicking that off his pads, down backward a square. He'll take 2 from that. Farms 2 quite comfortably. Curry Fields, throw back into the wicket-keeper. I think Kent, although we talk about ifs and buts and declarations perhaps against or chasing targets against Middlesex, their collapse against Essex, I think they have, like most of the other counties, have seen it. Well, 1, it's getting cricket on, and 2, about developing players for next year and giving them a full opportunity to play a part. So Tournament might have gone, but still plenty to take from it. Pull from Crawley from a short ball from Wheel. Hasn't really got all of that. They'll come back for 2 though to the arm of Curry. And 2 more to Zach Crawley's total. 76 for him from 66 balls. Has just changed this match, really. Top scoring in the contest. And Crawley just surveys the field. It's got a slip, more a second slip position for Tom Alsop. It's Joe Weatherly, in case anyone was going to make that mistake, who's at sort of gully position. His Wheel now to Crawley, whipped off his pads, down to fine leg. Dale Fields, and they'll just take a single there. Crawley on to 77. At 118 for 1, 63 to win now for Kent. Bit of a scuff at the far end there. Looks like an angry bull. There's Brad Wheel for a second, just scuffing at his footmarks. With Marcus O'Riordan facing now. He's got a very impressive 30 from 85 balls. He's acted as foil to Zach Crawley. And they just close up the slips there for O'Riordan. I think the edge is more likely perhaps. The Wheel's going to come over the wicket to right-handed all-rounder. Up on his toes playing that down. One bounce to the man at point despite the shouts of catch it from the bowler. He is still in. One ball to come then. Brad Wheel's 7th over. Number 26 so far. Number 1 for Mason Crane. Thank you for all your emails and tweets so far. Been great to hear from you. We realise that there's not a great deal more opportunity in this cricketing summer, because certainly emails, we don't get a lot of time to read them out during T20 because it moves so fast. Wheel now to O'Riordan on the drive in the offside, taking a cheeky single. Throw is wide and high of the stumps there, but certainly taking on Tom Scriven there was a risk. And Zach Crawley ran to the danger end though, got there, I won't say got there in time, he got there safe. 119 for 1, 62 then to win. O'Riordan moves on to 31. Crawley has 77 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Solent.
Looks like we've got another sanitisation break. Yeah, Zach Crawley doesn't seem too unfazed by that, but I have to say there was one moment there where I thought he might be struggling. They're having a little chat now, the two batsmen, but yeah, gosh. That would have been interesting if O'Riordan had run him out. I've got a great long email.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, it's too long, really, even during the sanitisation break. Stephen Locke, apologies, because I think your email's only just come through, although it looks like you sent it a little while ago, and I think yourself, Matt, and Dave Fulton were talking about the makeup of perhaps the championship or whatever trophy it might be called next year and what have you. I think you had a great long discussion.
Yeah, just about permutations.
Yeah. Stephen, believe me, has sent me about a 150-page book length of an email about what he thinks should do. Stephen, I think, to be honest, it's one of those where on my day off I'll read it out, and then probably by about 5 o'clock in the afternoon I'll have got through it. And then I might be able to reply, but I think, unfortunately, Stephen, whilst some of it makes perfectly good sense, I think I might be struggling to read it out, even though Kent still need 62 more. I'm trying to even paraphrase it.
He's thought long and hard about it, that's for
sure.
Yeah.
He said, I've spent years bemoaning the fact that 18 first-class counties have reasonably similar playing strengths, which I'm not sure I agree with, if I'm honest, but everybody to their own. My suggestion is 3 conferences of 6 based on prior year final positions. There we are. I think they've just about surmised that, but there was a lot more in it.
Yeah. There was talk, wasn't there, before the first and second divisions were renumbered the last time, that we might be going to 3 conferences of 6 system. But you're going to do an update for Solent in a sec. Yeah, sorry. Mason Crane swinging a miss from O'Riordan. Sorry, that was unprofessional of me. I just suddenly thought, I've got Q from BBC Radio Kent to make sure BBC Solent listeners got the best of this as well, although it's not the greatest news at the moment for them. 119 for 1. Mason Crane, good ball to O'Riordan as well, tying him in knots there again, which is forward bounce there as well, outside the or over the top of the off stump, beating Marcus O'Riordan, who can't lay a bat on Mason Crane at the moment. Well, hasn't been a great day so far for Hampshire. Could Mason Crane bowl them into a foothold in this game? O'Riordan faces him. That was a little bit wide and cuts that away, just wide of second slip. He's going to come back for a second. He may want a third here to get himself off the strike, and Crawley's keen to run for it as well, so O'Riordan won't turn him down. They come back 4-3, so O'Riordan's on a 34, 77 for Zach Crawley from 67. Updates, I say, for BBC Radio Kent coming up shortly. He should be in 4.5 overs from now. It's Crane bowls to Crawley. There's dead bats that in front of him. Moves to about a third of the way up the strip. 6 yards maybe. And there is no run. 4 so far, Craig. It's certainly caused O'Riordan some problems. What about Crawley here? On the back foot again, just dead bats it. Not going anywhere. Bat right behind it. Crane just shining the ball. Flipping it with his right hand into his left. Just cut away by Crawley for a single out to the offside boundary. Dale Fields, 78 Crawley, 34 O'Riordan. That update coming up. It certainly will be the final day, and it looks like Kent are going to win it at a canter at the moment. Zach Crawley is the man of the day. 78 from 70 balls. The England man who has succeeded where all the batsmen in this match really have failed, apart from Tom Scriven, who got his maiden first-class 50 in Hampshire's second innings, which Kent finished for 159. So Crawley's combative approach on this difficult pitch really has worked out. Marcus O'Riordan's done superbly well with him as well. Promoted to open 34 from 90 balls. Has been his foil, if you like, and his stand now is at 115 between these two batsmen, with Kent needing just 58 more to win. This has been a bit of a jack-in-a-box pitch, though, and Mason Crane, the Hampshire leg spinner, has just been brought on, showing that maybe he might get them a foothold back in this game. But at the moment, Kent heavy favourites to win. 5 wickets for Harry Podmore and 4 from Darren Stevens in that Hampshire innings, I should say, as well. Cricket continuing, certainly for the moment. It's going to finish today, almost certainly, and commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket with the weather. Kay Kinsella. Bludgeoned back at the bowler this time by Zach Crawley. Brad Wheels bowling. They're 123 for 1, and I think is it my turn to make way? We might wait until after tea, actually, because we've got 3.5 overs, and I'll put Kevin's mic on so he can talk. Here's a wheel bowling to Crawley. Back at the bowler's no run.
Quite happy if you just put it off again, really. I think if Kent were 4 or 5 down, you wouldn't be able to stop me. But maybe I'm running out of words now.
I think it's a tough one here from Hampshire. Again, Mason Crane causing Marcus O'Riordan some problems in that last over. But having said that, he needs to strike quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, gosh, time's running out massively. As long as Crawley's there, this game's finishing not that long after tea.
Crawley looks a bit more composed, certainly. The spin attack. This is a drive to the offside. That's hit with some power, and Tom Scriven's done well just getting in the way of that, and he put the barrier in front, but he's just hitting the ball so hard.
So clean, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's I mean, I'll say in a way it's a welcome change actually from what we've seen for 2.5 days.
Well, yeah.
It's uncanny that and he's continually doing it. It's not just the odd one off the bat. It's most of the time, and he's finding the fielders as much as finding the gaps.
To face again. Did he get a duck in the first innings?
He did.
Yeah. So tell me how that happened in a second. Here comes Wheel again, driven into the offside. This time it'll get past the fielder, and that'll go for 4. If anything, I don't think he timed that quite as well, but that's through extra cover. It doesn't really matter. 127 for 1 then for Zach Crawley. 82 in total for him. So yeah, so he's out.
First ball of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
Scott Curry just pitched one up a bit, and he tried to drive it. Didn't really move his feet actually, unlike what we're seeing here, and just got stuck on the crease a little bit. LBW. First ball of the day, though, I suppose. A bit of cobwebs, bit of a bit of a sighter. Maybe he didn't quite pick it up as well. Maybe a bit of that, but yeah. Second naught in as many innings in Championship cricket against Hampshire here, but he's certainly making up for it now.
Here is Wheel then to Crawley. Just drops that into the offside. And single taken. Go on, creepy, I think someone shouted from the balcony. That was Darren Stevens, actually. He's out with a sandwich on the balcony. Cricketers are always really imaginative with nicknames, aren't they? So Crawley's called Creepy. 83. Not out. 34 for O'Riordan.
Should be Creepy Junior, shouldn't it? After John Crawley.
I suppose,
he was called Creepy.
Yeah.
Got big double 100, we mentioned that earlier. Got a big double 100 here one year for Hampshire against Kent.
He was a batsman, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
That bloke could bat a bit.
He could bat. Oh yes. Didn't drill it as hard as Zach Crawley, but he was equally as effective, but in many other ways. Good player against spin, actually. Very good player against spin. So here we are, Mason Crane with a slip and a galleon. And he's bowling to Crawley, who's on the back foot and steers that out to deep point. Deep Dale coming in off the boundary. Crawley moves on 24. His second, is he in? Oh, I think that's close. He is in. Well, you can't believe they've got 2 out of that. Whoa, where did the 2 runs come out of that? Dale had the ball, I think, not even in his hands and letting the throw go. And somehow, Crawley's made 2 out of it.
I'm not quite sure who called that, but Zach Crawley seemed to be enthusiastic about it.
Well, he's running to the danger end, so I'm sure. I mean, he just seems as though he wants to face the bowling. He wants to keep the game moving. But my word, I tell you what, that's quick. If he's got 2 out of that, and he has, that's quick. Oh, here comes Crane again. He's on the back foot, steers that out, and he's not going to run 2 there this time. I think Ajit Dale's a little bit more. He might be inexperienced, but I think he's realised that coming in another couple of yards off the boundary is certainly going to keep it down to 1.
There was a very there was a very loud shout of no, wasn't there, after when they got about 2/3 of the way through.
I mean, it's not so much the first one; it was the second.
No, the second one just seemed to be.
The second one must be as quick a single as you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Crane bowls. Reardon pushes forward and plays a misses. Turn again for Crane.
Yeah, Reardon. I mean, there's a marked contrast between these two, isn't there, in the way they're playing. Crane. Reardon doesn't seem to be able to lay a bat on Crane at the moment.
No, I mean, he's a different type of player as well, isn't he? Really. But even so, here comes Crane and bowls. And Reardon's on the back foot, steers that up to mid-on. Curry, make sure they don't run there. They're very eager to run, these 2 in the middle, that's for sure.
I think Crawley just put the thumbs up to Reardon as he returned to the non-striker's end, because he was backing up like Billy there, wasn't he? Like, I'll have a bit of this. Be a lot of fun.
Crane again, and that's just steered away square on the leg side for a single. A little bit of excitement from the Hampshire fielders, but maybe a slight inside edge, but it was quite full. 132 for 1, 49 needed. I guess we will have the tea break, won't we? We won't sort of be playing extra half hour or anything like that.
Wouldn't have thought so. We're not quite close enough, are we? So
2 overs to
2
do
overs.
Yeah.
So
Crane bowls to Crawley, who steers that again down to Dale, but again they've settled for 1. And now that's on the same trajectory as when they got 2.
Yeah,
so
I'd agree. There wasn't a second run there, is what I would have thought.
Yeah, perhaps they realised that even they were chancing their arm running 2 there. Probably decided that that's probably 1 step too far. 133 for 1, 2 overs till tea. Kent need 48. The game is definitely in the home side's favour.
Yeah, you'd think it's Kent's to lose, I think, as that phrase goes. I'm not a great fan of that phrase.
No?
Yeah, well, I said it anyway, didn't I? There we go.
You don't have to be a fan of it to say it.
Cliche comes to the lips so readily there, and I've said it before. She's thinking about it.
It'll be a spectacular defeat from now.
It would be, yeah. Wheel bowls to Crawley. He's on 87 and just dabs outside the off stump. 1 bounce to Joe Weatherly, who is at Gully.
The ball's not doing quite enough now that even if you said that John Crawley got... John Crawley?
John Crawley's in. Is he in next?
Zach Crawley. There's no relation, by the way, in case somebody's wondering.
No.
But even if Zach Crawley got out now, the ball for me isn't doing quite enough anymore.
I think you're right. I mean, I have to agree with David Fulton. I think if this game was going to be won by Hampshire, it's probably going to be won by Mason Crane looking at this.
Yeah.
And he needed to be on earlier, but that's easy to say. Ooh, just a touch past his stumps there, as I say that by Crawley, inside edge, goes down to fine leg, Dale fields, and they come through for a single. But fortune has favoured Zach Crawley to an extent, but also he's hit the ball extraordinarily hard on occasion, so 88 from 81.
Yeah, it's not been too many mistakes off the bat of his.
It does feel
although
a bit...
that drop at mid-on off when he was 35 is looking increasingly more... well, I suppose it's on the minds of everybody out there at the moment. We had him on 35, but it wasn't that easy. It might have gone straight to Dale, but it was a hard catch.
Like a tracer. O'Riordan's up on his toes, just pushes that. The quick single taken. That hit, he was gone. They really are pushing the boundaries here.
Well, that's stupid, actually, isn't it? I mean, Scriven could almost have run in with the ball and taken the bail off. I mean, that's a slight exaggeration, but that's what it felt like. I mean, that's just reckless.
He has run a couple of those, O'Riordan, to be fair. Forward of the stumps. He really is anxious to get to the other end. I don't mean that in any kind of cowardly way, but just they're obviously trying to put pressure on the fielders, but there are limits. They haven't quite reached them yet. They haven't been run out, either of them, but Crawley 88, O'Riordan 36, 135 for 1. And Crawley goes to drive that one, doesn't time it, up to the middle, out to mid-off, no run.
It's almost like we've got the game one kind of run where it's kind of don't matter sort of thing, really. I'll back myself that the fielder won't hit one stump, but I mean that was almost, that was a silly run, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty close to suicidal, but obviously he did survive. So 88 for Crawley. O'Riordan has 36. They came together at 8 for 1 when Daniel Bell Drummond playing onto his stumps just before lunch, the ball before lunch. As Wheel bowls pulled away this short ball by Crawley, forward of square. Sam Curry with a good tumbling stop. I'll come back for a comfortable 2. They're not thinking about a third there, are they? 90 for Crawley from 83. Wouldn't put it past them at this point. And one ball, an over and one ball before tea, and of course a wicket falls in that final over before the interval. We'll bring back David Fulton after the break alongside Kevin James. This is Wheel to Crawley then, up on his toes, trying to punch that into the offside. Just can't quite free the hands. Good ball in fact by Wheel to finish that over, and that is 137 for 1. Kent need 44 more to win. O'Riordan 36, 90 for Zach Crawley, who's man of the day really. Podmore bowled really well, and so did Stevens this morning, but Crawley's done what no other batsman in this match has managed to do so far, and that's to free his hands, play aggressively. It's almost a one-day innings, this one, 90 from 84, and Kent in sight of victory here, unless Mason Crane can have a say. I've been agreeing with David Fulton, so I'm going to say that while he's in the room, that really, if he was going to change the game, Mason Crane, he needed more time to do it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, we've talked a lot about Crawley, a little bit about Mason Crane, but Brad Wheel's done a good job this afternoon with not much luck as O'Riordan pushes forward to Crane's first ball, the last over before tea. Wheel's bowled 9 overs, none for 36. He's bowled better than that.
Yeah,
he's bowled a tight line, got the ball to move early on. Not so much now, but nobody's really getting the ball to move too much now, as with predominantly blue sky and lots of sun this afternoon, as O'Riordan pushes that out into the covers, fielded by Sam Northeast, but I think that's been a major plus. Brad Wheel's had a lot of injury problems over the last couple of years, but I think he's looked rhythmical, he's running nicely, hit the pitch well, and I think again that bodes well for the future, and this is what it's all about. It's Crane bowls, and O'Riordan gets a fullish delivery which he works up to mid-on, fielded by Curry. I think the Hampshire players will be quite happy to get off for 20 minutes. They haven't picked up a wicket at all this afternoon, and almost unthinkable in the context of what we've seen before in this game. Here's Crane bowls, and O'Riordan drives into the gap in the covers. Now they run the first one quickly. It's to Dale. He's done well, gets it in quickly. They're certainly keeping him on his toes there. If Ajit Dale wants a sort of an easy time out there at deep cover, they're not giving him one. They're making sure that he's working hard, making sure he's sprinting in, making sure he picks the ball up cleanly. And they're certainly trying to put a bit of pressure on him, but did well there. 138 for 1, 43 needed. 2 balls till tea. It's Crawley on strike. Crane runs away from us and bowls, and Crawley quietly pushes forward back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's on 90 not out. He wants to be there for the final session. Zach Crawley, obviously. Just stretching the back there, just maybe putting the shoulder blades, a little bit of stiffness. He's looked alright so far though.
Doesn't look too stiff in some of those shots, does he? Here's Crane then. Bowls slightly shorter, and it's whipped through mid-wicket by Crawley. There is a man out deep. It's Scriven. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be tea. A wonderful session for Kent. And a session where they've gone from probably thinking, this might be a little bit tough. They walk in at the break thinking, we're almost home.
Well, I can't add much to that, so I won't. That's Kevin James. I'm Matt Cole. Dave Fulton will be with you after the break. Around about 20 minutes' time, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent in the meantime as well. But Kent 139 for 142 to win. Then 91 for Zach Crawley, 37 for Marcus O'Riordan. Those two came together at 8 for 1 where Danny Beltran was dismissed. The last ball before lunch they batted, and Kent haven't lost a wicket in that whole session. They've definitely won that session and on their way to victory in this match, unless Hampshire can get themselves back in this last session of the third day. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes time. Yes, tea just going to come out in a few moments' time. Zach Crawley has changed this match in Kent's favour, the England man. 91 not out at tea. Scored all those runs in the second session of the day. Aided and abetted by Marcus O'Riordan with 37. They put on 131 for the second wicket, so 139 for one. Kent needing just 42 more to win. Still possible Hampshire could get a foothold in this game. Mason Crane, the leg spinner, has bowled very well and got a bit of life out of this pitch, but Crawley seems to have paid any chance of Hampshire winning it. Looks like Kent's victory will come in this final session of the third day, but still to come on the commentary via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Kate Kinsella.
Welcome back to the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, where this, I think in all intents and purposes, will be the last session of the game, because the situation at tea is that Kent in their second innings are 139 for one. They need just another 42 to win this here on day 3, and the afternoon session very much belonged to the home side, chiefly through a certain England batsman called Zach Crawley, who has hit 91 of 86 deliveries. He's still there, and Marcus O'Riordan, 37 off 98, has given him some great support. But it was entertaining this afternoon, and hopefully as entertaining as he has been over the last 2.5 days. Alongside me, Kevin James, is Dave Fulton, the former Kent captain.
Yeah, thanks Kev. Good afternoon everyone. Yes, to know more of this Bob Willis Trophy. You'd think it should be plain sailing from Kent from here on in. But But stranger things have happened. And I dug out a scorecard from 1996 I'll share with you.
You did.
In just a moment. You're going to talk us through Felix Organ?
Yeah, this is an interesting statement from Hampshire. Organ, who bowls a little bit more than a part-time off spinner, but no more, as that's cut out on the offside by Zach Crawley. So he moves on to 91. And it's 92, 140 for 141 needed.
So we're taking back 24 years, Kev.
Yeah.
To almost this very day. It was early September. Kent against Hampshire. And Kent, we played quite well. We were kind of in charge of the game. We set Hampshire 290 to win in the last innings.
I wondered why you picked the game out, because Kent had played pretty well.
We had, but 143 for 1, Hampshire were. I think a fellow called Paul Whittaker going with Giles White, who got 60 odd, now director of cricket at Hampshire, of course, and has been for a number of years. So they were cruising, 143 for 1, 150 all out. Lost 9 wickets for 7 runs. So it was a hat-trick for Martin McCaig in the second innings. There had been a hat-trick for Dean Headley in the first innings. Yours truly made a magnificent 8 and 15 in the game. So not much of a contribution, but one of my favourite games, because a game that was kind of in the balance, or perhaps we were behind, suddenly just sprang to life with the Matthew Fleming at one end and Martin McCaig at the other. So I guess all I'm saying from a point of, from Hampshire's point of view, 41 to win, looks like a stroll in the park. You get rid of Zach Crawley, you never know.
Right, there's a bit of turn for Felix Organ, and we've seen a bit of turn for Mason Crane. You're not missing any action because they're waiting for something to come out from the
pads and helmet.
Yeah, from the James pavilion.
Which I guess they would have known that Felix Organ was. I doubt Sam Northeast got out there and went, aha, we will now employ our off spinner. So perhaps they could have been more prepared with their bat pad. And after the first delivery, which turned hardly at all, you wouldn't have thought there was a sudden change of tack.
Yeah.
There you go.
But Hampshire have to attack.
Well, they do, but they could have put the helmet out as well.
Yes.
But Mason Crane, I mean, I thought he bowled beautifully before tea, and
he did.
I think they missed the trick, getting into the attack so late.
Interesting. I'll ask at the end why it was a little bit late, but that's driven out to extra cover. And no run, fielded by young Tom Scriven, who's come out of this game with plenty of credit, as has several of the Hampshire younger contingent, despite what looks like to be, in the end, going to be a heavy defeat. O'Riordan is on the back foot, turns on the leg side. But yes, Mammoth, I mean, I think it's fair to say that it's very rare for those sort of collapses, but they do happen. Will that happen today?
It was a year of the hat-trick. Dean Headley's 3 hat-tricks in 96. Martin McCaig the 1.
Organ bowls to O'Riordan, and that's turned away again on the leg side. No run.
So things can happen pretty quickly when wickets are falling in bursts.
I think your memory for games, I have to say, has been impressive over these 2.5, 3 days. And you've obviously got an encyclopedic brain. I just about said that. That's driven out on the offside. I'll pick up a quick single fielded by Brad Wheel. 140 for 1.
There's been 1 or 2 quick singles, and some of them a bit harum-scarum.
Yes.
Good aggressive running.
141 for 1, I tell a lie, the scoreboard's just changed over. So 40 needed. Yes. Organ comes in again, and bowls, and Crawley's driving, it's an inside edge. A rare mistake from Zach Crawley. He was aiming on the offside, it went out towards square leg, and that's the end of the over, 141 for 1.
Yeah, decent over from Felix Organ. A bit of spin out there. So I would imagine it would be Mason Crane. I guess 1 because it's spinning, and 2 because Mason Crane bowled particularly well, but also perhaps the seamers have had a good crack, haven't they? With the exception of Ajit Dale, who Sam Northeast hasn't turned to. But maybe they're turning to him now. In fact, is this him? I think it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is Ajit Dale. I think they've decided to give him a bit of experience.
You know what? Why not? Because with 14 needed, the game is pretty much up, and he can just run in, bowl quickly, and maybe knock over England's Zach Crawley. So what could do his confidence the world of good. I felt that they needed to get him in the game at some point, but in a low-scoring contest with a game on the line, perhaps understandable that Sam Northeast didn't want to risk him. But if he could get 1 or 2 wickets and bowl well in this spell, do wonders for his confidence.
Agreed. And I'm now wondering that Felix Organ's 1 over has allowed Mason Crane to change ends.
Yeah, I think you could well be right.
So 141 for 1 then. Here's Dale. Right on, that was you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. He's a short, he's got. I dropped him. dropped. Marcus O'Riordan dropped at first slip. I can't see who that is. Kevin don't tell me. Tom Alsop has dropped an absolute goober, as the Aussies say. Ajit Dale not had a lot of luck in this match. Just bowled the 2 overs for 16 in the first innings. That was back of a length. It went quickly, it bounced, he's got a bit of pace. And he's probably been like a coiled spring, ready to be pressed into action. And O'Riordan nicked it. Catchable height, didn't go that quickly. And it's been grasped by Tom Alsop. So here's Dale again. This one is Fuller. He's got punched. Nice shot from Marcus O'Riordan. Sam Northeast is after it. Needs to cut the bungee rope a bit. It's not express. Sam Northeast at this stage of proceedings. And good throw though, one bounce over the top of the stumps. What a let off.
Oh gosh, I feel for Ajit, I really do. Difficult chance at mid-arm when he dropped Crawley on 35. Well, he hasn't changed the complexion too much of the game, although it hasn't helped from a Hampshire point of view, but that was a good delivery. First one we've seen bounce, haven't we, for a while?
Yeah, and a young man who looks like he wants to bend his back a bit. I don't know what pace he is. Mid-80s, maybe not quite that quick. Early 80s. He's into Crawley, and England man defends solidly, very straight to Sam Northeast mid-off. No run. Crawley 92 off 89. Better than a run of ball. Just looking at Crawley's numbers here. Averages 48 in Test cricket. 267 would have helped. Averages 34 in first class cricket. Has hundreds. This will be his 5th if he gets there.
A little bit to make up on you then?
Yeah, well, his Test average is better than mine. He's on his legs, sitting on the pads, going well down the leg side. And yeah, put it this way, no one will be more astounded than me if Zach Crawley averaged more than 36 in first class cricket, because he is a class act. And I think what's really stood out today, Kev, I don't know what you think, but we're watching him from 100 yards away, just how crisply he hits the ball. I mean, every batter has struggled in this game, and he's just walked to the wicket, and yes, he's got the confidence, but just his ball striking, those straight drives, and he towed one for 4 that had no right to get to the boundary, but when he middles it, like a rifle shot going off.
I mean, it's an often used phrase, but he's played a different game out there. Nobody has timed the ball as often as he has.
So O'Riordan back on strike, dropped early in the over. Though bowls to him, and an absolute beauty again. Well bowled Ajit Dale. And he's gone past the outside edge. Now I thought in the first innings when he bowled in the Nackington Road end for me, and he bowled 2 overs, a bit all over the place. And I wondered at that point if Sam Northeast was thinking, you know what, the slope might just be affecting him here, just switch his ends and see if we can get something out of him from the pavilion end. The problem he had was that Ian Holland was just in a rare groove at that time. He was going on maiden after maiden, and he was going past the outside edge. So he was a difficult man to dislodge from the pavilion end. But Ajit Dale already showing better signs, bowling kind of up the hill with the slope across outside. But when I said that, that one is on the leg stump, it's going to flick away, and we're going to get 4 for it. So perhaps the commentator's curse. 7 runs from the bat, a leg by as well, and Kent march on. 149 for 1, just another 32 required.
Yeah, such a shame, isn't it? I'm sure he's feeling quite low out there. Probably knows that he wasn't able to get a bowl when things were tight. Probably knows in his heart of hearts that he's on now because the game's almost gone. And you see a catch drop like that at first slip. It doesn't help, but it's early days for it.
Yeah, and he made something happen. You know, he came on first ball, bent his back. It wasn't a loosener, was it? He kind of flew through, took the shoulder of the bat, which took a bit of sting off it, actually. I think it might have done Tom Alsop for lack of pace. It was quite a quick delivery, but sometimes when you nick it high on the bat, you can take the sting off it from a slip fielder's perspective, and rather than loot towards Alsop, he'll be disappointed he drops it. So you were right in your thinking. Mason Crane is switching ends.
I should have been a captain, shouldn't I? There's probably nothing to it, is there, being a county captain?
Well, you know, you've got a few egos to contend with. Those left arm all-rounders are always problematic. But, yeah.
149 for 1, yeah.
It's not a lot of fun in a low-scoring game if you get a bit of a hiding last innings. So, Sam Northeast is a fine county captain. He's had experience at Kent, obviously doing the job at Hampshire in the absence of James Vince. And, well, he's ringing the changes. I like this, Dale from this end and Mason Crane back
Yeah.
into the attack. So.
Probably the right way to finish off from a Hampshire point of view. Crane bowls and Crawley drives wide of mid-off, and that's 4 runs. Well, just carry on where you left off. Found the gap between extra cover and mid-off.
Well, there's a small margin for error when you bowl at Zach Crawley. He's borderline 6'6", isn't he? He's got these lanky legs and long reach, and he can make a good length ball into a half volley, and that's what he did there. He's in good form.
Yeah.
Just stretched forward and got to it on the half volley and was good enough to pick the gap. So to 96.
28 needed. There's Crane bowls, and Crawley's on the back foot and pulls that away on the onside. Doesn't quite get hold of it, kept a bit low actually. Goes out to deep mid-wicket, 154 for 127 needed. I've got a couple of emails here, which I must get through because we're getting towards the end of the game here. Jonathan Wilkinson, that came through a little bit earlier, apologies Jonathan. He said, do you know what's happened to Brad Taylor, Hampshire's off-spinner? Have you heard anything about an injury? I had heard something about an injury a little while ago, but I haven't heard anything for quite a while now. It's outside the off-stump and left alone by Riordan. So I presume so, but of course in these COVID times it's difficult to get too near anybody at the moment to sort of find out anything. So that news that I have is a bit old, but that certainly was a situation that he had a little while ago. There's Crane again. Well, there's the googly. Stays on the leg side. Well taken by McManus. Edward Hand, suncricket@gmail.com, says, for me, one silver lining of the pandemic shortened season has been the number of homegrown youngsters playing in the Bob Willis Trophy, which I have found really refreshing. Not just Hampshire, but all counties. I think Joe Weatherly has absolutely nailed down his spot. Couldn't agree more. Next summer, presuming some players that have been unavailable this season return. Yeah, that's 1 or 2 players, that's for sure. Outside the off-stump, and again that's left alone. Which of this season's youngsters do you foresee challenging for a first-team place? Well, Weatherly you mentioned, I'd certainly agree with that. I think it's going to be an interesting contest. Scott Curry, I think, is certainly worth another look. I don't think Tom Scriven's too far behind him.
Yep, Curry and Scriven look fine young players, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I think future's looking bright down on the south coast. Wrong, I think that was.
It's driven to mid-on, a little bit full perhaps. So yeah, I think most counties, all they could hope for was to bring some youngsters through in this season, and I think virtually every county will turn around and say, yeah, there's 1 or 2 players that we didn't know they were this good. Crane just stumbles there. I don't know if his back foot landed in something which wasn't quite right. I don't know.
Well, he looked back at the stumps, didn't he, as well? I just wonder if he was thinking about the old cheeky man cad there. There you go. Can't get Zach Crawley out in conventional fashion. I'm sure Mason Crane wouldn't resort to that, but I think he was probably looking back at the footholes.
Lost it over Riordan again, and he's on the back foot, and he leaves that alone. Is that googly as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So everybody got everybody excited. It was left alone. Didn't really turn, but it wasn't a leg break. That's for sure. 156 for 1 then, 25 needed by Kent to complete, which really is, if it is a 9-wicket victory, really does say absolutely nothing about 85% of this game.
Yeah, ball has dominated bat for large parts, but as we mentioned, Zach Crawley is on a slightly different level at the moment. He's, to be fair, on a slightly different level from himself. In his previous incarnation, you know, there's the Zach Crawley of 267 post, and there's the Zach Crawley prior to that, which was, he was a fine player, but he's just gone to a new level. He's got Ajit Dale bowling to him now, and he's back. A lot of time to defend that mid-off where north-east fields. Good opportunity for Ajit Dale. He hasn't had his best game, but if he could take out Crawley, you know, who knows what Zach Crawley is going to go on to accomplish. The future looks pretty bright for him too. Might be a nice scout to get. So an opportunity, albeit one almost certainly in a lost cause. The Kent needing just 25 to win, 156 for 1. O'Riordan, he shouldn't be overlooked, 45 from 111. It's been a decent foil as Dale's past Nigel Long. He's short and Crawley's pulling, and this is his 100. Fantastic effort from Zach Crawley in the form of his life. He played well in the T20. His previous red ball match was that test against Pakistan, a small matter of 267, and he's looked a class apart here at the Spitfire ground. Gone to 101 off just 94 balls with 17 boundaries, all of them struck crisply, and that pull shot raced away Well played, young man.
Wow. Nice to see virtually every one of the Hampshire fielders clap as well, which I like that.
Yeah, it's been played in good spirits, hasn't it, this
Yeah.
game? It so often is, actually, between Kent and Hampshire. I always think there's a bit of, Kent, Surrey, sometimes a bit of niggle, bit of needle, but not between these two counties often. Short and wide, and Crawley helps himself to another boundary, and this is what we saw a little bit from Ajit Dale in the first innings. Just a little bit of leg side stuff, then a bit of width. So boundaries to be had, albeit he was a bit unlucky last over when he had O'Riordan dropped.
Yeah, it's a horrible time to be bowling at a man that's probably the most informed man in England.
Yeah, well, maybe I'd say he's going further than that, mate. I'd say in world cricket.
Yeah.
Well, not many other people are playing, in fairness, but I think Zach Crawley is the informed batsman,
That's fair enough.
probably in world cricket.
You're never a man to overstate anything.
Well, the most informed batsman on the planet, Kev, is what Ajit Dale is bowling to.
Yeah.
And if he can knock him over, he might feel better about life. But
I think that feels like that for him.
yeah, he's short, back of a length, and Crawley defends. Looking every inch the best player on the planet at the moment.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? You've got a group of Hampshire youngsters in this game, and I think actually South North East has done well, actually. I mean, up until 2 hours ago, it was a massively close game, and so he's done well. But you think there are mixed emotions for some very young players playing their first-class matches, or second, and I should imagine Scott Curry looks back on this with fondness, Scriven will, but poor Ajit Dale will look about it totally different.
Yep, he's trying to change that though with the wicket of Zach Crawley as he pushes forward. Decent delivery, bit of a waist shape and a fuller length. Probably be advised to kind of stick to that length. Because anything short, Zach Crawley, when you've been facing the likes of Navin Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling at 90 mile an hour, then as lively as Ajit Dale is, he's not going to do Zach Crawley for pace.
No.
He's not going to bounce him out, would be my guess. So hit the top of off stump, young man. It's a steep learning curve at the moment. He's past the umpire not too long. That's a good delivery. And Crawley chops it down to the gully. There's no run. He's 105. O'Riordan is 45. Kent closing in. 164 for 1. They need another 17.
Yes, it's a horrible feeling. I know it many times when you bowl and you just know that anything that's not in the right area is going to be punished. And when you bowl to some batsmen, you think, well, they'll punish me, but it won't be too bad. They won't actually make me look silly. But there are times actually when you just know that anything that's not right is going for 4. And I think Ajit Dale feels like that with Crawley.
Yeah, you can feel it as well sometimes when you bat, in the sense that when I'm at the non-strikers end and Khan Hooper is on strike, you get a sense that they'd much rather bowl to me than to Hoops.
Crane bowls and O'Riordan pushes forward.
It's like it's a different game. And as well as O'Riordan's played, and he has played beautifully, and he's an up-and-coming player, it is a different game every time Zach Crawley's on strike.
Yeah. I'll ask you about, you made an interesting comment earlier, so that's pushed to mid-wicket by O'Riordan. But you said sort of pre-200 and odd for England he was a certain type of player and post, but isn't it funny how some players just seem to suddenly change, either mid-season or during the winter?
Yeah.
They just suddenly change.
Well, I don't think he's changed. I mean, he certainly hasn't changed in demeanour. He's still as down-to-earth as ever, but in terms of the quality of his ball striking,
Crane bowls, O'Riordan drives, thick inside edge, but there's a gap at square leg, and they'll talk through for a single. 16 needed, 165 for 1.
I just think it's the aura that he has and the confidence that's just exuding from every pore, because he went there to England as, some would say, a surprise choice. He'd been touted for a while as a young and up-and-coming opening batsman, but he was averaging early 30s in first-class cricket. So, that in itself would have raised an eyebrow or two.
Yeah. Crane again. Crawley pushes forward, gets wrapped on the pad there. He's trying to work that square on the other side.
But then to score 267, and he impressed before that. He had a couple of decent half centuries. He looked in good touch. It was just that big score that was missing. But then to announce yourself with a score like that, to then come back to county cricket and play in the Bob Willis Trophy, you're not playing against international bowlers.
There's a sweep shot now. That's close. Yes, that's out. Just taken one liberty too many there. That was straight. He's decided to go for the sweep shot. He's missed it. And I'm not surprised that Billy Taylor has stuck his finger up there. Crawley goes for 105, 165 for 2.
Yeah, I think he's annoyed with himself there, Zach Crawley. It was an interesting option. He didn't really need to go to it. He hit so well down the ground that he just thought, I've got to work at my sweep. We're nearly there. Get the sweep out, get a bit of practice. But he's shaking his head, and I think that'll be in self-admonishment. It's a wonderful innings, full of the crispest ball striking you could behold. But he's off. He's shaking his head. Mason Crane picks him up, and that is well deserved, because Mason Crane's bowled beautifully, belatedly introduced into the attack, but he has been good enough to send Crawley packing. But I think, from Zach Crawley's point of view, Kevin, and we've all done it as batsmen, job's almost done, probably thinking, get the sweep out.
I'll practice that,
I'll just nail that in the gap. And it looks a touch premeditated. I don't remember him playing sweep shot prior to that, do you?
No, I don't, not at all.
Which therefore makes it a strange option late in the day, but as I say.
But he's done the job.
He's done the job, but all batsmen like to finish unbeaten. Even one that's coming off a 267 in a test match, I'm sure Zach Crawley would have loved to have been 125 not out, walk off.
Interesting.
But new batsman's Jack Leaning, who's going to do a bit of a job. 16 to win. I'd go back to 1996.
Well, I was just thinking myself. I was thinking with that
9 wickets for 7 runs.
How would
shades of 96 here? Well, I tell you what, whilst I wouldn't wish it as a Kent supporter, I'm not very neutral in this contest. Be excited.
that would be. I'd be not sure I could take it. I'd have to come off mic and leave it to you and Matt. It would be too much for me.
Well, the only thing I'd say is that in 96 is that Hampshire needed 290. And from 143 for 1 to 150, they were still quite a long way off.
Leaning, the new batter, it's down the leg side. It's I think an attempted top spinner or a leg spinner, because it didn't turn at all. But good take by Lewis McManus. That bounced as well as it went down the leg side. 165 for 2. Then Kent needs 16. Yes, if it's going to be a close game, it needs to be in a collapse of an epic proportion. Don't think it's going to happen. They do happen, but I don't think we'll see another one like that in certainly my lifetime.
No, it was an extraordinary game. A lot of fun playing in that side of the 90s with the likes of Headley and McCaig and Elam and Fleming and Duncan Spencer, Alan Eggleston. It was some wonderful cricketers. A very potent bowling attack. It'll be Ajit Dale to continue. He's bowling from the pavilion end, and he's got Marcus O'Riordan in his sights. He had him dropped a couple of overs ago with his first spell. Looks like
he needs to get Matt's
hard at work. He's on his phone doing his expenses.
Be there for another hour. Amount of expenses he claims. He's only on sheet 1 of 50. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. And if we don't see you again, because this match is fast approaching its conclusion, been a pleasure. Been a pleasure on commentary with the great Kevin James, Middlesex and Hampshire. A wonderful commentator.
He's all right, isn't he?
Ajit Dale is bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, who's up on his toes and punching. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Dave.
Shame that Crawley couldn't see it through.
Yeah. He's saying just took one liberty too many, perhaps.
Yeah, it was a strange option to go to the sweep when he hadn't resorted to it up until that point. I think just trying to force the issue, but wonderful 100, and he's looked a class apart.
Yeah, that partnership as well with O'Riordan, which he paid the larger part of, 153, of which, of course, he scored 105 of, because he came in just after lunch.
Yeah, Dale is in. He's bowling full and swinging, decent delivery, and O'Riordan is forward. It'd be fitting if Marcus O'Riordan could be the one to see Kent home. Runs against Middlesex when he opened the batting. Only opening here because Jordan Cox was off the field for a period of time.
Right.
So he takes these opportunities, O'Riordan, when he gets pushed up the order. It's not
Absolutely,
a bad habit to get into, because when Kent when you're looking to select sides, having that extra string to the bow is key, but also when it comes to rejigging a batting order or looking for a night watchman, he'll be putting his hand up. Short punching is O'Riordan, 2 deep point, going to get a single. have our first look in this innings. Jack Leaning, double 100 against Sussex in the Bob Willis Trophy. Very popular man already in this squad. Good fella.
You probably mentioned already this is Marcus O'Riordan's highest first-class score. So he's not played that many games either, has he? So in his 6th game, so eclipsing a 42 not out. But yeah, Jack Leaning's sort of hit the ground running, I think, hasn't he, for Kent? Obviously, you said that double 100 does no one any harm. He's played really well on the T20s as well.
Well, that double 100 was key, wasn't it? Because he missed out at Chelmsford. He got a bit of a long hop and just swiveled on it, nailed it, got picked out square leg, and then didn't get many in the second innings. So suddenly you're under pressure, even if you come with a bit of a reputation. And he was Kent's marquee signing, I guess, of the winter. As Ajit Dale bowls to him now, he's leaving alone outside off stump. But he'd like to improve on his numbers, but he's a good player.
Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners right now with the good news. Not far away from victory for them now. Well, Kent on the brink of victory now, but they have just lost their centurion, Zach Crawley. 105 was LBW to Mason Crane, but his partnership with Marcus O'Riordan, which he played the major part of 153, has taken Kent more or less to victory here. They're 166 for 2. They need 15 more to win now. Felt a very different picture when Daniel Bell-Drummer was out just before lunch for 7, the Kent skipper, having just bowled out Hampshire for 159. The winning target was 181 on what looked like a very testing pitch. Well, Crawley has done what no other batsman has done in this match and made it look very comfortable indeed with his century, the England Test player. So Kent on the brink of victory, 15 to win now here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing until they get there via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket with the weather now. Kate Kinsella.
Crawley got a double 100 when he smashed 105 here. He was the last man out a few moments ago, and that was just off 100 balls.
Oh, I think that's Rachel Mackley, so my apologies. I wasn't tipped off there. Oh, I was tipped off. There we go. And it was on the email, and I haven't seen it. Apologies to everyone.
Well, I was going to say Kate Kinsella surely must go home.
Yeah, well, at some point she has to go home, yeah. Rachel Mackley's on there now. I'll be hearing from her lawyers shortly. As Crane bowls from the Nackington Road end, gets a bit of turn and bounce outside the off stump. And that was certainly my case for Mason Crane coming earlier. There's a bit of bounce here as well as that.
I would have loved to have seen him in the attack earlier, and who knows? You get Zach Crawley, a bit of leg spin. Leg spin's always got a chance when they've got a bit of mystery, haven't they?
Now Reardon's not played him too comfortably. He does drive him on that occasion, just out towards the offside boundary, and they'll take a single. Move on to 167 for 2, 14 to win them.
Of course, Zach Crawley got his 267 against Pakistan, and that Pakistan attack included Yasir Shah, who's one of the premier leg spinners in world cricket, but every leg spinner is a bit different, and picking the wrong un and things like that. Mason Crane's got a decent wrong un.
Rolls now to O'Riordan, just pushes forward on that one. Soft hands, no run. Back up the pitch to the bowler.
So yeah, I would have liked to have seen him introduced a little bit earlier, but South North East would have considered all his options. He's got plenty of seam bowling options, and they'd acquitted themselves well in the first innings.
It goes back on the back foot there and cuts away O'Riordan to Curry at point, and there's no run. I was going to say captain, it's easy from the commentary box, but you've actually done it, haven't you? So it's easy for me. I can make all sorts of decisions without thinking about the implications.
Well,
but
let me tell you, I've been a much better player and a much better captain since I've been this side of the commentary box. I tell you. Just ask Shane Warne.
It's over the wicket comes Crane. Pushed back at the pitch by Leaning. There's no run. You're saying Shane Warne's become a better player?
No. He just had quite a lot to say about my captaincy.
Sorry, of course he did. Yes,
which
we
Kev
talked about that.
reminded me early on day one.
Did he?
Oh, he didn't mess around. He was straight in. No kind of opening.
Oh.
No kind of starter. Just into the main course. Boom.
Outside the off stump, left by Leaning as this one spins away from him through to the wicketkeeper McManus, and that is the end of the over. Number 16 for Dale. 1 for 21 now for Crane.
Of course, other people see it differently. Dave Bracegirdle, he always thanks me as being the best captain that Nottinghamshire never had, because he rather felt I gifted them the title, so he thinks I should have the keys to Nottingham. So everyone's got their opinion, they chuck their two-penneth in.
But do you look back on it and think I was an aggressive captain, I was an innovative captain in that way, and glad about that, or do you?
Ajit Dale is in his bowling suit. Marcus O'Riordan, who's closing in on his 50. Got to get a couple here. This could be it. Yes, he's hurrying back for two, and you'll probably hear from our effects mic the Kent players. Sad that we don't have the Kent fans in to applaud Marcus O'Riordan, who goes to a maiden first-class 50. 121 balls, 6 boundaries, plays second fiddle to Zach Crawley, but a valuable foil he's been, and it would be fitting if he can see Kent over the line. That was probably not my place to judge my own captaincy, Matt. I think I was more kind of out there than some, more maverick, I guess, because I wasn't a big fan of draws. So Dale bowls to O'Riordan, who's defending into the onside. There's going to be no single here. And I was a big believer in just trying to play to win at all times, and if you couldn't win, if there was no chance of you winning, then yeah, you do your damnedest to fight hard for a draw. But if there was a game to be had and a conversation between captains, then you know, I was all for that, because I wanted to try and get as many points as we could for the team. There are different ways to skin a cat, I guess. Ajit Dale is desperately looking for a wicket to get something out of this game. He hasn't had the best. He's bowling to O'Riordan straight, decent pace. O'Riordan is driving up to mid-on, didn't time it, and there's no run.
So just 12 to win now. But yeah, that was the 50 was acclaimed by the Kent dressing room as heartily as Zach Crawley's 100.
Yeah. And that's what you get with this Kent team. I think they're a close-knit bunch. There's a good spirit amongst them. Good bunch of lads, well led. You know what you're going to get from Matt Walker. He's exactly what you see. Fun-loving. As he's on the hip to O'Riordan, he's going to be a leg by, I think. Just turn around the corner. But good cricket brain. Pulled down to with the strategy and Matt Walker and his coaching staff. I have to say as well how well they've recruited that coaching staff. You think Simon Cook and Mike Yardy, two fine individuals who know all about the game. Two better men you couldn't find, I would imagine, on the county circuit, and they'll bring their know-how to bear as well as they tweak these Kent players. Talented bunch. So leading yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries. He's facing up to Dale now. It's straightish, defence to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think there's reason for optimism for the future from Kent supporters. Have been getting in touch on the emails as well. And Mike with a quick question, but quite a long email, Mike. Actually, we'll try and get to that one between balls.
It's no good when Mason Crane's bowling. You might have to take the chance now.
Yeah,
you've got one ball left of this over. Then
we're
Mason
closing
Crane,
in,
and there's 11 to win. Mike, now is not the time for the long email. Yeah, cause for optimism, definitely. I think they're creating a really good culture here, and that's the first step in a winning team. Oh, good delivery, Ajit Dale. Beats Jack leaning all ends up. Didn't bounce much, but definitely went down the hill and beat the forward defensive. Williams just patched the pitch. Still 11 to win. 170 for 2.
Liking this question though. Some very nice comments, Mike. Thank you very much for that. It's very, very generous of you. He says, usually I supply with random trivia. He says, but you haven't asked anything this year, so instead a question from me. He says, with the advent of all these excellent streams, he says, I see batsman after batsman in some degree of open stance. Why, he says, what are the advantages, disadvantages of one versus the other? Is there a chance for a brief answer, he asks?
Yes.
He's not asking me, needless to say. It comes Crane to O'Riordan outside the off stump through the wicket keeper, no run.
Well, I think your ideal setup is to be slightly open with your feet and probably hips and shoulders pointing just to the leg side of the umpire as a right-handed batsman, probably was a left-handed batsman as well, but I think only in terms of right-handed batsman, because that's what I was.
So Crane aborts the run-up.
And that's simply because you want to access the ball. If you're too closed, and with that I mean your left foot kind of more offside of your right foot, your front foot more offside of your back foot, then those straight deliveries, sometimes you have to come round your front pad to access the ball.
So O'Riordan is a case in point, slightly askew, but plays the ball up to mid-on.
And generally, I believe cricket's a game of straight lines to some extent, so if the ball's coming down to hit middle stump, you want your bat travelling in the other direction, almost from middle stump to middle stump. And if you draw that line with your bat, chances are you're going to make pretty solid contact.
So O'Riordan faces Crane, works it in the onside, no run.
So if your legs are in the way, if you're a bit closed and your legs are in the way, then you don't play straight at the ball. So most batsmen will try and be ever so slightly open. I was watching a Ricky Ponting masterclass last night with my youngest son, because we're rock and roll in the Fulton household, that's what we do. And Ricky Ponting was saying exactly the same thing.
There's Crane to O'Riordan, drives at that one up to extra cover, no run.
And yeah, he was saying that accessing the ball when it's straight is key. So yeah, I would think most batsmen would be slightly open. I mean, if you think back to Desmond Haynes and Peter Willey, there were some incredibly open stances. I tried it for a season.
Crane to O'Riordan, drives again, no run, stopped to cover. So Scriven, there you are. You've got a fulsome answer, Mike, from a quick question. David says, hi gents, I was there that day at Canterbury when Martin McCaig ran down the hill, blew Hampshire away. Small crowd were in raptures, he says, great memories. That's David, as this one's defended, last ball of the over, and there's no run from Long Ashton Occasionals Cricket Club.
Long Ashton Occasionals.
Which I believe Long Ashton is near Bristol, but
he was there that day.
Unless there's a Kentish Long Ashton as well, but yeah, there that day. Sean with his thanks for the coverage. He says, I really like the idea of 3 conferences, especially if Kent could be in the same one as Lancashire and Warwickshire, so that the crew chapter of the KCCC, how many C's have I done there? Supporters Club. He says there's 4 of us. Can get to a few games. He says, I guess it's now time for me to test a beer and watch the last session. Thanks for your email, Sean. Always great to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. We'll see what we can do. We'll ask the ECB if that can be arranged. Lancashire, Warwickshire, Kent. Tough group. As Dale bowls, and leaning, does exactly that. Leans into a forward defensive, down the pitch, really solid. There's no run. He's yet to get off the mark, Jack Leading, 10 deliveries.
David's in Ghana. A few musings from a hot and humid Accra, he says. Good season for Kent, without a doubt. Likely second in the Championship Conference and a great start on the T20. Squad looks as strong as it has been for many years, particularly with Zach Crawley stepping up a level. Cox showing his potential, and the other youngsters coming through as well to support and eventually replace the old guard, apart from Darren Stevens.
Oh, he's gone! Jack Leaning has got an absolute jaffer from Ajit Dale, who comes to the party belatedly. Just 2 overs for him in the first innings. But that would have got a lot of top batsmen out. Pitch straight, just held its line, and the middle stump is out of the ground. And Leaning goes for none. So, after the Lord Mayor's show of Zach Crawley, I feared for Jack Leaning. You just think when a batsman gets out, leaving you about 15 to knock off, there's more to lose than gain, and so it proved. Leaning will trudge back to the pavilion.
What a delivery that is.
That was an absolute jaffer. Still evidence that there is life in this pitch, as we've seen throughout. And Zach Crawley's been on a different level, and Marcus O'Riordan has played beautifully. But if you've got a ball with your name on, you're on your way. There's not much Jack Leaning can do about that. 170 for 3, Kent need 11. Hopefully it's not shades of 96.
Well, a good point. David might not be quite so excited about that as he was when he saw that Hampshire collapse in that game. In terms of the future of the county championship state, says David, all the way from Ghana. Well, I mean, he's not all the way as in he's come here, but he's emailing, so it's a bit safer for him. He says, I'd support 3 leagues of 6 based on merit with 1 up, 1 down each season. Of course, that would mean we probably wouldn't play Surrey for at least 2 years, but a price worth paying.
Oh, more Surrey bashing. There
we go.
Nailed them a bit.
We have.
We were calling them winless Surrey not that long ago, but they have actually won a game this year, so we'll back off the old
I feel bad about it, because whenever we go to the Oval, it's a lovely place to watch cricket. We're treated like royalty.
Mark Church's fabulous company.
Exactly right. Yeah. So, but we realise that it is the oldest rivalry in cricket, isn't it? So, got to keep the fire burning at some point.
Yeah. So. David's going for the 3 divisions of 6 as opposed to 3 neutral conferences. The problem with that is that if you have a Division 1 of just 6 teams, then there's only 6 teams that can win the county championship. So whilst it does have merit, that's what I don't like about it. I like the fact that 18 teams, 1 of 18, can win the county championship. So Heino Kuhn faces up. Ajit Dale is into him. It's on the thigh pad. It's a quick single. They're going to have to hurry. O'Riordan is safely home, but they've run 1 or 2 runs. It's been... Oof. tight.
I'd say that's about as circumspect as I've ever seen from Heino Kuhn running a run. He just seemed to be jogging, and normally he's absolute liquid across the...
I think he realised, because the ball had gone square,
he's going to the safe end,
that he was never in danger. I know Reardon had called him, and you can tell sometimes the angle the fielder's coming in at. He was homing in on a straight line from square leg, and O'Riordan was the one in trouble. But he got there, and he's now facing up with 10 required for victory. Ajit Dale is bowling to him. This one is similarly leg side, and on the pad, this is a much more comfortable single. They jog through, and the ball rolls down to fine leg, just 9 to win. A leg bye signalled by Nigel Long. He'll get a day off tomorrow.
Yeah, I like the conference system as well. I like the idea of that your finish in one season gives you a seeding for the next season as well. That seems to make sense to me, and we'll jumble up the counties a bit so you don't get stuck in regional conferences as well.
I mean, at the moment the regional conferences make perfect sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Hopefully post-pandemic we can start to see some other teams and some other counties. Not that we're fed up with the likes of Hampshire and Surrey. Good fellows. Short and wide. Kuhn is smashing that one for 4. Ajit Dale just getting his radar a little bit awry there. Kuhn climbs into it. He's off the mark with a boundary. 4 from 2. And Kent need just 5.
Well, I completely agree, and if I just put myself at the centre of this, which I like to do, Hove, for instance, is closer to my house until they move the county ground here to Tunbridge Wells, which I'm sure they'll do.
Well, hopefully we'll get a game at Tunbridge Wells next year.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, as you say, with the lifting of quarantines, etc., that would follow. So hopefully.
Talking of Hove, we can hear a seagull ahead. Maybe it's made its way from Hove. Forward, straight. Nearly knocked Heino Kuhn off his feet there. Fast Yorker from Ajit Dale. So when he gets it right, he's a handful. There's just a bit of inconsistency in his work. It's a couple of 4 balls and over, and then a Jaffa. And poor old Jack Leaning got the Jaffa. 76 for 3.
It feels to me that Dale's got something that the rest of the... I mean, he feels like a strike bowler to me, that he has something, the X-factor ball, doesn't he, which perhaps the rest of the attack don't. But perhaps Sam North East thought he might be a little bit expensive to start.
Well, in a low-scoring game, when you need 181 to win, what you can't do is leak runs. If you're suddenly 50 for none off 10, going at 5s, it just sets a bad tone. So the way he bowled in the first innings, understandable. He was left too late in the piece.
Crane to O'Riordan waits for this one, sticks in the pitch a little bit, took some pace off at Crane as well, but eventually low pull out towards the square leg boundary, and they are a boundary away from victory now, Kent. 177 for 3. Not quite perhaps the triumphant procession we'd expected with Zach Crawley and Marcus O'Riordan, that massive stand of 158. Perhaps that Crawley would take them home. He's gone, so to Jack Leaning. Kuhn now, he pulls that away. Is that going to be 4? It's not. It's going to reach the fielder on the leg side boundary again. Smartly hit by Heino Kuhn, and he'll take a single. So 3 to win.
Mason Crane doing his best to get back on the bus. He's bowled 2 half-track. He's bowled quite beautifully up until this point. It's almost like, I need 6 to win. We'll bowl half-tracker. Gets whacked to a fielder. Alright, when you have 4 to win, I bowl another half-tracker. They still can't hit it to the fence.
Moved Ajit Dale slightly round squarer and fine leg. Just a little push off his hit by O'Riordan. Take a quick single. It's an underarm throw from Ajit Dale. Has 2 fielders tumbling over to try and retrieve that, but there are not going to be any overthrows, and Kent need 2 to win. Ian Holland is warming his arms up.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's going to bowl some sort of maybe some spin or something. I don't think
off spin from this end.
One of your premier bowlers with 2 to win.
Is Crane then to Kuhn, pushes forward, big shout. No, there we are. Asking for LBW, was it? Wasn't the catch?
It wasn't the catch, didn't carry. I think it was an LBW shout. It's a pretty decent shout as well, but Billy Taylor with just 2 to win. Sometimes umpires think, just really need that. I'm sure if it was out he would have given it, but Heino Kuhn survives. Yeah, maybe Ian Holland's got a box of tricks that he wants to show us for the final over. Maybe a few leggies, bowling with the wrong arm or something.
He may not get the opportunity at this point. Crane bustling in, shot by Heino Kuhn, and that will be the game for Kent. And a victory to finish their Bob Willis Trophy campaign, as it's lifted for 6 over Cow Corner by Heino Kuhn, and Kent win this by 7 wickets. Marcus O'Riordan 52 not out, Heino Kuhn 11 not out. Man of the day, Probably man of the match, not much doubt about that. Zach Crawley with 105 today in a 158 partnership with Marcus O'Riordan, who, as I said, got his maiden first-class half-century in this game. It is the finish of this one, and Kent finishing with a flourish, and day 3 absolutely belonging to them.
Fantastic performance, 181 required to win. You thought it was a 50-50 ball game, but as soon as Zach Crawley went amongst, got into his work, he made short work of it. But it's been a pretty decent Bob Willis Trophy campaign for Kent, you have to say. Second in the group, wins against Hampshire today. That emphatic victory against Sussex, where they won by an innings, and a tight one at the Oval. Just that opening defeat to Essex by 2 wickets ultimately has probably cost them. Perhaps a missed opportunity against Middlesex when they decided not to go for that run chase on the last evening. But some young players have done well, likes of O'Riordan, Jordan Cox. We've seen a double 100 from Jack Leaning. The bowling attack has done its job as well, with the likes of Milnes and Podmore proving more than useful foils for Darren Stevens. So there's so much useful stuff to come out of this Bob Willis Trophy campaign. But the story here today was all about Zach Crawley, who was just on a different level. A magnificent 100, his 5th in first-class cricket, still only 22 years of age. But Kent have run out winners here by 7 wickets.
Well, we'll have to say thank you very much, and from the 4-day season, goodbye. It seems to have barely started, and now it's over. But Bruce, thank you very much for your comments about the commentary, and Kester as well. It's great to have all your company, and thank you for your emails and tweets during this game, both on behalf of Kent and Hampshire. I'm Matt Cole, and Dave Fulton you've just heard from as well. Kevin James has been with us. Kent back in action in T20 on Saturday, and Hampshire 2, so you'll hear from our local stations, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Solent. We'll be back with you then. From a Kent point of view, I know it'll be part of the Sports Hub on Saturday. Gillingham playing their first game, and Kent commentary on DAB from 2 o'clock against Sussex. And as the door creaks shut on this game, I think. So thank you very much for your company, but we finish this broadcast with the news that Kent have won this Bob Willis Trophy match, their final one of the season. Hampshire's it proves as well. 185 for 3, a century from Zach Crawley, and Kent win by 7 wickets.